Good morning. Okay, I think we are going to get started. Please take your seats. Okay. Could the panelists please join us on the stage? So, Dr. Callis. Okay, so good morning and welcome to, to this event and to this day when we're going to focus on blue foods. My name is Angela Chirikal-Hauger. I am the Executive Vice President for Impact at the Environmental Defense Fund. Just to kick us started, I want to share a few remarks on this issue that we're going to talk about today and its importance in the bigger context of climate action. Now, we know that climate change is already affecting food production around the world, and it's reducing food accessibility, and that climate impacts will worsen considerably in the next 10 to 20 years. To ensure that we can feed and nourish the world, our only option is to transform the food systems so that they're resilient, just, and sustainable. And as we seek to facilitate this transition, it is critical that we include all components of the system. This means ensuring that sustainable and efficient use of fresh water throughout our food production systems, and it means thinking beyond agriculture to include food from the lakes, rivers, and oceans. Now, both of these topics have been overlooked and undervalued as the world has begun to consider food systems, and we can no longer afford to ignore these crucial components. And the reason is as follows. Blue foods provide about 3 billion people with more than 20% of their animal protein. 1 out of 5 people are dependent on blue foods as the source of vital micronutrients such as vitamin A, vitamin B12, calcium, which are of course all not easily replaced. These essential micronutrients, sorry about that. These essential micronutrients from blue foods can reduce malnutrition among risk groups such as children, women, and lower the risk of non-communicable diseases. And we cannot leave out the importance of fresh water, including groundwater systems, as a global food security issue. Where rain isn't sufficient to grow food, farmers depend on irrigation to supply water to grow food. In much of the world, the rivers and groundwater aquifers are overtapped, and that food production is now facing a water supply cliff. So climate change is now forcing farmers to expand where irrigation is needed to grow foods, and it's quickening the depletion of supplies of existing irrigated areas. So for many rural and urban areas, groundwater is the only source of fresh water for its residents. However, climate change is significantly threatening these supplies and often disenfranchised communities are the first to experience the consequences. So globally, 1.7 billion people live where unsustainable water use threatens water security, including groundwater used to irrigate food crops and sanitation, and contributes to the health of people and ecosystems. So without deliberate action, nearly 2 billion more people will live in areas with high water insecurity. This is already a problem in many parts of the world. And I think if you just look at China, India, and Mexico, close to 1 billion people are living in areas that are experiencing increased water stress. So despite both water and blue foods' unique value and interconnectedness with the terrestrial food systems, they're often left out of food system analysis, the discussions, the policies, and the investments. The team showed me figures that I think are pretty daunting. Currently, about 3% of climate finance is allocated to food within the current NDCs. And of that, only 3%, a tiny fraction, is allocated to blue foods. So in addition, blue foods have been underrepresented in international development funding priorities. And if you look at the World Bank funding since the 60s, since 1968 to 2018, only about 1.8%, that's the average of the total funding that has gone towards that has been allocated to agriculture. So as of 2020, funding for water, sanitation, and hygiene accounts for just 1.6%. So the situation is serious. If we're to be able to sustain communities around the world, to ensure food security, and to unlock the potential of food, blue foods in particular, a lot more effort needs to be put in. Now, you didn't come here to listen to me. We have got excellent speakers on the panel. So let me first turn to our first keynote, Dr. Shankutala Tilsted, who is the 2021 World Food Prize laureate and research program leader for value chains and nutrition at World Fish. She has a career that spans over 25 years, and in this area, she's responsible for groundbreaking research, critical insights, and landmark innovations in developing holistic, nutrition-sensitive approaches to aquaculture and food systems. So let me hand over to you, Dr. Tilsted.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Angela. It is heartening to see that there are some conversations on aquatic food systems undertaken by various partners and supporters, such as EDF today. And this is taking place now at the climate change with the team being, for this COP27, together for implementation. So therefore, it is very timely that we talk about harnessing the power of aquatic foods in food systems transformation for nourishing both people and our planet. In the past few days, last week, for those of you who were here, we heard mention of the water, energy, food systems nexus. However, these conversations have centered on the synergies of water management for irrigation of land-based agriculture. How can we effectively harness water to grow more crops, and at that, the staple crops as part of the food systems transformation? It is quite glaring that there is a missing piece in the food systems transformation, the inclusion of aquatic foods. As you know, aquatic foods are just not fish. They are the many thousands of diverse animals, plants, and microorganisms harnessed from diverse aquatic resources, both marine and inland water bodies, and used for human consumption. The conversation on fishes, seaweed, mollusk, and many other forms of aquatic foods as nature-based solutions to address global malnutrition and climate change are just beginning, or in many instances, simply missing. Aquatic foods have multiple contributions, as Angela has reminded us, to both people and our planet. It's consumed by almost 3 billion people worldwide, and these are diverse aquatic foods, just not a few fish species. And they supply multiple highly bioavailable micronutrients, minerals, vitamins, essential fatty acids, as well as protein. It's not just a protein food. And therefore, it is extremely important for growth, development, and cognition in children, and therefore important for the development and the capital of this generation, future generations, and for national development. Aquatic food systems also provide jobs and income opportunities for over 800 million people. Half of these are women, and most of these live in low and middle-income countries. These include also small-scale artisanal fisheries, and these artisanal fisheries belong to communities which are very vulnerable to climate change. So aquatic food systems must adhere to relevant guidelines. We have quite a few of these guidelines from the Committee on World Food Security, and proper management practices, which many are working with, also World Fishing, the CGIAR, to be able to use these solutions to rehabilitate and restore degraded ecosystems while preserving biodiversity. The question is, how can we translate these benefits and ideas into actions on the ground and in waters? And we must also take into account that water and aquatic food systems cross national boundaries. This we see, for example, in the work we do in the deltas. And thus, as we shape policies and actions plan at national levels, to include aquatic foods, we must also consider transboundary agendas. In this COP27, we can see that there's an opening for more space and recognition of food systems in a changing climate. And we have seen several pavilions dedicated to food. And therefore, we have a very good opportunity to build on this momentum and ensure that diverse aquatic foods are included as nature-based solutions for climate-resilient and climate-smart food systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tilsted. And thank you very much for highlighting the fact that we have an opportunity here at this COP that we really must take. I'd like to now turn to our next speaker, Henry Ovink, who is the first Special Envoy for International Water Affairs for the Kingdom of the Netherlands. He, as an ambassador for water, he was the first Special Envoy in 2015. And in that role, he's responsible for advocating for water awareness around the world, focusing on building institutional capacity and coalitions among governments, multilateral organizations, NGOs, and the private sector to address how the world can come together to address the pressing needs around water and help initiate transformative interventions. So over to you, Special Envoy.
Thank you so much. Shall I do it from here? Yeah, okay. But I shouldn't throw the microphone down, right? Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here just across the water pavilion. As a waterman in the food pavilion, we all know that water security helps ensure food security. Predominantly not the other way around. Currently, food security actually really impacts water security as an unprecedented scale and rate. So we have to get this right. And this COP, water and food, of course, goes hand in hand. While there's a road in between, I actually see there's many bridges across that, for sure. I'm also the lead for the Netherlands for the UN 2023 Water Conference next year, a next milestone and stepping stone. So not a SDG 6 conference, really for the first time in 46 years, a summit at the United Nations on water across sustainable development and climate action. Bringing the world together on water is not easy. We see a lack of capacity politically and economically for understanding the multiple values and the context of water. Water is underestimated, undervalued and abused across the world. Think about our aquifers. Those are our freshwater oceans, you could say. We deplete them at massive rates for agriculture, for food production, for industry and human consumption. Right now, half of the aquifers around the world are beyond their tipping point. And when that water is released, it will only become more saline in the water cycle. So it's not that we lose literally a drop around the world, but we lose the drops that really can actually empower communities most marginalized, women and girls first, and secure water security at large. So this is not so much on the aquatic food, but this is about the relationship between water and food. We have to get this right. It is not enough to say water sector fix the problem so we can have food security. It is a back and forth between two. Two examples. In prepping for the Climate Adaptation Summit, we hosted high-level roundtables on food security, because food security was a main driver for adaptation. I found myself in a room with ministers, professors, investors from public and private sector. People definitely outsmarting me. But after 5 hours of debate on food security in the context of climate, the word water wasn't mentioned once. So I asked the crowd of 40 experts, policymakers, politicians, and the ones that are responsible, how come? And they all looked at me, all 40 of them, and said, you fix it, this is your problem. Well, that is actually not working. It also shows how water is seen as a sector of predominantly male engineers. Well, I'm a man, I'm not an engineer, and also not a hydrologist, but this is the case. And also too old, way too old. That will not work. That will not get us to a food secure world. We have to embrace water and get the politics and the economics of water right to ensure that we can drive climate, food security, health, inequalities, and ensure that the world is more equitable, more sustainable, and more resilient. That is at stake for next year's conference, nothing less. But we know water is homeless at the UN. There is no home, there's no system, there's nothing to count on. So the conference next year is not about a declaration that's actually forbidden, because the modalities resolution says you can't agree on anything on water except for voluntary commitment, because we fight institutional and political capacity because we are afraid of the consequences. Getting water right will challenge the world with the fact that we radically have to change course on this. And we just don't want to look in the mirror as politicians, as policymakers, as private and public sector. Water cuts across every border. We know, 2/3 of all rivers are shared. 100% of all aquifers are shared. We, knowing that we share water, have to value water and manage water in a very inclusive, sustainable and equitable way. Second is aquatic foods. I teach, and at a certain point I was helping students at the Design Academy in the Netherlands. And one of them was a girl who was the daughter of a famous chef. And she was totally fascinated by her father's capacity to make the most incredible food creations. He was a Michelin star chef, he did amazing stuff. But she also came from the Netherlands, and she found out that there is forgotten food. And that forgotten food was aquatic food. And I remember, and this is over, I'm an old man, and this is over 20 years ago when she graduated. She wrote a book on aquatic foods, the forgotten aquatic foods. So we know, going back to our cultures, the systems where we come from, they can be indigenous, it can also be very local, that understanding how we depend on our natural resources, being water, soil, that help us to produce food, we can be far better in sync with our planet, and with becoming better in sync with our planet, we can actually provide food security for all, I'm pretty sure. But it really demands a rethink on where we come from, on how we deal and treat and value our natural resources, our planet, embrace that capacity to ensure that together, locally led, from the ground up, we can mitigate climate, adapt to a climate changing world, ensure that we stay close to that 1.5. I'm not saying I gave up hope on the 1.5, but it's challenging. But let's keep the 1.5 alive with everything we can, and ensure water security. And aquatic foods are a key driver to that. Not a silver bullet, in this world and the world we come from, silver bullets don't exist. And that is pretty much okay. Because we as humans are very good at making connections and thinking about a full scheme of solutions across all the interdependencies that we have. Don't forget the intelligence that we share as humans and societies is fully capable of looking at the complexity of these interdependencies. Silver bullets are the bullets of the past, are the basics for stupid infrastructure and stupid investments that actually got us to a place where we are now. We need comprehensive approaches that tick all boxes, and we will need many pathways forward, and I believe aquatic foods is a critical component of a more sustainable, more equitable, and more resilient food system. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And I think you have really made the point that we need to find solutions that are comprehensive, that help us tackle more than one problem at a time. And looking at food systems, looking at water together could take us quite a long way on the path to resilience. I would like to now invite Dr. Kalis Tindimugaya, who is a Commissioner for Water Resources Planning and Regulation at the Ministry of Water and Environment in Uganda, to now bring us a country perspective from the experience in his home country around this issue.
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to thank you and the organizing team for inviting me to give Uganda's perspectives. I come from a country where we have a lot of water, yet we are water insecure for a number of reasons: environmental degradation, high population growth, climate change, and many others. Interestingly, Uganda's water resources are wholly transboundary. 98% of Uganda is found within the Nile Basin. 69% of the water we have in the country comes from outside our borders. So I think, as has been mentioned, when we talk about water, we need to remember that this water is not only for one country. These are shared resources. And oftentimes when we are planning to use this water, say, for agricultural production, we always assume that that water is available. And I think from the water resources perspective, we are realizing that climate change is putting a lot of pressure on our water resources. We need water for hydropower generation. We need water for drinking. We need water for irrigation. We need water for industry. Uganda has traditionally depended on rain-fed agriculture, just because we have a lot of rainfall. But because of climate change, our dry seasons are increasing. The intensity of dry periods are increasing. So we find now that we have to irrigate. Our Ministry of Agriculture, which is responsible for spearheading food production and food systems, oftentimes thinks that water is available. And when you plan for irrigation, water is not brought into the discussion. Even when we are talking about competing uses, then everybody thinks that because food is important, then all the water should be for food. Our policy is that we provide water for drinking as our first priority, and any other use will actually be considered depending on the social and economic context of that area. So we right now have realized that we cannot continue just having discussions in silos. We need to come together and discuss collectively. I was invited 2 months ago by the Minister of Agriculture to talk to them about integrated water resources management, and I was surprised. The technical head of the Ministry of Agriculture actually told me, I didn't know that this water is actually not available for agriculture until we get permission from Ministry of Water. I did mention to them that if you are going to use the water, you have to apply for a permit. We issue permits for use of water, but we issue permits based on available water, first meeting drinking water needs before we actually provide water for other uses. I did inform them that if you plan for an irrigation scheme and you have not considered whether water is available, chances are that that irrigation scheme can be a white elephant. And indeed, we are seeing some of these because of gain of competition. Because of the need to increase food production, our Ministry of Agriculture has actually bought 3 drilling rigs. They want to start drilling boreholes. And I did tell them that You want to drill, you think water is just available for irrigation. I told them you have to apply for a drilling license because my ministry issues drilling licenses. And all of this was news to them. So actually I told them it's high time that you actually move out of your comfort zones and come closer to those, because you cannot talk about agricultural production without water. Again, irrigation is about bringing water to crops. If there is no water, you cannot talk about irrigation. Again, when you talk about aquatic food systems and foods, again, without water, you cannot talk about aquatic foods. Even when the quality of water is poor, then obviously, for example, the fish, you have had a lot of fish dying because the quality of water is poor. So again, we need an integrated approach to planning, development, and management of water and related resources. And I think Henk already mentioned that it's not just about water, it's also about ecosystems. That's why in our work in water resources management, we are looking at wetlands, we are looking at forests, the mountain areas, so that we protect them so that the water is available. So our challenge, I think, which we need to address is water going to be available to sustain our food systems, considering that water is needed for other uses. Right now in Uganda, we depend on hydropower. And the hydropower schemes are attracting a lot of private sector. By the time you reach, all hydropower sites have been actually licensed. And once water is committed, then it is not available for any other use, although hydropower is non-consumptive. So I must say that we cannot continue having discussions on sustainable food systems without bringing water into the discussion. More so now that climate change is manifest more in the water environment, too little water, too much water, too dirty water, and the teams, those working within the space of food production and food systems, need to come up and discuss with us. And for us, we feel that the catchment-based approach, which we have been spearheading over the last 10 years, where we bring all the stakeholders together to talk about the resource, how much is used and how much can we take advantage of it in the future, is the way to go. We bring the private sector, the civil society, the cultural institutions, government agencies to think together and plan together, and we feed through that approach, food systems will be sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you have now heard from our three speakers around the importance of ensuring that we manage our water systems sustainably and how they are tightly interconnected with our food systems. And we've also got a snapshot of the importance of looking at the food systems that exist within our water bodies, the aquatic food systems. So we have a lot of fodder for reflection, but I want us to get started on a short conversation. And I want to start with you, Shakuntala. So when you spoke, you talked about how blue foods can allow us to attain multiple SDG goals. Now, despite this, they've been largely ignored in the global conversation. From your vantage point, what is the important thing we need to do now to ensure that this is no longer the case?
Angela, before I answer that, let me closer. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Permit me to make a point. In the last 2 years, with the UN Food Systems Summit 2021, and then earlier this year, we had the Ocean Conference in Lisbon. And now we have COP27. So we have had 3 really important worldwide platforms. And it has been very refreshing to see the integration of food systems, water, and climate over these three platforms. And I do think that it's important that we keep this integration and we work further with it. At the UN Food Systems Summit, one of the solutions of many, but one of the solutions that some of us worked hard on including is food-based dietary guidelines at national level, and went further to ensure that these food-based dietary guidelines are sustainable. And also, we can move even further with water, because in many of the most progressive food-based dietary guidelines, the first principle is water for drinking, water for cooking foods, and water for washing hands. So these three platforms that have come in the succession of just 2 years really gives us an opportunity to move forward.
Thank you very much. Hank, you articulated that climate change is going to make the situation worse than it already is. And the accessibility of fresh water continues to be a challenge in many parts of the world. Are there ways we can address water usage in food systems to ensure that we have a sufficient supply in the face of climate change?
Yes, that's the shortest answer perhaps we got in this scope. But I'm happy to explain a bit. And to your point, Food Systems Summit, Oceans Conference, the COP now, we have the Biodiversity, CBD, coming up, Montreal, and then the Water Summit next year, so that makes it 5. And we need them all because, I must say, it was very tough to get water on the agenda of the Food Systems Summit, and we totally failed. Read the outcome document, the word water is not mentioned once. So talking about food security in the context of food systems, just forgetting about its critical resource, that without it, well, forget about food at all, being it fresh or salt. Well, an omission would be, the underestimation of this failure. So we have to get this right. The 5 can come together. If we look at climate, food, biodiversity, water, and the economics are of critical importance. And then, yes, there are many ways forward that we see in the context of how to address water scarcity, water security, for food security. I'm an optimist by birth, from a mother activist and a father engineer. They would have, I think if they're not capable because they're not with me at all, but if they would have known where we are here now, my mother would have kicked my ass, for sure. Get onto it. You're not moving as a world. So we know where we can go, but we lag behind on the actions. So that is the thing that I'm struggling with. And to your point, it starts with the basics, getting the basics right. 2022, billions of people, not millions, lack access to safe drinking water, hygiene, and sanitation facilities. The basic needs for every girl, boy, women, and men, and community to get to a level of security, let alone being it food, energy, and climate. If we don't fix these basics radically and rapidly, the matter of food security is actually not so important for them. So this mix of, and the pandemic, cynically speaking, was like an amazing campaign for wash. We said, wash your hands. Our mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, bosses, colleagues, presidents, kings, queens, princesses across the world. It didn't change anything on water security for the most vulnerable, the most marginalized. Still women and girls walk the wells every day for hours at the risk of being raped or dying along the way, can't go to school, lag behind in education. And so we have to get the fundamental basics right. On top of that foundation, many opportunities for food security. Right now, agriculture is drinking away 70, 80, in some parts of the world, 90% of water. It's not necessary. We can get to water security in a very sound way. There are many ways forward how we can make better use of water, reuse, reduce, and recycle. And actually, that brings you to my last point. That is the amazing part. If you think about water as a source for food, you think about it as a source. Ban Ki-moon always said as a source for life, but I would say as a source for collaboration and partnerships. Because everybody needs that drop. And we can share it if we work together from the ground up. Those solutions really will drive food security and energy security and resiliency and economic security, ensuring opportunities for everyone in society. So food security and the connection between water and food are a basic opportunity to get these fundamentals right, and if we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, get us closer to where we set the target. So I'm optimistic that we can, for sure, especially when we are with us. So let's expand ourselves out to ensure that we all do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've mentioned a lot about the last 2 years. These have been almost a watershed for the debate around food, around water. I want to ask a very tough question to Calist, and this is going to be the last question. And if you can be brief in your response, how then do we take all that talk and actually walk the talk? How do we bring it down to ensure that we're bringing water and our food systems together, water and our agriculture together? What would be, in very few words, your advice to intermediate from these global conversations to the farmer on the ground, to the consumer on the ground?
Thank you very much. Very interesting. First of all, we need to note that the ordinary person on the ground wants to survive. Doesn't care whether you are coming from the food systems angle, the water angle, the ecosystem. All he wants or she wants is a service. And I think we need to bring this discussion to the ground so that we bring all those farmers, all those civil society organizations, private sector, to start talking amongst themselves and realize that these things are interconnected. And we're already seeing this on the ground. We are changing the way people think about water, food, energy, ecosystem by bringing them together because we are targeting the same people. So the coordinated planning, the coordinated development, following a catchment, because water doesn't follow administrative boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I hope you were all listening very carefully, because he has just given you your homework. It's we're taking this message to the ground, to the people and the consumers and the farmers and everyone else who's affected. So thank you very much to the panelists. This has been a very exciting snapshot of things to come. We have a very engaging program for the rest of the day, where we're going to talk a lot more about blue food diversity, climate smart agriculture, water, bringing all these issues together. Now, before we part, Ambassador Peter Thompson of Fiji, who is also the UN Special Envoy for Oceans, charged with maintaining the momentum for action to conserve and sustainably use ocean resources, was unable to join us today. But of course, he did not want to miss this event, so he has sent us a message in a video which is going to be shown to you at this moment. So thank you very much. Please stay and listen to the message in his video, and please stay for the rest of the day, because there is a lot more to come. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all, and thank you for granting me this opportunity to address you today. At the outset, I remind that we do not live in ordinary times. The Secretary General of the United Nations has declared a red alert for humanity. Climate change now severely affecting land and ocean ecosystems around the world, and cataclysmic planetary consequences predicted by science if we continue along our current path. When you examine the growing complexities facing world food supplies, as we did at the UN Food Systems Summit this year in Rome and New York, it's clear that transformed aquatic food systems emerge as a prime element of future food security for humanity. Meanwhile, the High-Level Panel for Sustainable Ocean Economy has identified the development of sustainable aquaculture as a very significant contribution to the mitigation of climate change. In the UNFCCC's work, we have now adopted a secure place for ocean issues in recognition of the ocean climate nexus's important role in meeting the planet's mounting climate change challenges. Beyond that nexus is the fact that over half the oxygen produced in the planet's biosphere is produced in the ocean. But the ocean does not only fill our lungs, it also fills our stomachs. Ladies and gentlemen, the ocean and the freshwater lakes, rivers and streams that flow into it are essential sources of food and nutrition for the entire planet. In fact, that is too often taken for granted or forgotten. when planners and policymakers are handing out funds or deciding where to allow new construction or pollution to occur. So it's critical that we raise the profile of aquatic foods, or blue foods, and protect the well-being of the waters in which they live. With SDG 14 being the least funded of all SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, it's apparent that aquatic foods and ecosystems have fallen off the radar of many who plan and budget for the world's food security and nutrition needs. Common sense dictates we need to change that. For 3.3 billion people, aquatic foods provide at least 20% of their intake of animal protein. And in the tropics and many small island states, that number reaches above 50%. And it's not just protein, it's key vitamins and minerals, vital for infants and nursing mothers, for which fish, shellfish, and seaweed are excellent sources. I like to highlight the benefits of seaweed as a standout aquatic food. It's highly nutritious and has very light carbon footprints, maybe even negative ones. Women often have a lead in harvesting it, and it's often a small business start. Plus, as my granddaughter Rose will tell you from her daily intake, it's delicious. Fisheries and aquaculture, while vital to our food supply, depend on a healthy ocean. And like agriculture, they are vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Shifts in the abundance of fish and where they are found have already occurred as a result of changing conditions. So we need to act swiftly to improve management, especially in the tropics, protect food security, and protect fishing communities. We know how to do this. And in so saying, I point you in the direction of FAO's Blue Transformation Roadmap. What we need is the political will and the funding to back up that roadmap. Investments now in climate resilient fisheries management will help secure our blue food supply for tomorrow. We need to invest today in building sustainable agriculture for tomorrow's growing population, particularly in locations such as the African continent, where there is potential for a paradigm shift in protein production from well-planned, sustainable aquaculture. How we choose to feed ourselves will determine our carbon footprint and our destiny. And I have no doubt that moving at scale to sustainably harvested and cultivated aquatic blue foods will be a key element of that destiny. I wish you a fruitful interaction in today's consideration of this vital topic, and I thank you for your kind attention.
So thank you very much, and we look forward to see you in some of the subsequent events today. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for the second session here today on Blue Food and Water Day in the Food Systems Pavilion. So my name is Michelle Tichelaar. I'm a research scientist at Stanford Center for Ocean Solutions. And 3 years ago at Stanford, together with Stockholm Resilience Center and the EAT Foundation, we started an initiative called the Blue Food Assessment. And we started that precisely because of the reasons that Angela in the previous session highlighted, is that blue foods are very often left out of food system discussions and discussions about climate and health and the future of food. And we brought together over 100 different researchers from more than 25 institutions to look at the various aspects of blue foods in global food systems. And I don't think at that time any of us expected that a year later there would be the Blue Food Assessment would help lay the foundation for what was to become the Aquatic and Blue Food Coalition coming out of the UN Food Systems Summit. And then now here at COP27, we even have our own dedicated Blue Food Day. So we're really starting to see momentum gather around inclusion of blue foods into food system solutions. And as you may have already heard in the previous session, blue foods have a lot to offer us in terms of nutritious diets and low carbon diets. So on the nutrition end, blue foods, which are fish and shellfish, but also seaweed and microalgae that are grown in fisheries and aquaculture in ocean and freshwater environments. These foods are not only rich in protein, but they're also rich in many micronutrients such as vitamin A, iron, zinc, calcium, as well as a unique source of omega-3 fatty acids. And on top of that, many blue food species can be produced with carbon footprints that are equivalent to or lower than that of chicken, which is considered to be the most efficient terrestrial source food. So in that sense, they clearly deserve a seat at the table here at COP27. But one important thing to highlight about blue foods is that they are incredibly diverse. More than 2,500 species are produced either in fisheries or aquaculture. And so that means that we have really big diversity also in the nutrient content and the sustainability of all of these species. So for example, as Shakuntala likes to remind us, it's really the small fish species that are the most nutrient dense. So if we look at sardines and anchovies, they on average give us 8 times the iron, 5 times the omega-3 fatty acids, and 4 times the vitamin B12 of a serving of tilapia. At the same time, we already also see really big differences in carbon footprint of different types of blue food species. So for example, within fisheries, again, sardines are performing really well and have only a quarter of the footprint than say flounders do, which are caught using bottom trawling. So it's projected that over the next 30 years, blue foods demand is going to increase by 50%. So we see that it is really important to think about which species we invest in as blue food demand grows. And in that context, I'd also like to highlight that this sector is not free of its challenges. So first of all, we really see that there is multiple dimensions of sustainability that we need to think about, not just carbon footprint. And many fisheries and aquaculture production systems are plagued by things like overfishing or biodiversity loss or nutrient pollution. So we really need to enhance governance of these systems if they are to be part of sustainable food system solutions. And I believe the next session will be on sustainable governance in fisheries. At the same time, 90% of actors in fisheries production are small-scale actors, but we often see that they lack access to the resources that they depend on, or that they are not represented at the table when it comes to decision making. And then finally, of course, this is a climate arena, and blue foods, like other parts of the food system, are really challenged by climate change, and not just the heat extremes and the drought and the sea level rise and increased storms that we see on land. But for fish in particular, we also see that species are on the move, creating unique challenges for transboundary fisheries governance. And we also see that ocean acidification poses a unique challenge to this sector. So I'm very excited that blue foods, or aquatic foods as we also call them, finally have a place in this big climate arena. And I'm really pleased that today we are joined by 2 speakers who can tell us more, first of all, about the importance of blue foods for women and girls. And then secondly, we'll have a speaker who who can tell us more about the importance of blue foods for inclusive livelihoods. So first up, it's really my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Rahma Adam. She's a social inclusion and market scientist, as well as the Eastern and Southern African lead at World Fish. And she's going to talk to us about the importance of aquatic foods for women and children. Thank you, Rahma.
Thanks a lot, Michelle, for that very good introduction. I'm pleased to be here. As I've already been introduced, I'm Rahma Adam. I work for World Fish. I'm a gender, social inclusion, and market scientist. It's a pleasure to be with you here today to talk about aquatic food systems and the role and importance of aquatic food systems for people that, of different socioeconomic status, different class, different ethnicity, different age, men and women across the globe, especially the developing world. I think the first important thing for us is to understand that to get into a picture of the role of women in this sector. Where are they? So although women make up half of the overall workforce throughout the fisheries and aquaculture sector, the whole value chains, they occupy critical roles. Majority of them, they are disproportionately engaged in informal workforce, which then entails that they are lowest paid, lowest recognized, least stable positions within the fisheries and aquaculture value chain, very least skilled segments of the workforce. And they have less social protection. The labor laws are not in favor of the nodes of the value chain that they occupy. And in aquaculture sector, they actually they represent 28% of the workforce in the primary sector. That means in the production node of the value chain. And when you look at the fisheries, small-scale fisheries, women take up 18% of the workforce in the primary sector. So where are majority of the women? Majority of the women are in the post-harvest part of the value chain, which is estimated to be 50% of them. They are into trading, processing the fish, adding value to the fish, and getting the fish to the consumer, the last end consumer. So less of them are found in the upstream part of the value chain, where men dominate, owning the nurseries, growing the fish, doing wholesaling. So men are more into the high premium part of the nodes of the value chain. And we find our women and marginalized group, because of the low capital that they have to do this trade, they are found at the lowest part of the end of the value chain. So in addition for them to being the backbone of the building rural economy, women make significant contribution to household food security, nutrition, through fish, through farming, especially growing vegetables, vegetable garden, growing crops in the family, and at the same time they are responsible for care duties, which most of them are unpaid and undocumented as work. So while they are being encumbered with this triple role of reproduction, productive roles in the farm, as well as community work, we find our women to have limited access to information, key information like climate change information, like better farming practices. They don't have the information for extension services as men. Again, this could also be because of the mobility constraints of the social norms. They don't have the financial services. They are not in favor of them, getting the loans that they need to be able to do trading that is supposed to be done. They don't have the social protection and decent employment. But not only that, because of the social and cultural norms, they lack access to physical and physical capital resources. For example, in aquaculture, we would like them to have land where they could build a pond and grow their fish, participate in the upstream part of the value chain, or maybe even inherit a pond. But the majority of them, they are not able to, again, because of these social norms, and having land is an issue, especially in most patriarchal societies in sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia. And they're excluded in decision making within the nucleus, within the family, within the household. They're excluded, as well as within the villages where they are, to make community-based natural resource management. They are not pulled in as much as we would like them to be engaged and make sound decisions that will be good for their household food security, that will be good for their communities where they reside, in terms of managing the water bodies that is surrounding them, or the land, or any other resources that is around there. But not only that, even within the household, they receive fewer benefits from the activities that they engage, be in fisheries or aquaculture, be in agriculture. Usually the head of the household wants to take control of the financial resources or remunerations that are received from any productive engagements of economic engagement of the household. And they have fewer rights and privileges compared to men. Even, being able to be in the land title deed, it's a battle for most women in developing parts of the world in sub-Saharan Africa. And also another important thing is, because of in some places in Southeast Asia, for example, Bangladesh, they have limited control over markets and prices because of the social norms that hinder some of the women, especially, we'll say, medium income households, or because the households that are very poor, the woman of the very poor, or the woman is widowed, they can participate in the market because the husband might see the need because they are sick, or even because of the economic constraints. The whole family would not see as a barrier for women to participate in the market. But in cases where the family is doing sort of mediumly well, in some parts of Southeast Asia, it's hard for the women to participate in the market. They would want a man to be the one going to the market, selling the fish, or selling inputs, having a shop selling fish farm inputs, like nets, fish nets, fertilizers, fish feeds, among others. So because, there's that blockage, it hinders them from achieving the profits that we want them to achieve compared to men, not able to negotiate to get a good price because they are selling their products at the farm gate. So in the advent of climate change, which is the topic for today, women are the ones who face a lot of hurdles compared to men. As men, we'll find men during hurricanes or floods in certain parts of the world where, for example, where we work the most in Bangladesh, India, among other countries, it's easy for them to migrate to town, urban areas where there are no floods, where the economic activities are still vibrant, and be able to earn a living and bring their earnings back home. But for the women, they have to remain within their villages and take care of the household. And that forces them to go into short-term employments, which are not in favor in terms of the remunerations that we'll get at the end of the month. It's very little to be able to cater for the needs of the households. So then what can we do to address this problem? I think we have to think of it at different level. For example, at the micro level, there are stuff that we could always start doing. For example, World Fish has pioneered a lot of innovative tools for gender transformative approaches, which we have employed in various parts of the world, in Africa, And Catholic Relief Services have been able to scale it even in Latin America and other parts of Asia. So the gender transformative approaches can be done at the household level and at the village level or community level to increase the visibility of the work of women and change the perception or the mindsets of men and young men about the role and the contribution of women within the household and the economic importance of what they do to make the daily life of the household running and healthy and thrive. So that's at the micro level, but at the meso level, there are things that we could work with with the community-based organization, NGO research organizations like World Fish and other CGIAR and other NGOs that work at the ground level, at the local ground level. Work with the community-based natural resource management, CBNRM, in order to engage the participation of women to manage their resources, be in leadership positions, able to make decisions, and contribute to bringing more resources within their community and better governance because they know about their resources even much better, and they are able to actually, in some places where we have done study, we found that when women are put in charge of the community-based natural resources management, if they are leaders, there is less overfishing, more time to allow for increase in production of fish and biodiversity of fish. And last but not least, at the macro level, there's still work that we need to do to change the policy and to change the dialogue of the invisibility of women and the marginalized group in this sector through collecting sex and gender disaggregated data set that can speak to the work that women are doing so that we could bring to light the importance of their role in both fisheries and aquaculture sector and aquatic food system as a whole, and encourage better governance of the natural resources and ecosystem. Thank you.
Terrific. This works? All right, great. Thank you, Rahma, for such a interesting and important presentation and also ending us with a couple of solutions there. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Flower Masuya. Flower is a freelance senior researcher and consultant with over 30 years of expertise in seaweed aquaculture, and she currently is the founder as well as the chairperson of the Tanzania Seaweed Cluster Initiative. And she's here today to talk with us about inclusive livelihoods and climate-smart seaweed farming. Welcome, Flower.
Thank you very much for. Thank you very much for the introduction. So I'm going to share my presentation. Okay, so as has been mentioned, I'm going to talk about what we do in Tanzania with these small-scale seaweed farmers to produce seaweed as food in this climate environment. The seaweed industry in Tanzania started in 1989, and it is employing more than 40,000 farmers, and among these, more than 80% of them are women. The production is at 14,000 tons of dry seaweed per year. It has been proved to be a very good economic livelihood activity. The people get money to cater for their daily lives and so on. And for the Zanzibar Islands, this industry is very large because it contributes 7.6% of the GDP, and also it is the third largest industry that brings forex to the islands. We are farming two species. One is called spinosum, and another one is called courteous. Now, these seaweeds are valued according to the gel that is extracted from them for industrial uses. The gel extracted from spinosum is lighter, is thinner than that extracted from courteous. As a result, the price of spinosum is half that Cotonou. So Spinosam sells at 20 cents of a dollar per kilo, whereas Cotonou sells at 40 cents of a dollar per kilo. But the industry also has a lot of challenges. There are other challenges, but the main one is the climate change, the increase in seawater temperatures, which is resulting into diseases and pests. We have ice disease, we have wepifiers that are killing the seaweed in some seasons and causing the decrease in the production. And we talked of the higher valued cotonou. It is not growing anymore in many areas because of the increased temperature. It is very sensitive, and we are seeing more and more the farming becoming seasonal. So what we do is we have been doing is to develop climate smart farming and value addition technologies. We are producing technologies to farm the seaweed into deep water. So moving our farmers from shallow water to deep water areas so as to produce this higher valued seaweed cotonou. We have developed some technologies, but what we have recently we are working on is tubular net that we copied from other countries. In this one, we are making tubular nets using 3 inches mesh fishing nets, and then the seaweed is placed and inside the nets and is cultivated inside the nets in the deep water areas. So what we have seen so far is that with the tubular nets, with farming in the deep water areas, the higher valued seaweed, which is a very good source of food and income, can be produced. For example, one group produced 3 tons of fresh seaweed in just 12 weeks. So it means that with deep water farming, they can produce more seaweed, and the seaweed is also cleaner. It doesn't come into contact with sediment so much. It doesn't break so much. So this way, our people can produce this seaweed as food. Now, in the rafts as well, our women place basket traps so they can harvest seaweed and fish in the same area. For example, they can harvest up to 47 kilograms in 1 month. We are also developing the processing technologies. The small-scale farmers are producing a number of products from seaweed that are used as food. We have things like noodles, juice, jam, even the seaweed itself as a salad, as a cooked as vegetable. So all this food from the ocean is produced by the people to eat and also to sell to other people as a source of livelihood. But it is not without challenges. We have, we said that most of our people, our farmers are women who cannot swim and they do not own boats. And we are talking about this tubular net technology. We need more optimal technologies, and we have limited market for the products our farmers, our women are producing. So in order to produce more food in the ocean, seaweed is food. We need to develop technology, we need equipment, we need swimming lessons for our women, and we need collaborative effort to produce more seaweed as food from the ocean. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Flower, for sharing all those underground examples over there in Zanzibar. I would like to start with one question, and I'll ask the same question to the both of you. First to Rahma. Here at COP27, we're now talking about blue foods here in this pavilion, but what would you like leaders at COP27 to achieve when it comes to fisheries and aquaculture and food systems here in Sharm?
Thank you. Thank you. I think I have 3 points I would like the leaders of COP27 and the champions who are working in climate change sector, aquatic food sector, water systems, to really take into consideration. I'm wearing my gender and social inclusion hat, so the focus is going to be mostly on that. And so one of the first things that I would like to take into account is to make sure that there's a need of visibility for women, marginalized groups, indigenous people, and the poor who are working in this sector, small-scale fisheries and the aquaculture sector, to be at the forefront of what we want to really achieve within the climate change arena. Because if the data does not speak to their situation or to where they are in terms of participation, in terms of the hurdles they face in order to get the resources that they need, then it will be hard for us to find impact pathways of change for women, marginalized groups, and indigenous people in order to bring economic empowerment, which is much needed for this group, and better livelihoods for them. So the data, the way the statistics now are being presented, even the report that was released by FAO just recently, the focus more is heavily focused on the upper part of the value chain, the production node, where majority of the women and people of high social capital and financial capital are involved. So excluding a big chunk of people, especially women and marginalized groups, and you know, the activities that they do, like gleaning among others that they do, it's not documented, which is a pity. So that focus needs to shift, and the focus of most of the data is looking at economic, meaning the profits earned and the premiums earned, while it's not looking at the activities that our women do, like, you know, mending the nets, taking care of the household, cleaning the ponds in most parts of Africa and Southeast Asia, which they are not even paid. So there is a need for that, because once we have that, then we will really elevate the situation and find better ways for them to be empowered. And so that's the statistics part and the gender disaggregated part. But another part that is also very important is to find ways for different stakeholders, be NGO, private sector, the government sector, and other multilateral organizations to work together to find better social protections programs that could provide a safety net to our women, especially during climate shocks, when there is floods, when there is hurricanes, as we have seen in several parts, for example, in Mozambique, in Bangladesh, where the men migrate out and then the women are left and the jobs are scanty and they have nowhere to go, and they still have to take care of their family. So if there is a better way of finding mechanism or a model that could help during shocks, that will be really good for the poor and the women who are left behind and they have nowhere to go. And then last but not least is to be able to get the people who are working at the grassroots, their voices to be heard, meaning people who are working in small-scale fisheries to be well represented at the table. So making alliances as researchers with them and making sure that they have a seat here, so that we could really hear from what they are really facing on the ground and what needs they want, not us. The approach now, a lot has been on top down, but it will be good to bring that bottom-up approach. They can tell us where they see they need the change and how we can achieve it, so that there is a co-creation of information and knowledge and solution. And there is a lot of buy-in, because then they are there at the table discussing with us what needs to be done. Yeah.
Thank you, Rahma. So from you, I'm hearing data for the things that are currently unaccounted for. I'm hearing social protection during climate shocks, and I'm hearing bringing in the voices of marginalized people into these climate and other spaces. Flower, what would you like leaders at COP27 to achieve in fisheries, aquaculture, and food systems?
Thank you very much. The whole idea of COP is to deal with climate change. That is, when we talk of marine, when we talk, is becoming more and more of a big problem. So, my expectation from COP27 there is that they will come out. They will come up with ways of helping small-scale workers in the, for example, developing countries like Tanzania, like Kenya, like Mozambique, Madagascar, who are farming seaweed, for example, in Africa, to cope with climate change and bring and produce more seaweed. We are seeing the challenge of our farmers being forced to farm low-valued products, to have low-valued products because of the climate change. We are seeing our farmers stopping to farm during certain seasons because they cannot continue farming at that time. So I would like to see actions, strategies on how to make these small-scale farmers and processors really continue working in this important industry like aquaculture, like seaweed, that is used as food, to continue working under this stressful climate environment. And also when we talk about this aquatic food and the climate change, we also see that a lot of them are women. Okay, a number of women are working, and even in the case of like marine aquaculture, like seaweed, we see most of them are women, whether it is farming or processing. So, what are the ways that can help the women to help more inclusion of women in this kind of industry? How can we make sure that the women are working in safe environment? They are working in an environment where they can produce the food in a more safe environment, in a more profitable environment, so that they can balance between the work they do in the ocean and what is they are responsible for at home, taking care of the families and so on. And also we have the issue about the health issues of these farmers, women and the others working in the marine environment, for example, producing food like seaweed. They work in very harsh conditions. So how can we really lessen this kind of situation? What can be done to help them have less stress, to help them have less diseases and so on? So these are the issues that I expect to see as actions or strategies from COP27.
Terrific, thank you, Flower. So what I'm hearing there is, first of all, protections for small-scale actors against climate change impacts. Also really especially highlighting the role of women therein. And then finally, I guess, realizing that these communities are not only vulnerable to climate change, but also can bring us many of the solutions that are part of options available to us. So no big deal, I guess. In addition to solving climate change, we're also massively flipping the power structures of society to solve these challenges. And now, with 10 minutes remaining in the session, I wanted to see if anyone in the audience has any questions for either of our speakers. Shakuntala.
Thank you, Michelle. I don't have a question, but a suggestion as to how we can move, one way to move forward. I do think we have indicators of women's time on different activities, also in the seaweed production, as Flower mentioned, and the intensity of labor and the other activities that are done at household level. And we have also indicators that we can use for safety of women in the work they do in the sea. And I do think we should use these indicators much more, get the data, collect the data, and bring that data in numbers to the forefront. And that would maybe speed up the kinds of solutions that we are looking for. We need some more data on the workload of women, the intensity of workload, and on the safety issues.
Challenge today. Rahma, do you have any comments on this idea that there are certain data sets out there that could be useful, but maybe they're not all integrated or available in the right way, and they're still missing data? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's the part I was emphasizing. Sex and gender disaggregated data that has a big gender and social inclusion lens. It's really important in order to elevate the issues that, the engagement of women and other marginalized groups, including children and youth in this sector. So what Shakuntala is saying is very important. There is some data here and there, but it's not robust. We could not say we have a multi-country data that really shows these trends. Illuminating Hidden Harvest, which is one of our, WorldFish is part of this big project, which is headed by, Duke University, FAO, among other universities, trying to really go deep into understanding not only the roles of women and men in the small-scale fisheries, but also where they are at in terms of the nodes that they participate, be production, be input supplier, be processor, trader, where they are at, what are the hurdles, I think they might have even collected some time, but it's not as detailed as what Shakuntala you have described in terms of the involvement. So more needs to be done, and we hope through this, if there's another round of Illuminating Hidden Harvest, we could do what Shakuntala is proposing, or from other projects. We could just focus on that, and that would be a very good output to shed light on this. So thanks, Shakuntala.
Thank you. And Flower, from the systems that you work in Tanzania, can you comment on what is and isn't known about the role of women in aquatic food systems?
Yes, really, I appreciate what Shakuntala was saying, because, we have these women working in very harsh conditions, and actually, the working in the ocean is really labor intensive, as she was saying. But if we look at the data everywhere, information, how much is known about these women's hard work? How much is known about what they go through compared with, for example, prices of the products that they are selling? So it is very important for us, for all of us, to have this kind of data to show the plight of women, to show how hard the women are working, and to see if really the hard work they are putting is giving a reward to them. So without having this kind of data, if we are only aggregating data and saying, oh, farmers, whatever production, marine production, water production, we need to really disaggregate and say this part of women working hard, their labor, their health, and their production. All these need to be really dealt in separate issues and very clear for everyone to know this.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from the audience?
I would like to add is one of just most of the data that we have collected in the past has been qualitative in nature. We need to strengthen, adding the quantitative part and documenting time-wise how their engagement is compared to men. So, yeah.
I would love to use that school teacher strategy of just staring everyone down until there is a question. Yes, we have one in the back. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Gregory Spira. I'm from CARE Canada. And like you, we are gender equality champions. And one thing that we've been seeing a lot in the move towards multilateral funds and large, broad food system supports is an inclusion of gender equality into programming. But that inclusion usually is restricted to increasing participation of women, or as some scholars call it, the add women and stir model. And so I'm just wondering, how do we convince donors that that is not enough?
Okay, so I guess the question is, how do we convince people that we need to move from gender inclusion to more gender transformative approaches?
Thank you. That's a very good question. I think we have evidence. Thanks for that question. We have evidence of the importance of gender transformative approaches that we can share from the World Fish side, moving from just inclusion and participation or engagement, but seeing wanting to see the change that we want to see from the bottom up. And the good thing is some of the work that we have done, for example, in Zambia 5 years ago, has been taken up by the Catholic Relief Services. And they have, for gender transformative approaches, but they have added a lens of financial inclusion into it through savings and lending farmers group, within the villages that they work, changing the perceptions of men and women. And they've scaled it out to 9 countries, 8 in Africa, and 1 in Latin America. So, us as researchers, for example, World Fish and CJR, there's so much that we can do in order for us to do scaling, but partnering with big NGO institutions that are interested in development and change, like Catholic Relief Services, among others, we can be able to move, at a better mileage or longer mileage that way, like what Catholic Relief Services have been able to do just in the past 2 years through the work that we did with them in Zambia. Then they took it farther to those other countries. So I think there needs to be a lot of collaboration and working together as stakeholders within research organization and development NGOs, so that we can make the change that we can do the change that we want to see. And of course, we need gender sensitive budgeting within the countries themselves, within the government themselves, through the ministries of gender and women, or rural livelihoods or agriculture per se, to have that budget that is working towards women empowerment and improving, basically increasing gender equality and reducing inequalities. So if we have the budget and the buy-in from the government, because as entities, ourselves, researchers or development agency, there's so much that we can do on the ground. But if we really want to move farther, there needs to be also partnership within the countries that we work with to get that buy-in. Even in the surveys that they do, to really make sure that issues of women empowerment in aquaculture and fisheries, as well as agriculture, is embedded in their country big surveys that they usually do once a year, so that they can really even themselves see that, well, there's a gap here, we need to do something. And through that, then they can see the need to at least slice a portion of their pie towards advancing that. Of course, as we work towards COP also, this COP 27, we also, the multilateral organization, will see the need also to slice a pie for advancement of women matters in agriculture and aquaculture sector. So much more needs to be done at all sectoral level, disciplinary level, working together to create the change we want to see.
Thank you, Rahma. I think that's a really good message to end on. Unfortunately, we're at time. I'm personally quite pleased. We started with a session on climate and nutrition and aquatic foods and ended up talking a lot about gender and small-scale livelihoods. So I think this further emphasizes that in addition to breaking down barriers between climate, food, biodiversity, water, we also really need to include the social agendas in that transformative change. I'd like to thank Rahma and Flower, both of you, for your excellent contributions to this discussion. Thank you so much for joining us. And hopefully in the next couple of COPs, we'll get beyond talking here and see more inclusion of aquatic foods in our nationally determined contributions, our national adaptation plans, and also the Coronivia process. So thanks so much and enjoy the rest of your day.
sound guy.
Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check mic. Check mic.
How are you? Nice to see you.
With that cable, people trip. Check, check, check.
So we have two microphones that you can kind of pass along. And then I know you know this, but just as close as possible to your mouth. Just so they can't hear me breathing. Yes, just breathe right into it.
If we can sit down, please. Sit. Great. If everyone could take their seats, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Danny Nierenberg. I am president and co-founder of Food Tank, which is a research and advocacy organization devoted to highlighting stories of hope and success in food and agriculture systems and aquatic systems across the globe. And we are really thrilled to be here at COP and to be partnering with such amazing folks at the Food Systems Pavilion. It's been a real pleasure and honor to work with them. And I'm really, really excited to be here today to discuss blue and aquatic foods and water systems and their potential to contribute to our efforts to achieve net zero emissions from food and agriculture and aquatic systems, to support food and nutrition security, and of course to impact the climate crisis and to make really positive impact. So during this session, we're going to hear from a great panel of experts who will discuss what we need to do to ensure that we harness this potential and help develop more resilient communities. So I'm going to introduce our panelists. First, we have Martha Delgado, who's at the end. She's the Mexican Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights, and Sherpa the High-Level Ocean Panel. Thank you for joining us. Please give her a round of applause. Next, I'd like to welcome Rose Labreche, the Manager of International Ocean Policy and Fisheries in Canada. Thank you so much for being here. Round of applause for Rose. Let's keep this energy up, people. Next, it is my true honor to have someone I've spoken to in the past, Karen Ross, the Secretary of the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Thank you so much, Secretary. And last but not least, we have Darko Matakovsky, the head of global development at the Global Water Partnership. Again, a round of applause for them all. As I said, it's a true honor to be having this discussion at COP. I don't think aquatic food systems are brought up enough at these kinds of conversations. So what a pleasure to be here collaborating with all of you and having this discussion. We're going to give each of our panelists 5 minutes, and I really mean 5 minutes. I will cut you off, even the secretary. So it's for them to give opening remarks. So Martha, if I could start with you, please, to help set the stage.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure and a privilege to me, starting by thanking Environmental Defense Fund, organizer of this session, and of course our colleagues here. I am going to save time, not mentioning each of you. So as you know, this second session addressing sustainable governance and management interventions in aquatic food and water systems to ensure food and nutrition security facing the adverse effect on climate change. A lot of words for these statements. Each word that I mentioned has a full back on a lot of work that we have to do, and it is a pleasure for me to briefly share what we are doing in this matter. So Mexico is an oceanic nation. Mexico is a sea. Is proud to be part of a high-level panel of a sustainable oceanic economy. And this initiative have encouraged all the members, 17 countries, to position a strategic plan for the management. And I want to share with you the experience of being there for the last 4 years, because this multilateral body, which is not really it is not an organization, it is such a coalition of countries interested of the matter of the ocean, but mixing the challenges of sustainable management, I mean ecologic balance in ocean, and economic approach, because millions of people live from the ocean and need the ocean to live. So this balance that we need to understand and encourage due to the need of developing this industry allowed all the countries, the member countries, to plan oceanic, to make oceanic plans in order for us to achieve in having the sustainable management of the ocean, but also the economic approach, as I have said. So Mexico officially launched the implementation strategy of sustainable ocean economy 2021-2024 recently. And I want to just mention the three directly impacts that we are following with this plan. First, to create inclusive governance and culture of shared management. Second, implement the Ocean Panel Call, which is the ocean-based climate action by increasing investments in ocean-based renewable energy, green shipping, sustainable food production, nature-based solutions, and also the capture of storage of carbon in geological formations in the deep soil of the sea in Mexico, and establish and effectively manage the marine protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures. I want to just finish here my 5 minutes, but we are, of course, aware of the urgency of the proper management of ocean in a country that we have our own ocean, the Cortez Sea, but also we have shores in the Atlantic, in the Pacific, and the Caribbean. So we are basically an oceanic country.
Thank you so much, Martha. That was amazing. I really appreciate it. And thank you for keeping under time. Congratulations. Rose, I'd like to turn to you next.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me today. So I had a few slides. I don't know if they're going to come up, but essentially one of my roles here talk about, there we go, the Aquatic Blue Food Coalition. So this is a coalition that's multi-sectoral, so it features government, it features NGOs, it features other interested stakeholders. But first, I'll maybe just scroll back a little bit and talk about what blue foods and what aquatic foods are for those who aren't super familiar. Essentially, it's any wild harvested or cultured and cultivated marine and fresh water species. So this covers fish, shellfish, plants, algae, and there's about 2,500 different types of species that are taken from these ecosystems for livelihoods and to feed people. As you know, it's a massive protein source for many nations and many people across the globe. And not only that, but it also offers livelihoods to over 800 million people globally, often women and children as well. So it's a really, really important sector and economic driver. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, if not, well, I'll just continue. Oh, there we go. And can we move to the next slide? So I just want to speak about what this Aquatic Blue Foods Coalition is. So as I mentioned, it's cross-sectoral, and it features 30 plus members. There's also academia there as well, industry and research institutions, in addition to governments and NGOs. And essentially the goal of this coalition is to raise the profile of blue foods as a key solution to a number of different global issues such as poverty, malnutrition, climate resilient food systems, and gender inequality. And in addition, we're trying to mobilize support for countries and regions to integrate blue foods into their food systems. So essentially, we're looking to raise the profile of aquatic blue foods into key decision making. Additionally, the coalition is somewhat new. It was developed in response to the 2021 UN Food Systems Summit, and then it was officially launched via a declaration at the 2022 UN Oceans Conference, which took place in June of this year in Portugal. And so we're really excited to kind of continue the momentum and galvanize all of the amazing things that happened this year to bring it forward into future years to raise that profile of blue foods, as I mentioned. To speak about the Canadian context, if we could go to the next slide, please. So in terms of what Canada is doing with respect to blue foods initiatives, there are multiple things because similar to Mexico, Canada is an ocean nation. We have 3 oceans, Pacific, Atlantic, and the Arctic. And so although there's some words on the slide there, I'm going to speak about a new initiative that our Prime Minister just announced on the margins of the G20 over the weekend. We just announced $84 million towards IUU fishing, so that's illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, to support developing nations in the Pacific, specifically SIDS countries and PSIDS countries, because this is a massive problem. As we all know, overfishing of the oceans is destroying our ocean health, it's destroying our ocean wealth, and it's contributing to a number of different issues such as food insecurity, and is causing a lot of problems for the health of our ecosystems. So that's a massive thing that Canada is really proud to have contributed to. And then similarly to Mexico and the United States, we are also a member of the Ocean Panel. And we are working towards not only developing our own sustainable ocean management plan, 100% of sustainably managed oceans by 2025, but we're also looking to help other nations develop their own sustainable ocean planning. So those developing nations that are require capacity, we are looking to ensure that over the next several years that Canada is devoting a lot of time and effort towards helping other nations develop their own sustainable ocean management plans. So with that, I thank you.
Exciting and also under time, but all of that information so great. Thank you so much. Darko, keep on time.
Okay, now it's on. Okay, thank you. So thanks, big thanks to EDF also for inviting this panel. So I'm going to talk about water more than the ocean part of things, about fresh and about the need.
Darko, stick it next to your mouth.
Stick it next to my mouth. Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to talk about fresh water rather than oceans, and about collaboration. I can't bring it closer. It would be improper. So I think in terms of collaboration and what we need, it's interesting to see on the global level, we're at a global event. We've got actually the water pavilion on the other side, and that is, I think, a good signal about the need for collaboration between food systems and water, even though we have like a highway or road in between, but I think we're getting there. So I think I'll give you 5 points about why we need global collaboration and what that could look like. And maybe really start by explaining or trying to kind of nudge the understanding of why water is so important, in particular for food systems. Of course, water is the driver of change. So any extreme has a negative impact on nature, on people, on society, on economy, is actually water driven when it comes to drought or flood or water scarcity when it's related to, or heat waves when it's related to water scarcity. Now, how does this relate to land? Of course, the way you manage land, for example, for food production, if we talk about land-based food production, impacts the global hydrological system, right? So the way you manage land impacts evaporation patterns that then where and how much it rains. So even there you've got like a global aspect of why water is important for food systems. Now, number one, why collaboration? Of course, because we need to position within the food system complexity water at the right place. If you ask anybody to draw you the food system, the really complex map of things, you'll see that water is like a tiny little piece somewhere. Water should be on the top because frankly, without water, there will be no food at all, right? So that's number one. There needs to be a global understanding of how we position water and where. Number two, the economics of water. Of course, water is undervalued, and we need to understand how the actual value of water could be more collaboration. We need to move from framing water as a public, which is basically a correction of something the private sector isn't doing correctly, to common good, which is a joint goal for which we have to collaborate to achieve. Number three, water is a joint resource. It's transboundary. So, of course, how we can collaborate more. Thank you. All right. Better, perhaps. How we can collaborate more in terms of reaching transboundary agreements and understanding how, in the context of climate change, we can actually manage the use of water in a collective way in terms of how we prioritize where water goes and what it's used for. Number four, data. Of course, we need data to understand the complexity of water, where it fits. We need to understand what water risk means when it comes to food security, when it comes to irrigation, and so forth. Equity is very important here in a global context. When we trade food, what you're in essence doing, you're also trading water extracted, which we call invisible water. So this is a very big global issue that brings the equity and justice part in. And number five, when it comes to innovation and solutions and technology in particular, how do we agree on the global level, the regional level, to actually use low-tech, low-cost solutions that can actually improve food security in the climate change context, in particular drought. For example, things like perennial seeds or things like drip irrigation. So I'll stop here. I hope I am under time also.
Kept some under time. I'm impressed with you. Thank you.
And switch to microphones.
Secretary, you get the final word on these opening discussions.
So not a lot left to be said. I'm so glad I'm following you, and I'll be the one to blow it. You can count on it. I'm Karen Ross, and I'm from California. California is the United States' most productive agricultural state. And in fact, we grow a number of crops that are grown in few places in the world because of our Mediterranean climate. But because of that Mediterranean climate, our water falls at certain times of the year, and climate is changing everything about our water system. We have a very built water system for irrigated agriculture, which is common in the West, increasingly important across the globe. So you've heard these really good points. I'm going to focus on the water you can't see, our underground aquifers, because stewardship of these aquifers will in fact be a huge reason for how we can produce food or not. And it was in 2014 in our drought that has continued with 2 years of interruption of precipitation, we passed the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act to bring those aquifers into balance. I want to use this as an example because it also introduced a new concept of local management, that there was not one big state solution to this. It was going to depend upon local governance, that state could supply data and modeling and information and technical assistance and facilitation. Facilitation is important because if you're going to manage what is already an overdrawn aquifer system. You have to be in the demand management, decision making, and implementation, and that comes with hard decisions and pain. And that's where we are. We are now in this extended drought implementing the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, where farmers, in particular for irrigated agriculture, are getting their allocations and making decisions of what crops to grow, where to grow them, and what grounds to fallow. One of the things we're focused on is we do not want bare ground for air quality reasons, but we also could turn any of that land into groundwater storage, carbon storage. It could be the land that is needed to reconnect our refuges, wildlife habitat, and renewable energy. So what's happening across there on the water, energy, climate nexus is what we're living with every day. And we have passed legislation and have some funding to be strategic, not do haphazard, you farmer have to fallow, but try to be strategic to think about the community and the region as a whole. That's very hard to do. That's where having good information, good data, and transparency of the data will be helpful. We do a lot of facilitation because the communities that surround agriculture depend on that same underground aquifer for their drinking water. They cannot be left out of the conversation.
Sure.
And it's too easy to go to the people with the most land or the deepest pockets to make the decisions of what water goes where. We have to bring the other voices to this conversation because the whole community is going to be impacted by fallowing of land, what crops are being grown, and how the decisions are being made. So if there's one thing we take away from this, the water we can't see, we cannot mortgage our future by not starting to do much more active management of that water now. It is going to require partnerships, and that's where I have to give kudos to EDF, Sustainable Conservation, the Nature Conservancy. It's not going to be solved by one entity alone. It's going to take all of us working together. And three, we have to be intentional about making sure we're being inclusive in our outreach and in that decision making, which brings me back to the information and data and the transparency and the ease of availability for that. The last thing I want to touch on is in California in the last 2 years, what we have normally counted on as runoff from snowmelt in our mountains has literally evaporated in our dry watersheds. So we have to do our modeling not just based on historical data, but incorporating better forecasting and evapotranspiration. We know that we will have 10% less available water because of evapotranspiration, a new factor to consider as we try to grow the food for nutrition with less. And that's the feature we're living right now. It arrived 20 years early for California. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Martha, I think the Secretary brought up some interesting points that you alluded to in your opening remarks about the need for inclusiveness, and including inclusive governance and management. But from what I see, it's very hard to involve fisher folk in these conversations. And how do we make sure that we are bringing their voices in, but not hindering the work that they do so hard every day? I mean, it's how I'm more familiar with terrestrial systems, and whenever you try to get farmers to come into these conversations, it's during planting time, it's during harvest time. The fishers are working every day. So how do we make this inclusiveness real?
Well, sometimes we are focusing the negotiations in a very big industry of fisheries because the bulk of the pollution, or economically speaking, is on the industrial side. But if we are to really change the approach of sustainable management, it is mandatory to include not just the voices, but also to understand the meaningful needs of the fishers around the world. And there are very different needs. Mexican fishers has very different needs if you compare with Canadians or maybe with the US. In Mexico, for example, we have a lot of fishers relying on the daily basis fishers for living. Fisheries and the practices of how the arts of fisheries are very different too. So the first thing that we are trying to do is through the several NGOs that are working inland in Mexico in the coastal areas. We are trying to approach fishers for knowing how of the bulk of the income of these families are coming from the sea, how to improve their arts, how to support them in order for them to still in this industry, in this activity, but also how to diversify their incomes with other kind of activities. It is a mix. It is not one thing. It is a mix of different solutions that we have to propose and to start piloting with them in the land. Why I am saying this? Because there are seasons, for example, where fishers also are doing touristic services in the Mexican coastal areas. But also the hotels are consuming the fish of the day from them.
Sure.
And we need to value this work. We need to value also the artisanal fisheries that they are also passing through different generations. And also, I want to highlight the women's role, because women are also involved in the fisheries. They are carrying, for example, the gasoline. They are selling the fish at the market, and they are also promoting the consumption of fish for families. So, as a matter of fact, the women has a very important role on this, and we need also to include the voices of women in this field.
Hear, hear. Thank you so much, Martha. The role of women in fisheries is so important and so under-recognized. Rose and Darko, if I can turn to you both. You know, you've both, I think, brought up some very important points about data and transparency. But again, if we're trying to create inclusive governance that involves everyone, including the fisher folk, including the people who manage aquifers, farmers especially, how do we make sure that the data is really transparent and usable for these folks?
Okay. Well, it depends what kind of data you're talking about. What I was referring to mainly is to understand how can we create systems of incentives for actually having more hydromet data and other water-related information so that we can actually embed that into, for example, financing decisions and other things so that we can ensure that it could be inclusive. I think it's an entirely different question if we talk about the actual farmer on the ground and how we can create systems of incentives for them to contribute data. On that, I think the context of data might not be as relevant for water management, for example. But when we talk about larger industry, for example, that is using water, we need to understand, you know, we have to have data on where is the basin scarce. If it is, how much of the water being used is replenished, who has the rights, what is the sequence if there is a drought or flood, for example, if we will go to drinking water, if it's going to go for irrigation, or if it's going to go for something else. So this is what I meant in terms of course, the inclusiveness question is important in the water management context, in particular for women and children, which is beyond data, but it's the fact that in over 2 billion people, women and children have to walk up to 15 hours a day to a water source.
Sure.
It's time that can be used going to school, so they get left behind in education and also for employment, for example.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't really answer your question fully, but...
No, that's great. It's good, really good points. Thank you. Rose?
From the Canadian context, what I can say is that obviously in our fisheries sector, we have a lot of coastal and indigenous communities that we rely on not only for understanding of anecdotal evidence with respect to the changing ecosystems, but also who fish for their livelihoods and whatnot. And so it's really, really important that there is a good communication or good linkages between them, the government, but also industry as well. And so I think the government can play a really key role as kind of an interlocutor to make sure that
that industry and associations are speaking to our indigenous and coastal communities, but also that we adhere to some of the principles of UNDRIP when it comes to our indigenous communities. So FPIC is really important, free, prior, informed consent, when we are out there speaking with them, and that we're ensuring that we're integrating their perspectives into any decision making going forward. From the Government of Canada's perspective, I know that we strive for transparency and we strive for sharing as much information as possible, but in putting information online is not necessarily the only way that we can do that. A lot of it comes through those individual connections and making sure that we continue to create those robust relationships with communities across the country.
That relationship building is key. And Secretary, I mean, that's a lot of your work, relationship building with farmers, with coastal communities, with making sure that aquifers are really understood as this important source of water. And if we don't protect them, they will disappear.
Right. And that does take, I really want to emphasize the personal relationship building and the importance of trusted community-based organizations. We learned a lot in COVID. There's a lot of things I'd like to put in the rearview mirror, but there's some really important learning lessons. And yes, we can do things virtually, and that's really important as long as it's a technology that's accessible to some of our disadvantaged communities and it's language appropriate. Sometimes the language is a technical thing. It's cultural interaction, communication, and not understanding that doesn't create the same baseline understanding of what is or what is not. The other thing is that we live in a time of skepticism about science, and we're very much based, we want science-based decisions. We want science to inform the appropriate technologies and the innovation going forward, but we all have to have some trust in that science, which comes back to the communication of the science. And the last thing is, we are dealing with volatility like we've never seen before, and government tends to be pretty static and slow-moving. I mean, it's just the way it is, going through a regulatory process. We are experimenting, and this is a grand experiment, of really how do we improve the health of our rivers at the same time we're doing groundwater management with adaptive management, that we all sit at the table together as we collect the data from good monitoring to really be able to adapt to the kinds of erratic changes in our precipitation patterns and our hotter, drier future. So all of that together is necessary, it is complicated, and it starts with thinking from the people at the local community ground out, meaning ground out across the state, to really think this through together and understand who's not at the table that should be included to get to better decisions.
Absolutely. Darko.
Thanks. No, I think that's an excellent point. I just wanted to add that when we look at, for example, California, who are doing really excellent work on groundwater, if we take that sort of in the global context in development, it becomes a lot more difficult, because what we see in water usually are three things that are the bottlenecks. It is lack of transparency, lack of accountability, and huge fragmentation of responsibility, right? And what we see there is that countries or municipalities around river basins or basin organizations, they are not willing to share the data, right? Because the water rights are, again, they're the way that they're given or sold are not inclusive at all, do not represent sort of inclusiveness and the needs of different communities. So I think data here is really important, and in particular when in the context of having collaboration on the global level, or at least regional, of creating the system of incentives to actually sit around the table, as the Secretary said, to be able to have adaptive management, which is not happening, and it's a clear need.
Right, it's not happening. I think that brings up a great point for me, and why I want to applaud EDF for putting this panel together and allowing me to moderate it, because it does cross boundaries in a way. It's bringing different players together. You're all working on water, right? But you're working on it in very different ways. And one of the things that I think is happening at COP, and it has been happening for years, is that we don't have enough silo breaking. We don't have enough bubble breaking if we want to talk about water, okay? And so I wonder, from all of your sort of respective areas, how you're working to break those silos, those bubbles. So Martha, maybe I can start with you.
It's a very difficult question, you know. For example, in the multilateral arena, it is a pity that we had been so slow to understand that we are lacking of water convention. We signed it up in 1992, the desertification, biodiversity, and climate change, thinking that we can erupt on these silos to put water in each of the conventions, a water dimension. But that wouldn't happen. That couldn't happen. Water was lagged in the agenda very, very badly. So I used to be the Minister for Environment in Mexico City, and we really missed a conference, international conferences, not just the private sector one, which is important, the World Water Forum, but also a national, the profile of the UN conference for national governments and local governments to discuss the water challenge around the world. So to break these silos, we need first to understand that it is a transversal matter, yes, but we haven't learned that during the last 25 years. And also to understand that water is a very local matter. And we need to invite local governments to the conference of the parties, of the 3 conventions, in order for them to show the problems that people are facing because of the lack of water, lack of treatment, of a water quality, and also the right of water challenge that in many countries we are promoting, but it is very difficult to achieve. So in this matter, we need to also raise awareness on the need of have more ambition on the water inclusion and the matters that we are dealing with, and also giving the water the human rights perspective that it is needed.
Thank you so much. Karen.
So I'm going to start with, if government is siloed, we can't expect society to undo our bubbles ourselves. And that's really hard because it's based on statutes and everybody acts on what they have statutory authority for. I have 0 statutory authority for water, but I try to make sure I'm at every conversation about water. And I'm very fortunate. When I was first appointed by Jerry Brown, he said, go, do good work, smash the silos. And so he really started a very intentional effort of being more integrated across government. And climate has been the platform that has really brought us together into the rooms over and over again to get the different perspectives. And yet, it's hard work every day. But when we go out as the Secretary of EPA and the Secretary of Natural Resources and the Secretary of Food and Ag, we are giving the right signal that this is an integrated approach because you're living in an integrated system.
Absolutely.
And so it just takes a lot of effort, and it's easy to do at the political appointee level. It has to be embedded up and down government to truly understand we are one piece of helping the whole thing work. And as we develop better nature-based solutions for many of these issues, I think that's going to help really drive that, because it's dependent on new partnerships at the ground level with environmentalists at the table, with the local community at the table, and with the water and ag users as well.
Just before Darko goes, can you talk about that grassroots, the importance of grassroots organizations to really push government?
They all do, but the ones that have really been helpful for us in the agricultural sphere is many of my friends with environmental organizations who came to the conclusion that if they could partner with landowners for solutions on the land, we could achieve species goals, we could achieve water use goals, we could hopefully improve our land use decisions by doing partnerships as opposed to what comes naturally as well. This is the way we see the world, and you should do this, farmer. And by incorporating partnerships that like build on the common ground, and that builds trust so you can take on the harder and harder issues to tackle.
Thank you so much, Secretary.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, you said it, most of the things I wanted to say. So I think one of the big challenges, of course, is there is no such thing as an integrated financing instrument. They're all sectoral. So this is the biggest problem. So even if you have the mandate that's integrated, even the case in a ministry, your budget is still not integrated. So if water, I was speaking to somebody that comes from a very large country, an OECD country that works in the food ministry, and she said to me, throughout my diplomatic career, I've never had a conversation about water, which is a problem. So this is one of the things that we're doing. Of course, the other thing is what you guys said, is based on the assumptions that people are rational. And talking about the importance of water would somehow magically get them to include it, which I don't think is the case, because what we've seen is that people are indeed not rational.
Sure.
I think the solution is really in the financing part of it, in the economics of water, right? Because that's the only instrument that we have that actually works today. So how do we actually establish a value of water to be able to drive this kind of integration by re-articulating water as the protagonist? Because water is always the victim.
Right.
So this is, I think, the thing we're trying to do, at least on the global level.
Water is the solution. I like it.
I feel like everyone's already made some really great points. So maybe what I'll just end on is that knowledge is power. And so if we're able to, as governments, but also as leaders in this space, to continually communicate and provide information to those that need it or those who are implicated, it's really going to empower them to be able to contribute to the conversation. But then conversely, as individuals, it's all incumbent upon us to push governments, to push different organizations that are in place to continue that engagement process so that that silos do break down. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to ever end. Like, there will never be a point where silos just break and everyone has all the information inside their heads. So it's going to be an ongoing process where we always have to push, and push. And then hopefully it will just become second nature to always want to engage with others.
That's great. That's a really great point. And I hope that day comes very soon. So my final question for you all, and I'm not trying, I'm the oldest person up here, I'm sure. So I just want to say that, like, there's not enough youth involved in these conversations. And I wonder how you all look at really trying to involve youth in these discussions around water. So Rose, back to you.
So we, as the Government of Canada, are very, very understanding that youth play a massive role. So we have a large delegation of youth on our delegation here at COP27, which is great. But I think also we need to figure out the ways in which we can engage with youth that are meaningful to them. So, I mean, although social media can be a hindrance at some times, it's also a really useful tool to kind of encourage youth to participate on that level, and then really take those inputs as actual fact or as actual engagement.
More TikToks on water.
Thanks. So I think the answer is going to be pretty much the same, I think, through all the panelists. So we also have quite a few programs on youth. We have a youth academy. We help people to get into water, and in particular bring the youth aspect into decision making as much as possible.
But what does that look like?
What does it look like? Well, for example, in regions and in countries where we work, we actually work with youth and try to get them into the decision-making process physically, so they're in the room. We also have, we train people to be able to then transition into policy work and so forth. So that's what it looks like very practically. But it's quite a difficult, I mean, for water in particular, we are having difficulties to actually include water into decision-making, let alone include somebody like youth in water, then into decision-making. So it's a really huge challenge that's very vital to what is going to come next. But
from what I've seen at the youth at this conference, they're not going to let us get away with it if they are not part of the conversation.
No, and that might be somewhere where the actual change will happen. Perhaps, you know, when asphalt is melting and there are people in the streets in, you know, the UK, everything from the UK to Dubai to everywhere else, then I think we might have some more rapid change, perhaps.
Well, hopefully before the world's on fire, sure.
Hopefully before.
Okay,
well, the world is already on fire, but yes.
Secretary.
Be very quick. One of ours is very long-term. The first partner and I released our Roadmap to Success for farm-to-school programs that are three-dimensional. One is more local food procurement with a focus on historically underserved farmers and local farmers, so you're creating some economic returns on that. Two is improving nutrition and understanding nutrition as a lifelong habit to improve your health and avoid chronic diseases. And three is experiential learning, that you're learning about water and how to use it most carefully to grow food, that you're learning what it takes to put food on the table, and all of the sciences and all the ways you can teach agriculture and the importance of what it means to your lifestyle going forward. So that's the long-term investment. But with these opportunities of one-time funding that gave us surplus budgets, we have created a food corps, we've created climate corps, which provides stipends and scholarships to those young people that will want to do this kind of public service around anything from, you know, urban gardening to hardcore sciences and water conservation projects as a way to support youth that want to have that kind of hands-on experience, but also maybe earn some of their college tuition in doing it. So those are two programs we have.
That's great. Thank you so much. Martha.
Well, I am proud to say that in Mexico we are encouraging the young leadership in the multilateral negotiations. So, for example, for this conference of the parties, we bring 4 young leaders. The young people, they need mentoring, they need support, and they need inclusion. So they are not just part of our delegation, they are the negotiators.
That's great.
Now they are in the tracks of negotiation of Mexican government representation, but they were trained to do that. And I have to say that I have been in a lot of COPs, and the couple of COPs that they have been involved negotiating, we have been better with their presence. So we are
Nice.
going to replicate this model for all the conferences, not just for climate, next year for the water conference too.
That's wonderful. That's amazing. Applause for that, please. That's great. We have 2 minutes left, and so there's time for one very short question from the audience, if anyone has one. Yeah. If not, I'm happy to end on these great points around youth. Please give our panelists a round of applause. And also a huge thanks to an EDF for organizing this event and making this all possible. Huge round of applause for them too. Thank you, everyone. Oh, it's not in my... No, I think we can just cue it up. Okay. We're going to watch a short video if you want to... Sorry, my bad. There's a short video that we'll play right now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janaya Bruce with the Environmental Defense Fund. I'm joined here by Mayor Tay, a mayor from Libertad in the Philippines. Mayor Tay, can you please introduce yourself to us and tell us why you're at CAPS?
Hi, I'm Mayor Mary G. Tay of the Municipality of Libertad Province of Antique in the Philippines. I come from a relatively small community, and I'm here to attend the CAP because I was asked by RARE International to speak in one of the side events about what we're doing to address climate change as an and coastal resource management as an adaptable solution for climate change. Now, I'm here also to inspire others, maybe to let them understand or to know that we're doing something in the ground, because in our governance, we always wanted to have a bottoms-up approach. We wanted to make sure that people have the chance to listen to us, and we have the voice to speak, and for them to understand that we're starting. We wanted to start it from our end and make sure that we encourage a lot of fellow mayors. I'm representing the Coastal 500, a global network of mayors in the world, for us to be able to have a voice and speak out and encourage everyone that climate change is not a metaphor. It is not just a metaphor, it is a reality. And it's about time that everybody has to work, everybody has to move, everybody has to collaborate for us to be able to save this planet.
Thank you. I want to go next to ask you about, what are the ongoing projects within your community in the Philippines that are focused on aquatic foods at a local level?
Of course, we have, first and foremost, we started back in 1996 when we started Coastal Resource Management Program, where majority of our people is dependent to the ocean, like food security and all. At that time when we started it, climate change was just a concept, right? And we empower people. We try to empower our fisher folks to be able to comply with policies at the local level and start doing a huge impact for our environment. At the same time, we make sure that our forest, 40% of our forests are being declared as protected area. Because we know that at the end of the day, this will save us from the massive destruction in the forest. You know, Philippines is the laboratory of climate destruction. And we have to make sure that before everything happened worst, then we could save ourselves by doing the right thing. and protect our environment.
And how do you see these approaches being scaled to outside of a local level approach?
I usually make sure that local and international platform I involve myself, making sure that we inspire other local government units to do the same. Doing baby steps would collaborate, collected would have a bigger impact to our country. And encouraging them, making sure that they participate, they get involved, start doing what mitigations that we have to do to address climate change. So I, for one, wanted to volunteer to advocate this because this is urgent. Everybody has to act. It has today. And we expect that our leaders would take the opportunity to listen to those that are experiencing the effects of climate change firsthand. And for our suggestions for actions and help those communities that are most climate vulnerable. Because for us, that's far more important. We want them to commit. We want them to take a stand for our generations. Because we leaders are not preparing this country, this world, for just this generation. We're preparing it for the generations yet unborn. So we wanted to make sure that they have a very good place to stay, enough food to eat.
So that's so important, and that's so important to highlight, especially here at COP27. I want to ask you now about how these local level approaches in the Philippines, the ones specifically you're working on, how they incorporate diverse components of the food system to achieve their goals.
Doing all these programs, of course, surely would impact the food security, right? The products that it will produce. Like, for example, when fishers doing the legitimate way of fishing, then it will produce good food and it will sustain the program today. Doing this would encourage also our fellow mayors to keep on doing the advocacy. Because in Coastal 500, there's only few of us. But when everybody works all together, everybody cooperates, everybody participates, then we will be producing a very, very ideal place to live, where you have enough food to eat, where everybody lives in a better place, where you and I have a better understanding of what. So I expect everyone to participate.
Thank you so much, Mayor Tay. We really appreciate your comments on the work that you're doing, in your community. It's so important to highlight that here at COP. I want to turn it over to you for any concluding remarks you have.
The call to action in climate change is simple. First, leaders should have a very strong political will to do it. It might either be you're in a local level, in the national level. You have to have a strong decision that you have to do now. You have to empower people. Let them understand the effects of climate change. Let them understand the adverse effects. And let them understand that they are part of this community. And you don't need millions of pesos to do it. All you have to do is to focus, do it, and have the commitment, and everything will be defined. So it is now a chance to all of us, not only for us leaders, not only for the mayors, not only for our presidents, our expats, but it is a chance to each and every person in the world to do it now, or we'll regret it later. Thank you.
check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check sound, check sound. Check, check. Check sound. Check. Check sound. Check sound. Check sound. Check sound. Check sound. Check sound. Check, check, check. Check sound. Check, check.
Hi, we're going to get started in just a minute, so if I could have the speakers who are in person come up to the side here, and then everyone else take their seats, please. Thank you. Hello? Stereo testing?
Check sound. Check, check.
Hello? Great. Sorry for a bit of delay in start. We're having some technical issues, but hi everyone and welcome to our what's called a demo stage. We're using it to talk about innovation and technology in water and aquatic food systems. So we have, as you can see, quite an ambitious lineup of speakers today. Each speaker we're bringing to highlight a different component, different innovation and technology that they're working on focused on water and aquatic food systems to really highlight the fact that there's needs for a multi-pronged approach to look at food systems transformation, and that innovation and technology is a key component of this. So I don't want to take too much time up here. I'm going to turn this immediately over to Maria Latini, the Executive Director from the FAIR Initiative, to set the scene and get us started. And then we'll turn over to the rest of our speakers, some of whom are in person and some of whom are joining us on Zoom, for about a 4 to 5 minute talk each. We probably won't have time for a Q&A session today, but for the speakers who are here in person and for the audience members who are attending in person, if you want to chat outside in the coffee section, that's definitely an option after this. So without further ado, Maria Latini.
Thanks so much. Well, really excited to be here today. We had a fantastic week. I hope you all have as well here at COP, and one more week to go. Obviously, a lot of interest and a lot of new people here, so continue to have impact, fingers crossed. So, as Janaya said, my name is Maria Latini. I'm the Executive Director of the FAIR Initiative. I'm sure many of you who don't know who we are. So we're an institutional investor network. We have over 350 members whose combined assets total $70 trillion. We focus on risks and opportunities in the global protein supply chain, and now that consists of terrestrial animals as well as aquatic animals. We focus on animal protein as well as plant-based and other alternative proteins. Again, we look at this through an investor lens, and investors obviously are looking at this sector, including its impact on climate, on antibiotics, on biodiversity, and water and food security. And so our role is to produce cutting-edge research and tools and to facilitate collaborative investor engagement, so dialogues with global corporates from an investor perspective with the aim of company change. The investment community, as you might imagine, plays a huge role in injecting capital and denying capital to companies that make up their global investment portfolios. And the funds are in the trillions of dollars. So this flow of funds can have a real impact on innovation, on adaptation, and on mitigation, as well as contribute to the livelihood of society as a whole. And related to why we're here this week, it's going to matter how this capital flows to whether we actually are able to address our climate, our biodiversity, and nutritional goals. So we know that the worldwide demand for food is going to double. And we know that the blue food systems participation in that growth is going to grow as well. And this sector is going to be particularly beneficial to the low-income populations around the world, as well as the almost 1 billion people who depend on this system for their livelihood. So, as I mentioned, FAIR looks at this sector particularly through an investor lens, but more importantly through the lens of aquaculture, because it's part of sort of our intensive farming approach to global protein supply chains. Now, we know that aquaculture also has a real potential to meet global demand for protein, while at the same time addressing some of the negative externalities associated with biodiversity and climate. But really, it's not going to be the silver bullet as it stands. And it's not going to be easy, especially since we need to look at this industry at a real species-specific and location-specific way. So just to give you a little context of how we approach it, and I think it's quite applicable to some of the conversations we're going to have here today, we have an ongoing formal dialogue with some of the world's largest aquaculture companies, 8 of the world's largest salmon producers, and we are specifically looking at their climate and biodiversity impacts. So our last engagement, and this is probably going to be a three-year engagement, and we're in year 2, we had support of over 16 trillion of investors, and again, speaking to these companies, these aquaculture companies, on climate and biodiversity. So 16 trillion is a big number. It's kind of a testament to the interest by institutional investors on climate and biodiversity risks in this sector. And some of these companies, these aquaculture companies, really are some of the most sustainable companies that we look at when we look at global protein supply chains. Some of them are actually quite progressive. versus their peers. But what has come out of this dialogue is there's a lot more work to do. And I use these examples really to highlight that there's still significant challenge ahead. And we need to be mindful of some of the unintended consequences. So I'll just make a few points as some of the takeaways from our engagement dialogues with companies, and I think we're probably going to address some of those challenges in the panel today. First of all, when we're speaking to salmon producers, and this is probably applicable to many other species in this chain, they need to be investing now in order to avoid supply shocks. So actually, future growth of the salmon industry is likely to be constrained if it's going to rely solely on marine ingredients. We know about the burden to global fisheries, and therefore alternative ingredients are really going to provide that headroom for growth. We need first movers here, and we need first movers to get alternative feed to scale. There's trade-offs, not surprisingly, particularly on a feed basket's carbon and biodiversity footprints. And all of this is really highly nuanced and highly complex. So companies in this sector, the aquaculture companies, are increasingly focused on GHG ambitions, and that's great. They're focused on disclosure around ambitions, increasingly more so, but they're not focused enough on the risks related to biodiversity. And that nature complex interchange is really, really critical. And finally, companies are relying heavily on certification to assure investors of their sustainability. But sometimes they're making claims about certification that aren't necessarily endorsed by the certification bodies. So we just want to highlight here that certification from our point of view doesn't cover all aspects of biodiversity impacts with nature. And there's some associated fishing methods such as trawling and dredging and lost gear that aren't incorporated that are actually really important. And a critical note to highlight here is that on our recent report on this aquaculture engagement, which you can find on our website, the current emission factors are not incorporating emissions from sediment disturbance from trawling into carbon footprinting for the fishing industry. And initial rough estimates state that this could account for a significant rise in our current understanding of fisheries emissions. So on that note, as we think of why we're here this week and conversations around innovation and innovation to scale, I'd just like to bring this back to something that FAIR and our investor members have been saying for the past 3 months, and here been very strongly at COP, that like the terrestrial agricultural system, the aquaculture industry does not have a clear roadmap to 1.5 degrees. And we've had that roadmap for the Energy Agency. We've had the IEA step up to produce that, and it's really laid the groundwork and aligned all stakeholders on a roadmap to 1.5 degrees. We're excited to report that the FAO confirmed this week on a panel that they indeed will create this roadmap. And I think this is really going to create a level playing field for all actors and all stakeholders to align their work, their businesses, so that we can meet our climate and biodiversity goals. So thank you so much for having me here today. We all can be part of the solution, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thanks, Maria. All right, next up we have Bruce Friedrich, from the Chief Executive Officer from the Good Food Institute. Bruce?
Hello. My timer here. I want to thank EDF for putting together this panel and all of the other panelists. I love the inclusive atmosphere, the inclusive discussion style of this panel, and a sort of both-and attitude to how we solve the problem. I find the work of FAIR to be completely inspiring, and what they're doing to basically make aquaculture reach sort of the best that it can be. And I thought Maria outlined some of the key issues that we need to be focused on there. I'm basically teeing things up for Stephanie from Finless Foods, who works on both plant-based and cultivated meat. I work at GFI, the Good Food Institute, and what we do at GFI is basically we are thinking about how meat is made now, and we've been making it basically the same way for 12,000 years, and looking at whether there are different ways that we could make meat that would help to cut some of the external costs of meat production. And that applies to seafood in the same way that it applies to terrestrial animals. So for ever, we have been taking animals out of the sea in order to eat them. For 12,000 years, we've been raising animals, feeding them, and then eating them, which is basically the solution to commercial fishing that aquaculture represents. And for a much briefer period of time, we've been trying to figure out how do we satisfy the needs of people who love meat and love food, but without some of the external costs that Maria talked about with regard to aquaculture, and that I imagine all of us are very, very aware of with regard to commercial fishing. And we think there are at least two solutions that I want to put on the table in 4 to 5 minutes. The first one is plants. We can make meat with plants. We can make seafood with plants. And this is not the old school, veggie seafood, veggie meat, where you take soy protein or wheat protein, cram it together, and force vegetarians to eat it. That is the old school veggie burger, the old school veggie fish. This is you hire tissue engineers and plant biologists and biotech specialists, and you figure out how to create the exact same experience that seafood lovers and meat lovers love, but you do it with plants. And then for people who absolutely want to continue to eat animal meat, and seafood obviously has a lot of nutritional benefits that terrestrial animals have less of, you can actually cultivate animal meat directly from the cells of a salmon or a tuna or whatever other species. And so just like you can take a cutting from a plant, or you can take a seed from a plant, and you bathe that cutting in nutrients, and it grows into a full plant, you can do the exact same thing with a small collection of cells from a farm animal, including an aqua farm animal or any other species, and you can bathe those cells in nutrients, and those cells will multiply and grow. And Shannon will talk a little bit more about the fact that Finless does both of those things. And the great thing about this new way of creating meat is that it doesn't require any antibiotics. It can be done locally. The supply chain is a lot tighter. So it takes years with some aquaculture species to go from feeding the animals in the aquaculture system to actually harvesting, which requires tremendous planning time. With plant-based meat, you just have the ingredients on hand, and it doesn't take all of that time. It doesn't take all of the calories in. There's no pandemic risk because there are no live animals. There are no antibiotics required. And as Sofika will talk about from the Aquatic Life Institute, there's also no animal welfare concerns from this way of making meat. We are very early days on even the terrestrial animals. So we have companies like Beyond Meat and Impossible Foods, and we have some cultivated meat companies that have been raising some money. But at GFI, about 175 full-time employees all over the world. We're actually 6 independent organizations. We operate in the US, India, Israel, Brazil, Asia Pacific, and Europe. And we're focused on scientific ecosystem building. We're focused on convincing governments to fund alternative proteins. And we're focused on entrepreneurs and the entire sort of spectrum of industry, from pre-startup all the way up to the really big meat and seafood companies. For people who want to get involved in this or learn more, GFI's website is basically a Wikipedia of alternative proteins. You can just go to gfi.org. But this is, it is a transformational technology that literally slashes the adverse climate impact, eliminates the need for antibiotics, eliminates pandemic risk, eliminates animal welfare concerns. And we're thrilled and pleased that EDF invited us to be here and chat a little bit about it, and excited to hear from Finless about the groundbreaking work that they're doing. Thank you all so much.
Thanks, Bruce. Next up, we're going to go to our Zoom screen, and we have Praskovia Alando, who is the founder of Risect Aquaculture and the co-founder of Samake Hub.
Recording in progress.
Just trying to share my screen. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen, Praskovia.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you. So I'll be speaking about alternative protein for fish feed formulation. My name is Proscovia Lando, the co-founder at Resect. One of the major problems that we see today is overfishing. And of course, we know that the fisheries sector does have a role to play in especially supporting livelihood, where it currently directly supports about 60 million people and also provides food and is source of fish meal for animal feed. However, when we look at the left side of my screen, we find that 7% of the fish stock have been depleted and 17% have been overexploited. The negative impacts of overfishing have also led to ecosystem disruption, where we find that harmful fishing methods harm the seafloor and organisms beneath the seafloor. It has also led to loss of biodiversity by disrupting food webs, especially when we focus to a few key species. And this has in turn led to decline in fish meal availability. We know that fish meal is used majorly as a source of protein, especially for animal feed formulation. And this has directly impacted the aquaculture industry, where we find that at the moment in aquaculture, the feeds account for up to 70% of the total production cost, and the high cost is due to high protein cost. Traditionally, as we've seen, the main protein source is usually fish meal, and now we know that fish meal is expensive because of overfishing, illegal fishing, and pollution. As we speak, there's an inconsistent supply and quality of fish meal. That's why at Resect, we came up with an innovative idea to farm insects as alternative protein for fish feed formulation. We farm the black soldier fly insect, which is a black fly with white legs. It's a good source of protein, contains about 42% of protein and 35% of fat, in addition to being a source of calcium and vitamins. The black soldier fly do not spread diseases, they're not aggressive, they're not pests. Usually, we use the larval stage of the black soldier fly to provide alternative protein. When you look at the amino acid profile of the black soldier fly larvae meal, housefly larvae meal, and fish meal, we find that that of black soldier fly is equal to or greater than that of fish meal, and therefore it can be used as alternative protein for fish feed formulation. Black soldier fly farming is usually circular, where waste from one system can be used as input in another system. For instance, the black soldier fly larvae can be used as poultry feed, pig feed, and also fish feed. And in turn, because they feed on organic waste, poultry manure, pig manure, and pond manure can be used to feed the black soldier fly larvae. There have been trials on use of black soldier fly larvae as fish feed, and findings indicate that the black soldier fly larvae can replace fish meal as a protein source. The larvae does not affect the taste of fish, and the use of black soldier fly larvae can reduce the cost of production. These are just a few articles highlighting the experiments. Our role in sustainable blue economy and food security is to reduce pressure on wild stock. We do this in two ways: by providing alternative protein through insect farming, and also by farming fish on land through aquaculture. We also provide healthy and affordable protein, both insect protein and fish from fish farming. We practice circular production and consumption by using waste as input. And we would really like to see coordination between the fisheries and the aquaculture sector, because we know that one sector cannot feed the whole population. We need the two sectors to work together. And as I conclude, I'd like to share briefly about myself. As you've heard, I am the founder of Samaki Hub, where we do offer training and consultancy to small-scale fish farmers, and also the co-founder at Resect. I did my postgraduate at the University of Stirling in sustainable aquaculture through a fully funded Commonwealth scholarship. And I work with various organizations focusing on transforming the food systems, especially to be sustainable and inclusive. Thank you, and let's connect.
Thank you, Praskovia. Next, we're going to go to Sofika Kostyniuk, the Managing Director of the Aquatic Life Institute. Sofika. And can we also pull up the slides from Sofika?
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good. You can hear me now. I'm Sofika Kostyniuk, Managing Director at Aquatic Life Institute. Absolutely thrilled to be here as part of COP27 and joining my wonderful co-panelists on stage. Thank you to EDF for the invitation. At Aquatic Life Institute, we invest all of our time and energy in improving the lives of wild fish, as well as farmed aquatic species. And we do this through various welfare interventions, working with certifiers, producers, and policymakers. So there's an extraordinary number of individuals caught in this system. Approximately 500 billion fish and shrimp are farmed every single year for human consumption. And in the wild, there's 2 to 3 trillion individual animals, fish and basically anything else that swims, that's caught and killed for human consumption and other applications. So today, and Maria, I'd love to follow up for a specific conversation around aquaculture, but for today I'm focusing on wild capture fisheries. How does this all relate to sustainability and climate change? Well, in a multitude of ways. Of course, we've already heard from a few of our speakers, bottom trawling is an incredibly impactful, negatively impactful contributor to climate change by releasing sequestered carbon from the seafloor. There's habitat destruction, biodiversity loss through practices like longlining, catching unintended species, anything from shorebirds to turtles to sharks. We have microplastics going into the environment from discarded and lost fishing gear. And then, of course, the hundreds of thousands of fishing vessels themselves traversing across the oceans, burning diesel and dirty fuel and polluting our planet. Now, very often, the actual most important stakeholders in the system themselves are left out of all the conversations. And these are the aquatic animals that are being harvested for our consumption. There are a number of phases of suffering, as you can see on this slide. And this is where we engage with the decision makers and policymakers and influencers to try to improve the lives of these species. Over the last few decades, we have certainly learned from land-based animal farming that we must begin to regard animals far differently and with far greater considerations than we have been in the past. So where we enter into this equation, again, is working with those decision makers and working with those influencers. Very fortunately for us, there are a few major retailers like Tesco and Metro that have just entered into the very first trials ever of procuring high welfare fish. Incredibly encouraging. Aquatic Life Institute has just produced a first ever report on best practices for wild capture fisheries. This was released in June of this year and will be updated on an annual basis. Again, incredibly encouraging. The UN Ocean Decade Actions Program has just endorsed this exact report. So I want to share a few of those interventions with you today. So these are practical, already available technologies that are on the market today. I'll speak to this first one in the center top here. This is something called Beam. It's a slight modification to the traditional bottom trawling net where the net is a bit of a different shape. And just like the wing of an airplane, when this is pulled through the water, the net lifts up off the seafloor and doesn't damage that particular environment. This is out of the UK. On the top right for you, this futuristic looking tunnel, this is something out of New Zealand, and it is Really fascinating. It is a PVC tunnel. So fish actually swim into that tunnel. It's meant to reduce unintended fish catch. The smaller fish can actually swim out through the holes, through the perforations, and then that way continue to enjoy their lives. The last two phases of a fish's life are undoubtedly the most traumatic, and this is through the stunning, if stunning exists, and then slaughter phases. So we follow the World Organization for Animal Health standards and have applied that and sort of run a screen for some technologies that are, again, already existing. There are several companies out of Norway that are focused on in-water electrical stunning. So again, we want to minimize the suffering of those animals that are still in this system and treat them with regard. So the animals are stunned to full unconsciousness until they are slaughtered and then processed and frozen, typically on board. These technologies exist. My call for all COP leaders, for all of those decision makers that are present here in this incredible forum over these 2 weeks is to sort of open their consciousness to invest in and prioritize these technologies that already exist. We need to do better. We can do better. The interest is there. The consumers are also increasing their consciousness. Retailers are already getting on board. So if we continue to eat fish, they must be welfare fish. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Sofika. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Catherine Breyer, the Global Marketing Director from BioMar, and she will be joining us on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me? And hopefully see my presentation.
Hi, Catherine. We can hear you great, and we can see your presentation.
Great, I'll get onto it. Well, thank you very much for inviting BioMar to participate. Today, we'd like to share with you how fed aquaculture is moving to more sustainable practices through the aquaculture feed, and give you a little bit of a brief history here. Traditionally, aquaculture feeds, back in the 1990s, you can see here, used to be primarily fed by marine resources. And this was, of course, not only very healthy for the fish, because fish eat fish, but it also showed a very low carbon footprint. And as you can see, as we have transitioned to more vegetable-based diets, our carbon footprint has also come up as our fish feed dependency ratio has gone down. So you can see that while we transition to use less fish in the diet, we have also increased some of the other parameters. So it's important not to just have a view on carbon. We need to have a view on all LCA impacts, whether that be biodiversity, land use, water use, etc. So BioMar's vision has been this, that we are looking, we see 3 parameters that we need to measure in order to make aquafeeds as sustainable as possible. The first, of course, is watching that carbon footprint and getting that back down. We know that 80% of the emissions from carbon footprint for farming is actually coming from the feed. And that is because, as you can imagine, seafood is already a low carbon impact product. So if we're bringing it in through, that's how we're bringing it in back into the industry through the feed. We also have this circular economy mindset, and that is that the raw materials that go into our diets are either circulative or restorative. And that means that they cannot be otherwise consumed directly by humans. So we should be thinking in much more of this circular way, that we are bringing in through the diet what humans can't otherwise eat in order to have a balanced ecosystem. And at the same time, we need to reduce our dependency on marine resources for all the reasons people have mentioned already. So we have this quite fantastic R&D raw material pipeline of products coming to market. But what's most important is that even though a lot of things are in the innovation stage, we have to get to that commercial point. At what point do they become commercial and can be upscaled to an area that makes it a cost-efficient way? And that's very important that we must consider that. So I've got a few examples here. Here is one of circular thinking that we are using. We are taking the byproduct from sugarcane production. We are utilizing that with the byproduction from ethanol production. We're fermenting it and turning it into a sugar protein meal. This is then a direct replacement of soybean in our diet or other protein sources. So this is how we're utilizing one waste product and bringing it back into human consumption through aquaculture. And here is another a product that has already reached commercialization. We get our omega-3s and 6s traditionally are coming in through the microalgae. Now we can bypass that traditional pathway into an alternative where we can grow the microalgae on sugarcane, utilizing that in a fermentation process and turning that to both oils and meal, and then re-adding it. So we're still getting all those healthy omega-3s, but we're not getting them from the food chain through our wild catch. And then here's something that is not quite on market yet, but gives you an understanding of how amazing the innovations are happening out there in aquaculture feed. This is an alternative to protein, where we are taking carbon emissions directly from petroleum production, mixing it with other gases for a fermentation process, and creating a now 70% protein meal. And this is Proton, done by one of our partners. We, of course, in the future, intend to add that to the feed and hence into aquaculture. This is in production. This is in trial stage at the moment. And the first trials that have come out in full-grown salmon have proven that this is actually quite a good product as well. So for us, we're continuing to innovate, but what's most important to consider is that we need to commercialize it. And this is where I'll give the final word off to my CEO with a little video which explains how we're going to commercialize it. And note that, that these innovations always start in our world in the salmon industry, where they are driven by change.
Catherine, we can't hear any sound coming through.
One moment, let me stop sharing and resharing. There is a backup here.
At BioMar, we understand our role and responsibility
That's great,
in the
thanks.
value chain. We strive to positively impact the
Hold
world.
on, now I think I've got
Which
two
is why
going.
we have created Blue Impact, the first aquafeeds that take a holistic view on sustainability, addressing areas of critical importance to our industry. Circular economy principles and restorative practices are central to sustainability. Blue Impact contains higher levels of circular and restorative ingredients, as we seek to decouple from environmental degradation and direct competition with human food production. Good stewardship of our oceans and the aquatic environment are of high importance. Blue Impact is a catalyst for adopting novel and low-impact ingredients while reducing dependency on scarce resources. With aquafeeds counting for about 80% of the total carbon footprint of farming, a shift to Blue Impact feeds will make a significant difference to the footprint of aquacultural farming. Quantifying and disclosing the impacts of our feeds will help steer us towards a more sustainable industry. We have created the BioSustain Impact Parameters, using the most accurate data and robust scientific methodologies. As we continue to innovate towards a sustainable future, low-impact feeds will be a necessity for driving change.
Our Blue Impact feeds are for innovative farmers who want to lower their footprints and lead the way in ensuring a viable industry long into the future. We hope you will join us on the Blue Journey, where we together can transform aquaculture.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we're going to stay on Zoom So we're staying on Zoom and going to Ben Conniff, the co-founder and chief innovation officer from Luke's Lobster.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. Sorry, it looks like my screen didn't share. Fix that quickly. Okay, can you see that?
Yep, looks great.
Great. All right, well, thank you for having me. I really appreciate you putting on this day and everyone tuning in. 2 a.m. here, so thank you for allowing me to join virtually. I really appreciate the time. I'm gonna quickly switch over here. Okay, so just to briefly introduce myself, I'm the co-founder and chief innovation officer at Luke's Lobster. We're a vertically integrated seafood company in Maine, in the US. We buy seafood direct from fishers and from co-ops. We stun and process it. We sell it through our international restaurant group, grocery line, and our online market. We're committed to transparency with our stakeholders and to purpose, and that includes reducing the carbon and waste footprint of our industry. Luke's is the highest scoring certified B Corp seafood company and restaurant group in the United States. And as such, one of the things that we really focus on is our waste footprint. So what's the problem that we're looking at here specifically in this context? It's that wasting food product also wastes the greenhouse gases that are emitted when you make that food product. Rotting landfill waste releases methane, which is a greenhouse gas that's 28 times as potent as carbon dioxide. And food waste is the most common material landfilled in the United States. So when you look at that in our context, for a lobster, typically the meat from the claws and the tail is eaten, and the rest of the lobster is thrown away. So that's about 2/3 of the weight of the lobster that gets wasted. Our carbon footprint on our lobster is 2.8 kilos of greenhouse gases per kilo of lobster we use. So that would mean we'd be wasting almost 2 kilos of greenhouse gas emissions for every kilo of lobster caught that comes through our company. And that's before accounting for the landfill methane emissions of disposing of that waste. That's not necessary, especially with lobster. And so our approach is not to just treat the meat in the claws and the tail as valuable, but to treat the entire animal as valuable. So processors like Luke's can derive valuable, eco-friendly products from every part of the lobster. So currently what we're doing is turning our lobster shell into an eco-friendly soil amendment that replaces petroleum and chemical-based fertilizers. And then the lobster blood, or the fluid closest to blood in the lobster, gets harvested, and it goes into an eczema-fighting skincare product made by a local company called Marin. That's not all we can do with the lobster, though. We're in the midst of exciting R&D and pilot partnerships for many other uses of the lobster shell chitosan and other proteins in lobster viscera, basically the guts, that can replace harmful current products that are used across industries. Some examples are using that chitosan to make biodegradable plastics to replace typical plastic, making new types of packaging that can replace styrofoam, antimicrobial textile treatments that replace the silver ion that goes into workout clothes to keep them from smelling, bevy of skin, beauty, and nutraceutical products, And then all of that remains that would-be waste can go to anaerobic digestion for renewable natural gas that we can use to power the boilers that we use to cook our edible lobster products. And that's also not even to mention that there's lots of edible product in that lobster, in the parts that typically get thrown away. That's really important that we try all types of new technologies to harvest. Just some closing thoughts here. I think broadly our throwaway lifestyle has led to environmental crisis, and innovating uses for what we now consider waste is a key solution to climate change. The blue economy, including sustainable wild fisheries, is leading the way on this innovation. Everyone out there, especially wealthy people in wealthy nations responsible for the most emissions, needs to think about reducing emissions that they generate from their food. And I want to point out at the end that this is not just about the big proclamations from big companies and governments and NGOs, but it really comes down to everyday hands-on action from small to medium-sized businesses, from producers large and small, and most importantly, from consumers voting with their dollars by supporting companies doing good work on reducing emissions and reducing waste. Thanks so much for your time. Please feel free to connect with me after this, and I appreciate all of you.
Thank you, Ben. Next, we're going to go to Shannon Cosentino-Rusch, the Chief Strategy Officer from Finless Foods.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I know it's a little quieter than the Zoom. Well, first, I just want to say thank you to you all. I know it's very manic here, finding the pavilions, taking your time to be here when there's so many panels, and I really appreciate you coming to hear more about innovation and the role it can play in climate and ocean and the nexus. Also, big thanks to EDF and to GFI for pulling together all these innovations so that you can better understand what's going on in the landscape outside of Sharm el-Sheikh. I'm Shannon Cosentino-Rusch. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Finless Foods. Finless is an alternative seafood company that's based in California in the United States. What is alternative seafood? Basically, as Bruce described, it's a sort of an umbrella to describe plant-based seafood and also cell-cultured or cultivated seafood. Plant-based seafood is what it sounds like, a product that you can use to eat as a replacement or as a flexitarian to mimic the taste and texture of seafood, but it's 100% made of plants, so vegan-friendly, flexitarian-friendly, etc. Cell-cultured or cultivated seafood is an innovative industry that's growing up around the world. The basic concept is, can you take cells from an animal and feed them the salt, sugars, amino acids, basically the building blocks of we eat every day, and grow them, proliferate them in a food processing facility. So sort of imagine bioreactors looking like what you would see for breweries. And can we basically grow them and produce what will be real seafood in a food production facility that doesn't require continual harvest? So where's Finless now in our journey? We've launched a plant-based poke-style tuna product this year in the summer, and we're currently rolling that out in the United States. We're also very actively working on our cell-cultured bluefin tuna sashimi product and are undergoing regulatory in the United States and Singapore to actively be able to bring that to market to consumers like you all. I'm sure there's a little bit of why does this relate to COP, right? And this, to me, I've been hearing this being called the food COP, which I think is great because it's been sort of unrecognized, the huge intersect between food and climate. I'm sure you've heard statistics like 30% of our GHGs, human-made GHGs, are coming from our agricultural system, and 15% are from animal ag. So whether it's actually the livestock and the land they need to graze, or it's the feed we're producing to raise cattle, but we haven't heard a bunch about the ocean, right? And that's sort of a land-based system. Well, similarly, in the last 50 years, our global tuna stocks have declined by approximately 60%. And if you look at the state of global fisheries, about 33% or 1/3 are overfished, actively overfished, meaning we're taking too many fish from the ocean for them to be sustainably regenerating. And only 6 to 7% of those global fisheries are actively underfished, meaning we can expand how much we take from the ocean in a sustainable way. So where's the delta, right? We're also seeing that global seafood consumption is on the rise, and it's already on the rise, and the projections are for it to continue to rise in the next 10, 20, 30 years. So how are we going to bridge the gap between rising demand and stagnating supply? And how do we do that in the way that respects the planetary boundaries around biodiversity, climate, all the things that you've heard here? We believe that alternative seafood is a key solution in that. But we look at it as an and, not an or, and that we recognize, as I'm sure you're hearing here in this 2 weeks, that we need a multi-tool in the toolbox approach. There's not one silver bullet, there's not one technology, there's not one policy solution that's going to get us across the finish line. And aquaculture is definitely a tool in the toolbox. I don't need to talk about aquaculture. You've heard a ton today about the innovation curve aquaculture is going through, especially around feed and around permitting and all the things. In addition, something that hasn't been mentioned is that not every species lends itself well to being aquacultured. So, for example, tuna has not been successfully farmed at scale so far. Not for a lack of smart minds working on it and trying to make it happen, but there are inherent challenges with the species that they've had a hard time cracking that challenge. And so we believe that alternative seafood is another really important tool in the toolbox to help us find additional sources of supply in a resource-constrained world that can bridge the gap between not only supply and demand, but the increasing taste for seafood. So to me, I call this the ocean climate nexus, because not only is alternative seafood a way for the supply and demand, also we can produce it in a localized fashion. I don't know how much you know, but any tuna you eat is definitely flown all over the world to get to your plate, whether it's fished in the Western Indian Ocean or the Pacific Islands and then transported to processing somewhere else and then all the way. So there are definitely GHG emissions associated with that, not to mention waste and loss, right? You've heard about how much of a lobster is used. At the same time, we have post-harvest losses, we have decomposition, and so this new technology is a way to be able to also produce these alternatives in a more resource-efficient way. There's so much more I can tell you about the technology. If you're interested, find me. But the one thing I do want to call out is I'm a very big tense thinker. You know, I've been trained as a lawyer in the policy space, and I think we are at unprecedented times, and we have unprecedented challenges. And so I think that calls for unprecedented solutions. So if there's nothing else you leave this panel with today, my call is that you leave thinking, I need to take away the boundaries and blocks in my mind to what is and is not a solution and how we're going to get across the finish line, and think that we need all of it to get across the finish line. It needs to be a big tent, and we need to use all the human ingenuity and smart brains and financial resources to get there. So I think of alternative seafood as one pillar in a larger tent of Blue Foods, and I hope that you will join me in learning more. So thank you so much. I know that my time's over.
Thank you, Shannon. Next, we're going to go to Zoom for a presentation from Livia Peiser, an FAO Technical Officer for WAPOR.
Thank you. Thank you. Good day, everybody. And thanks for inviting. Very nice to be virtually there. So Livia Peiser, I work in the Land and Water Division of the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. And I will be talking about what we do with innovative technologies such as remote sensing to monitor water use in agriculture, but now we are moving to land-based agriculture. So I thought I would be showing a very short video, 2.5 minutes, to show what we're talking about, and then I will just reconnect for more minutes to share some key updates on our work. So let me share the video and put it in full mode.
The effects of climate change are undeniable. Droughts are increasing, heavy rainfall and unpredictable weather events are now the norm. As a consequence, small-scale farmers often lose their crops and now must work harder than ever to produce enough food in a sustainable manner to survive. The Sustainable Development Goals call for zero hunger and efficiency of water use in all sectors. To help meet the challenge, FAO has developed Vapor, a remote sensing database which allows for the monitoring of agricultural water productivity. Vapor gives users access to a wide variety of real-time satellite data on water productivity collected over a span of 10 years. This information can be used to propose solutions to increase water productivity while respecting the environment and making equitable use of water resources. Governments and research institutes are already using Vapor to design strategies based on factual data. And in the field, mobile apps developed by FAO and third parties use Vapor data to provide farmers with information on local conditions of water and vegetation. These apps also use artificial intelligence to detect plant pests and diseases. Farmers can make the right decisions. They can decide to increase soil fertility and reduce water use, and ensure that the correct crop is grown in appropriate climatic conditions. This tool helps manage every drop for every crop, both now and in the future. Vapor is expanding to new areas and new applications. Join us to build a water and food secure future where no one is left behind.
Okay, that was the video. I hope it provided a quick overview of what we are doing. And after that, I'll just show just a couple of slides to share a few updates on what we are doing now with the program. So let me share again slides. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Hope you can see it. No, sorry. I was still sharing the video. Okay. Hope you can see it. So as I was mentioning also in the video, it was mentioned that now our program is going global. So we received additional funds to cover the whole globe with our remote sensing based information to improve water use in agriculture. And just for the sake of time, I just wanted to share a few resources where you can find more information on the data. You can access the data. Everything is published on FAO portals and is available through many other platforms such as Google Earth Engine or anything that can use API to retrieve our data. We publish the quality assessment, but also the scripts and methodology and data manuals through which we calculate evapotranspiration and biomass production in agriculture that we use to assess how much water goes into producing, for example, 1 kilogram of cereals or whatever in different parts of the world. And we provide also online courses in English, French, and Arabic that are available through our partner IHE Delft. And we also have a catalog of applications where you can find examples of how users all around the world are using our data. And with that, just feel free to reach out to vapor@fao.org to find out more. Thank you.
Thank you, Livia. We have 2 more speakers today. So we're first going to go to Gabe Parrish, a remote sensing scientist at USGS, who also works with the OpenET software. And then we're going to go to a really short presentation from Joan Salwin, if she's on Zoom now, which I believe she is. So Gabe, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm Gabe Parrish. I work at the U.S. Geological Service, at the U.S. Geological Survey as a contractor with Innovate Incorporated at the Aros Data Center. It's been really exciting to be part of this. So first off, starting my presentation. So I'm going to do a bit of a presentation and then also go straight into a demo of the OpenET website. OpenET is a group of science groups that work on ET, which is evapotranspiration, and it's the biggest data gap in water management. Evapotranspiration is water evaporating off of the Earth's surface, and why we'd want to measure it and how it connects to climate change is that out west, especially in the United States, which is the current focus of OpenET, we have lots of areas under drought with great frequency. And one of the worst droughts in recorded history was in the last year in the United States. I'll cover what is evapotranspiration, right? So when you apply water to a field, ultimately the water either evaporates or it transpires, which is where it comes out as water vapor through the plant's stomata, and it's used by the plant to grow. Or it recharges the underlying groundwater, as in it saturates the soil and goes past the roots of the plants, so they can't use it anymore, and it goes into the water table, or it runs off and returns to a local canal or river. These are the common things. So OpenET is an organization with many partners, and really it's a consortium of modeling efforts, where people are using remote sensing to model evapotranspiration ET. If you're interested in it, you should check out number one, the website, which I'll demo, but also there's an Eyes on Earth podcast, and that should be entertaining and informative to people. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that with the slide. So OpenET's goals, right? So from the beginning of the project, the OpenET's been guided by main goals of reliable and easily accessible ET data, trust in that data, and ultimately a variety of sustainable resource management practices enabled at scale. The organization has prioritized engagement with end users and communities from the start, and we work with over 100 farmers, practitioners, and water managers at the state and federal planners to guide and test development. It was work with stakeholders that informed how the platform was designed. I'll do a demo, of course, but this is kind of what it looks like. You have a field. In this case, it's a location in Santa Casia, New Mexico, and you have a bunch of evapotranspiration models. All the models in this location are really sharing the same story, but there are differences. And so it's useful for people to be able to compare and contrast models over time. So on this graph, you're looking at evapotranspiration in inches, which is what we use that here in the United States. They are all having the same dynamics month to month. So they're monthly cumulative evaporation estimates. So that's inches of water, coming off of this field that's been irrigated. But that's not necessarily all the water that was applied to the field. In this case, this is a flood irrigated field. So they let water run directly over it. And then the water goes, seeps into the field, and then the plants use it. So it's really useful to have models that are looking at actually how much is being used by the plants or evaporating directly off of that field to figure out what's lost from the system. And really, when you look at trying to figure out a water budget without having evapotranspiration is like trying to figure out your checkbook or balance your checkbook without knowing how much water you're using, without how much money you're spending, I meant to say. So OpenET, this is the OpenET website. It's openetdata.org. And when you're here, you have an option of things to look at. You can explore data, watch a video, and look at, understand how to use the data and methodologies. But I'm just going to jump right into exploring it. So you have a choice right off the bat to look at field summaries or view gridded data. And currently our only coverage is the Western United States. But I'm just going to go to that location I showed you guys earlier, if I can find it. Usually I can. Oh yeah, here we are. So this is central New Mexico. And these are alfalfa fields that are flood irrigated. And you can look at them either in this field view. You can look at any year. You can look at basically the only variable you're allowed to look at is ET in this view. But then you can kind of zoom over the fields and look at ET fluxes, time series. If you click, you can see these, these different models become available to you. The first thing it'll show you is the ensemble model, which is, our combination of models. It's not just an average, it's more complex than that. You can check out the methodology for what that is. You can also look at the range of what the models predict. And then you can look at an individual model. So my group models CBOP right here. That's the U.S. Geological Survey model. Then there's metric, SIMS, PTJPL, and somebody who's an advanced user can look at all of this. Or you can look at cumulative data throughout years, right? So you can see how over each month during each year the evaporation adds up, and that can be really useful for water managers as well. So you can change the year. You can also go into this raster view, which is really the satellite data. You can recall that this is a field that we were interested in, and look at it that way if you like. Hold on.
Gabe, can we keep this presentation a little bit shorter just because we're slightly over time and still have one more speaker?
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, so that's
Not
really
to cut
it.
you off.
No, that's totally fine. Thank you so much. And just since it's a global audience, I wanted you to be able to so we have the Western US, but we have a model at this website right here that you can go to and check out our model as well, the CBOP model. And it's available globally, so people can use that. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Gabe. Next, we're going to go quickly. Next, we're going quickly to Joan Salwin. She's the CEO of Blue Ocean Barns. Joan, the screen is yours. Please keep your remarks pretty short, and apologies that we're slightly over time. Feel free to leave if you need to.
Terrific. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I am the CEO and co-founder of Blue Ocean Barns, and we're a company based in Hawaii and California that grows seaweed for cows to stop them from burping methane gas. As you've heard, the livestock sector contributes fairly mightily to the emissions of methane. Our 1.5 billion cattle and similar animals around the world contribute as much climate pollution annually as do 590 million cars. So it's a very significant issue, and one that is probably going to stay with us for quite some time, even as we shift to alternative proteins and other ways to help our food system, because livestock raising is such an important economic driver in so many countries, especially as some new economies become richer and want to have more choices in food. The cows will remain there. But our company is working with some of the global food giants. Our funding comes from Starbucks, Nestle, and a suite of Fortune 500 companies who, with their help, we've built a team to domesticate and optimize an algae that can, when it's added to cattle feed in a very small amount, reduce methane gas by 80% during digestion. It's never before been cultivated as a crop, but we've been growing it in high density tanks where every aspect of the growing environment promotes fast growth and efficient synthesis of essential oils in the cells of the algae that have been proven to reduce methane gas. Our partners are very committed to making the needed investments to achieve their goals and have taken their role seriously. All of them have made science-based target initiative targets, which causes them to need to have methane reductions within their own supply chains. So they are making this algae free, yes, free to their farmers and ranchers. I've run out of time, but there's more information at blueoceanbarns.com, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Joan, and thank you, all of our speakers. We really appreciate your time and coming to talk at COP27 about new and emerging innovations and technologies in water and aquatic food systems. So one more round of applause for our fantastic speakers, and thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Oh, it works. Hello, everybody. We're going to get started. Ah, there we go. Okay, that's better. Good. So, all right, how's that? Okay, is that working? Very good. All right, we'll try again. Good afternoon. Welcome to this session on community engagement. And we're going to have a very strong focus today on water and food and agriculture, especially given the water theme of the day. I am Simon Winter. I'm the Executive Director of the Syngenta Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture and frequent and enthusiastic partner of the Nature Conservancy. We'll be hearing a lot from our colleagues at the Nature Conservancy in this session. So the themes that we're going to be looking at here really are around how to have effective community engagement so that as we're making progress in advancing and strengthening food systems, that we're able to do so in a way that has local leaders owning the process, local farmers, local SMEs, local youth and indigenous groups, all feeling like they are partners in whatever change process is then underway to strengthen the food systems. And how do we make that process really community-centered and inclusive? We're going to look at both the need to delve into indigenous knowledge and traditional knowledge, but balance that with the need for knowledge transfer from other communities, other experiences and technologies that can then strengthen the local food system and benefit local food companies, entrepreneurs, as well as farmers and others in the community. We're going to be looking at how to get more resilient solutions, climate adaptive solutions, water use efficiency and other resource use efficiency solutions adopted that mix the best of indigenous and traditional practices and behaviors together with modern technologies and practices. And we're going to talk, I hope, about how to design programs and govern those programs effectively in ways that the local community feels are benefiting them and are in their interests, but are also in the interests of other needed actors, including food companies, farmers' organizations, local governments, and so on. So that's what we're going to be tackling today. We're going to have a series of speakers who are each going to give a 4-minute presentation, and I'm going to be shutting people down if they don't stop after 4 minutes. We don't have long. We only have about 45 minutes now for this session. So I'm going to call up each speaker in turn, and then we'll hopefully have time for a short panel discussion before we have to close this session. So it's my great pleasure to ask Agnes Yoterik, who's from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry from Kenya, to please come and be our first speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me this afternoon to discuss this very important topic, really on the nexus between environment and working with communities. Working in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in Kenya has afforded us the opportunity to be able to realize the importance of community engagement in the work that we do. As we are all aware, investments in environment, for example, tree growing, are more long-term solutions for environmental conservation and management. But while engaging with the communities at the local level, they don't normally prioritize environment as a top agenda because of the pressing needs. Because in our part of the world, we have pressing needs of addressing poverty reduction. So you'll find our communities really prioritizing those kind of interventions that will contribute to their immediate income requirements at the local level. But we found then very important to integrate both environment and livelihood enhancement. And the Constitution for Kenya has made it mandatory for public participation, and hence the importance of community engagement. Engagement with the communities, in our experience, has been time consuming, but down the line, we found investing in time and resources to engage the communities also ensures community ownership and increasing the element for sustainability of our investments. And using real-time examples, let me use the experience that we've had in the Upper Tana, Nairobi Water Fund. The Nature Conservancy is present in this gathering this afternoon. This is a program that we brought together both public and private institutions to work together to conserve the water in the catchment of the Upper Tana. The Tana contributes 95% of the water that goes into for use in downstream in our capital city, Nairobi. So it made sense that for any realization of having clean water downstream, then we would have to invest in the communities upstream. And our program embraced integrated approaches. We are working with these communities, 51,000 of them, to be able to undertake sustainable land management practices, which included tree growing, as well as riverbank protection. But we had to invest in small water harvesting equipment for communities. The communities then were able to use the same water to grow off-season crops, thus increasing their livelihoods by growing high-value horticulture as well as fruit trees. In another sense, the water that was used to manage and sustain our tree nurseries. So communities are able to meet the need for planting the trees and conserving that water and soil. We put up a very elaborate tracking system that with all these investments, we were able to reduce the sediment load into our river system by 16%. And downstream in the water utility, the Nairobi Water Company realized a 25% reduction in the treatment costs of the water. And the large water users like Coca-Cola, who are able to use cleaner water, they were incentivized to be able to put in resources into our now running Upper Tana Nairobi Water Fund to be able to put together an endowment fund to support these community initiatives. So in essence, I'm saying ecological integrity is very important for agricultural productivity. We cannot and should not separate the two. I want to thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Agnes, and thanks so much for sticking to time. That was terrific. We're now going to move online. We do have one of our speakers who's unable to be here in person, and he is John Wakont. He's a tribal leader of the Pueblo of Isalta and the Rio Grande River area in the United States. John, I hope you can hear us, and your 4 minutes starts now.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm speaking to you from the United States, from the state of New Mexico, in southern the US, where agriculture, water is certainly most important. I have the fortune to be able to speak to you from the place where my parents, my grandparents, and their people have originated from, a Native American Pueblo tribe here in New Mexico. There's 22 tribes in New Mexico, and I have the fortune of working for the Nature Conservancy as an Indigenous Partnerships Program Director. It's a unique position for the Nature Conservancy, and it follows sort of our policy that we've adopted here in North America, our Indigenous Landscapes and Communities program and strategy. Most specifically, I'd like to bring focus to one of our strategic pillars in this strategy, and that is supporting Indigenous people in advancing their authority and leadership, supporting and demonstrating how new models for conservation that are Indigenous-led and involve collaborative government and management. We will work together with Indigenous people to build more powerful coalitions and improve natural resource policies. The Native American people here in the United States have endured many centuries of colonization and residing on lands that have been set aside in tribal reservations, have been kept away and taken away from very culturally important and traditional homelands of our people. We still practice our native tradition and culture. Our religious ceremonies are centered around location and the environment. And so thus protecting the environment allows us to continue our culture and tradition for many generations to come. And that's certainly my goal and my purpose for working with the Nature Conservancy. I'm working closely with some of our native and Pueblo communities here, focusing in on water conservation. We are traditional agriculturalists living here in the Rio Grande River Basin, blessed to have fertile cropland, and also blessed to have paramount water rights. Here in the Western United States, water rights are based upon the source and the use of water based on time. So first in time is first in right. And so our tribal communities have paramount water rights. However, in the past, we have not developed water comparable or comparable to industrial uses of our urban centers. We are traditional farmers and have never developed our water rights for industry or for purposes to promote commercialization of our lands. Our lands is all we have, and so our goals and objectives are to keep them in a pristine manner which will be sustainable for generations. However, that non-developed use of our water rights leaves us in a challenge to continue to claim water. And so our conservation measures are drawing upon building more sustainable agriculture, more sustainable environmental care of the uplands where the water originates during our winter precipitation, being able to restore some of our impaired and imperiled environments due to catastrophic fires, which increases soil erosion and water runoff into our rivers and our systems that threaten some of our critical infrastructure that help us divert water to our farmlands. So our programs certainly are working with the communities, working with our tribes, working with the youth to be able to continue agriculture education. We do that through various sources, one of which is the Rio Grande Water Fund, which is an investment opportunity for industry, for donors, foundations to be able to invest in this type of conservation that includes our tribal communities, which have often been neglected in decision making within the larger context of the federal government's way of implementing programs on the ground, often have left out our indigenous communities in taking advantage of those opportunities. So I'm happy to be here, have many examples to share, given maybe more time, but I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be able to be part of this panel to discuss how important it is to be able to include community decisions, to empower traditional ecological knowledge, to use that, both sharing and gaining from our existence. We've been farmers, we've been living on this land for centuries and have endured many challenges. Now one of the largest is upon us, climate change, and we want to be able to make sure that our people still continue our culture and tradition as they have been for years. And thanks to the Nature Conservancy, I hope to aid and hope to contribute towards that goal. Thank you.
Great, John, thank you so much. And very interesting to hear some similarities, I think, in terms of engagement opportunities and structures between our first two speakers. We're now going to move on to our third speaker, who is Dr. Annapurna Van Cheshwan, who is the Managing Director for the Nature Conservancy in India. Annapurna, you're welcome.
Thank you, Simon. And I'm delighted to be here, and particularly when we are discussing a very important subject, which is community-based approaches across foods, freshwater, and agriculture. I'm going to be focusing on agriculture because TNC India is very much focused in that area, and there is a large program that's going on. But before I start, I just needed to say that while food security is a concern all over the world, it is climate change that is farmers are the most at risk as far as climate change is concerned. So the agriculture sector demands more attention than what it has been getting all this while. Having said that, I just wanted to say that for grassroots changes to take place, it's important that communities come into play, and this is what the session actually talks about. But while community participation is important, it's extremely important that we also look and listen to what the communities have to say and learn from us if we are providing some opportunities for them. And hence, when we look at community participation and grassroots interventions, it is a long and arduous journey. It's not a quick fix. You do not have a silver bullet for something of that nature. Just to share with you the experience that TNC India, we are very, very happy to work on a very large project where we are actually reaching out to 250,000 of farmers who are in the northwest part of India, and particularly one state, which is Punjab. We have literally taken over the entire state and reaching out to the farmers. But they do have their challenges. And when we are talking about technologies being brought to them, providing the knowledge, the wherewithal, and the ability to be able to reach out to the technology, purchase the technology is a challenge again. So when we are looking at community participation, there has to be several layers of association when we talk with communities. And here, I'm restricting myself to only Prana, which is the program that we have, which actually means life. And what I would like to say is that when you're looking at agriculture and food security, it translates into life. So the project is looking at regenerative agricultural practices and ensuring that we actually are able to stem no-burn agriculture, which the farmers are doing at the moment. And you must have all heard about Delhi becoming a smoke chamber at this stage because the farmers are burning their stubbles at the moment because they can grow their next crop. Having said that, the approaches that we are working on in India, with of course several of our partners, and I'm glad that Syngenta Foundation is a partner with us, and so is the Tata Trust's RGR cell. We are true implementing partners with us. The approach is transformative. We have to have transformative approaches when we are looking at some of these challenges as we face. While looking at behavioral change, there is a need for continuous engagement, understanding of their perception and their requirements and their demands, and convincing them and creating a business case for them as we go ahead. Well, I would like to say there is a lot to say, and if we are going and meeting with 250,000 farmers, we have a lot of hope, we have a lot of challenges, and we have lots of miles to go before we sleep. So having said that, I stop here, Simon, and maybe we can take it further as we go ahead. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Annapurna. Whoops. You're okay? Good. Okay, so we have 2 more speakers to go, and then we'll go to the panel. The next speaker is Isai Victorino, who is the Community Conservation Lead for the Nature Conservancy in Colombia. Isai, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Simon. So, basically, I want to take the voice of the last speaker, and this is because we are talking about something very important, and we are talking about the life. And when we work with indigenous people and local communities in this kind of topics, we are talking about the life. And we are talking about a different approach to do, for example, conservation. An approach that is from the people, approach that basically is based on their realities, on their agendas, on their expectation in the life in these territories. So the time is very short, so I want to focus my presentation in 4 basic principles that we are working in the Amazon and in the Orinoquia. These are 2 places in Colombia. These are 2 iconic places that we are working with, mainly with indigenous people and rural communities. And we found 4 basically mainly principles. The first is when we talk about food systems, and when we talk about this kind of approach for the conservation, we need to guarantee intercultural knowledge for these systems. This intercultural knowledge is very important because we are losing this knowledge very fast. And if we lose this knowledge, as the people of the indigenous people say, we are going to lose the culture, and if we lose the culture, we are going to lose the life. The second point is a healthy management of these food systems. This healthy management is based on put this intercultural knowledge in a dynamic way. So if we have other kind of knowledge, talking with the communities and in this intercultural approach, we are going to have different solutions for food system, and we are going to talk about, for example, security food. That is basically the life. The third point is the sustainability. The sustainability thinking in put youth, put child, put women, put leaders, and put elders in the same way to talk about food systems. Because if we work just thinking in a short time, we are going to have solutions in a short time. And that is not the point. That is not the way. We have to think in a long-term visions. Because, again, we are talking about life. And the fourth point is strengthen the voice, the choice, and the action of these communities, and put the voice of the communities talking with, for example, local and subnational governments, national governments, and create agreements with programs that maybe the national governments have, maybe the national government has, and the international commitments. So this is a long-term actions. Yeah, it's difficult because sometimes the traditional point is go to the national governments and they create these kind of programs. But if we want to do the things different, and if we want different results, we need to do this. And it's not participation. Is that the community agendas of this kind of indigenous people and local communities has to be the priority for this kind of for create agreements, for example. So I think that this is the four mainly guidelines that we are working in Colombia. This is a process of almost 10 years with indigenous communities in the Amazon, and I think that this is our demanding words.
Wonderful, thanks, Isai. I'm always very impressed when somebody can take 10 years of experience and put it into 4 bullet points that are very deep and meaningful. So that was very well said. Thank you. We're going to move to our last speaker now, who is Marie-Claire Pais. She is the Nature Conservancy's country director for Gabon. Marie-Claire.
Thank you. So I'm going to tell you about this project we've been developing in central Gabon for now about 8 years, and which led to the creation of the first freshwater inland fisheries management plan. And it was a community-based, bottom-up approach in a country that traditionally has been very top-down. It's been a fascinating example to see this evolve and becoming one case that now is being recognized as an example and model that what the Gabon wants to replicate across the landscape. So Gabon is a very nature-rich, lots of forests, lots of rivers, very few people. But the communities that live in the countryside are tremendously dependent on the resource that we find in our forests and rivers. In a country that doesn't have agriculture, and where actually agriculture is very much hampered by elephant-human conflict with elephants destroying crops, communities are very, very dependent on fisheries. And in this lake in central Gabon, we've been working now with the local partners, local partner NGO for a few years. We observe a situation that's happening now more and more in other parts of the country. We had fish stocks starting to deplete. It doesn't require a lot of time, a lot of pressure. It's just what I call the perfect storm effect of 2 or 3 key situations, like overfishing in 2 months period while females are spawning, and you overcatch the females that are reproducing. Over a 10-year period, you see how the fish decline. And the communities were clearly aware that they were seeing this decline. They were also aware what were the fishing practices that were at harm and what needed to be done. But in an open resource access, it's really hard for any one single individual to take action and limiting themselves if the neighbor is not doing that. So a lot of the work in this case really required creating this community approach where the community members organize themselves. It was really about the governance underpinning the need to manage a resource sustainably. It took 2 or 3 years for them to agree on a common set of rules. They knew very well what were the fish cycles, they knew very well where fish were reproducing, they knew very well a lot of the elements that need to be put in place for managing the resource sustainably. But the key element was building the trust among themselves to be able to all agree on the same principles, to all put them down in paper on what this management plan will be. And then in a country, again, that has been very top-down, then be able to have also the administration, in this case, the fisheries administration, to be fully partner of this process. So it's been, we were able to get this plan signed into law, into ministerial decree in 2018. It's already given really good results. We've seen in just a couple of years. I mean, fisheries in that regard is very rewarding because you can see quick change if you have the right actions. The principles put in place were the right ones, and very quickly we start to see fish population recover. This has really been catching attention of, again, local administration, at a provincial level, at the national level, with an interest now in replicating this model. We've been doubling down now this very community-based approach with the knowledge that the fishers themselves had, and complementing now with a more, Western science-based approach to understand what a fish stock is in. And we're realizing that really that traditional knowledge matches what the science telling us. And again, so now the intention is to see how we can recognize and start to create more recognition even within the national legislation of this kind of community-based approach. So this is a really interesting example that can, again, I know we have many of those around the world, but is really particularly rewarding when you see them really working, and communities just start to see a clear benefit in their livelihood, in their economic opportunities, and then being able to then make additional choices in the way they invest some of the resources. So I'll leave it there for now. Happy to take more answers later, more questions later.
Great, thanks so much. Don't go away. We're going to have our panel all come up on stage now for the panel discussion. So please, everybody, all speakers, please take seats. I will join you, I think, in this seat here. And then we've got John back on the screen. So John, welcome back. And I'm going to just ask a couple of questions of our panelists. And then hopefully we have some time. We still have about 15 minutes. So hopefully we have some time for one or two questions from the audience here as well. So my first question is that you're all in some way or another working with the same organization. Even Agnes, although you're with the government, you're partnering with the Nature Conservancy as well. I'm just curious how much these topics are being discussed internally within the Nature Conservancy networks, and what you're learning from each other today that you didn't already know as you listen to each other's shared experiences. So maybe we can just go quickly along the panel, and just each of you can say what was one thing that was an insight for you today that you weren't as aware of before. Maybe Annapurna, we can start with you, and then you can just pass the microphone down.
Well, I think it was interesting to see, and you got us spot on, that we have far too many TNC people here on this panel. But very clearly, each one of us have designed our programs and solutions in manners that reach out to the common concerns that are there inherent on the land that we live in. So what I enjoyed is knowing that you people have many years of experience. What I was talking about was 1 year down the line, but I think 8 and 10 years that I heard of, and then the number of years that we've had our colleague from the US who's speaking, it was a thrilling experience to understand that some of the methods that you have, I feel that if you move there, we are just 1 year old, we have opportunities to learn from your successes and your failures, if any. And that would give us an opportunity to look at it. So I am looking forward to exchanging notes with the rest of them.
Thank you very much for your question. I think this session has been very enriching, listening to different experiences from around the world. I know I work personally for the government, but we found it very important to be able to work with other stakeholders. I know the Nature Conservancy has been our main executing entity for our program, but listening to my colleagues, I think we did it right in engaging stakeholders at all levels. In Kenya, we have a unitary government, but at 2 levels. We have the national government, and then we have a devolved governance system. And working with those 2 levels, together with all our stakeholders, and listening to my colleagues, I think it is the right way to go. As I earlier alluded to, it is expensive, it is time consuming, but this investment is worth it later on, because then when you go to implementation, you are able to move faster. But what I have learned, and that is also our inspiration, is from the success of what we have done in the Upper Tana Nairobi Water Fund with our 51,000 farmers. We need to upscale. Listening to India, working with 250,000 For us, that is a small drop in the ocean. So we remain challenged to upscale. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it coming through? Because it sounds very new. Actually, I have 3 points. Try to make them quickly. I think one was fascinating to hear how we're all addressing the food landscape from different angles. So agriculture, fisheries, and water. So there, and you see how those principles of community-based approach are really cutting across. So it is really important when we think about our full food cycle that we bring those in all of them. I also think it was really interesting to see how these approaches are very relevant in very different contexts, not only geographically, but we go from very, very heavily densely populated areas like India to sparsely populated areas like Gabon, from deserts to forests. So really the principles hold, and I really like Isai being able to boil them down in those 4 principles. I think you can really see them cutting across all of these different landscapes. And maybe the one principle that you mentioned that I really like that resounded is the importance of these intergenerational aspects. So really be able to bring the voice of the youth with the voice of the elders, women across. So it's really there's knowledge that we have, wisdom from our elders, but also the vision, the desires, the needs for the young generation coming up, and you need to match those from I think is relevant. So.
Thank you. Okay, so the first things that led me this space is I want to know more about what are you doing in all this experience, because it's fascinating, no? It's fascinating. We are using some kind of the same principles, but the mainly actions in every single geography obviously differs in some points. For example, for our experience, it's very important to create monitoring systems, to have data that these kind of actions, for example, for engagement with the Joe people, is fascinating. When we talk about monitoring system, the Joe people say, okay, this is very interesting, I want to be there. And this is a different focus, and we need to do that, to engage Joe people with the elders and take actions in the territories. So for me, for example, as you say, all these dialogue between traditional knowledge systems with Western knowledge systems is one of the key points to continue create agreements and to strengthen the voice, the choice, and the action of the local communities.
Great, thanks, Isai. And John, over to you on this point.
Thank you. It's great to be part of a team that certainly is working and dedicated hard to address these challenges. For here in the United States, I would like to say that it's a large challenge to address social equity. You know, our indigenous people here in the United States have endured a lot from colonization, and being able to look into the future to keep our community and our tradition and our cultures alive, working with the youth to continue to give them opportunities among many of our challenges, our social challenges. We do have a lot of problems in our communities, community health, community integrity, keeping that within itself. We are using these programs and the conservation efforts to be able to promote a future, a better future that is so certainly addressing social inequity and problems, being able to empower our communities to be able to find their solutions, to work with them, to bring them together. And I appreciate some of the examples that I heard today, that we are all concerned and an organization working together to address these. Thank you.
Great, thanks, John. I'm going to just ask the next question just to two of our panelists. And the question is, how can we balance then this need for embracing and honoring traditions and the intergenerational transfer of knowledge and so on that you're talking about, which, by the way, resonates very strongly with me. I think in our advanced Western societies, we've lost that kind of set of, passing on traditions and initiations and so on from one generation to another. I think that's, actually to our huge detriment. But how do you balance that then with the need to not just be repeating what's been done in the past, but actually to allow for progress, to allow for modernization as well. So I'm going to ask Marie-Claire if you can address that, and then John, I'd love to get your views on that question as well.
Yes, thank you. So I mentioned in the case of the lake how we started, when we launched the process, and we really wanted to hear the perspectives of the fishers. They're really the ones who knew, who've been living there for a while. And we started collecting data. They started collecting data. It was like a local fishers, and now it's been going on for about almost 8 years. We have daily data and the landing caught by the fishers, which they knew some of those things, but when we start to actually see that coming on a daily basis through data sheets, it just really, the stories coming there. But again, it was capturing a lot of their own knowledge. We then, as I said, coupled this with, we did like a more Western science-based scientific approach where we launched a survey. We're able to use, randomize, all of the standard science using statistics to came out to tell us exactly the same information that the fishers were telling. So it was really fascinating to see how traditional knowledge and our Western science, statistics base was telling us the same story. We're now helping to move the data collection to be, based on tablet with information that's up in the cloud that people in the central, in the provincial capital or even the city have access to, and that becomes to be able to come back and provide feedback. So this merging of both, it helping to bring confidence. I mean, it was both for the fishers to understand that the science we do is helping to tell similar stories of what they do in a way that is also able to open to the world and validate in both directions the way we do. So I thought it was a fascinating process of really bringing those two.
Great. Thanks, John. Briefly from your side.
Yes, our communities, thankfully, are still able to use our native language. Our language programs are very strong, and that's one of our first efforts, is to promote the continuance of our traditional language. Unfortunately, fortunately as well too, our languages are not written, so it's all oral. We need to be able to connect the language speakers with those that are learning, the youth, the younger generation, being able to connect the intergenerational knowledge is very important. Also, integrating this into educational systems, our school programs. Here in the United States, we have a Bureau of Indian Education, which manages and administers with contracts, some with individual tribes and some still a federal government education system, trying to incorporate into their curriculum traditional knowledge about land, about water, about conservation, and sharing that in promoting that type of curriculum in our school systems. And then on to the next level in our universities. Here in New Mexico, I'm working with several universities and community colleges to be able to look at developing community food programs into their academic programs, and being able to promote opportunities for our tribal youth so that they can see a future in this area. It's a pathway to become knowledgeable in Western science and traditional knowledge, but then also be educated to come back and return back to their communities to work in these areas is something that I find most encouraging and a goal.
Great. Thanks, John. What I'm hearing from both of you, which is really interesting, is that this interplay between tradition and modernity is not just about the content of what the programs are and the changes, but it's also the hows of the ways of working, and especially on that latter, a lot of scope for bringing in modern tools and so on. Very interesting. So now my last question is to the other three panelists who didn't answer that question, and that is, and Annapurna, you picked up on this, so I'll ask you first. What if each of you can just give one thought about how to balance the need for proper, deep engagement with the communities, which takes time, as you say, with the fact that the extreme weather events are crashing in on us, ever closer, ever more frequently, and there's an urgency, as we've been hearing over the last few days at COP27, for much larger scale action right now. How do we balance that sense of urgency with need for appropriate consultation and buy-in? One tip from each of you. Annapurna.
Thank you. Let me just, I will be focusing more on agriculture because that's what we've been discussing, but looking at the amount of work that we have been doing across the agency, TNC, has been fantastic. And the kind of work that we just shared about. Clearly, when we are talking about bringing in innovations to a community which has not been used to it, it's important that we give them time and we give them an opportunity. While time is running out on our hand, there is a need for us to, couple them together. There is an emphasis on we need to have partnerships in a big way with governments, with civil societies, with the farmers. If you're talking about agriculture, it is, as I mentioned, there is no silver bullet for us to give the answers. One major point that I would say is, and that's the line that I would say is, if you have the will, you will find the means. So I will stop there.
Thank you very much. That is a very tough question, but it is a valid question. And we really need to look at both the short-term, medium-term, and long-term interventions. And we must be ready to pay the price. Coming from an environmental perspective, many of the impacts that we are suffering now is because of the way we have used our environment. While we know that our immediate needs are urgent, we must still focus on the long-term interventions. There is no way out, even as we address the immediate needs. For example, in Kenya, we now have a very ambitious long-term commitment to upscale our tree cover from the current 12% to 30% by 2032. That's an ambitious program of planting 15 billion trees in 10 years. But in our medium term, we have to work together with other sectors of the economy and bring them on board, because we cannot possibly do it alone. So I really agree that partnership is the key, and we cannot leave anyone behind. Government alone cannot do it, and that's why we are saying we must work together with the private sector and even together with the youth and the children. In fact, I forgot to mention that we are engaging the schools, because we must catch them when they are young. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so too many thoughts, but I think that the first is we need to create capacity at local level. Everything we are doing in the territories, we need to create capacity in IPLC organizations to assume all the things that we are trying to do with every single IPLC organization. The capacity for this organization and strengthen the capacity of the private sector, for example, and a local, subnational, and national institution for the intercultural dialogue. Because there is a very big gap in this kind of institutions to understand the local communities. So we need to create capacity in both sides of the coin. If we do this, we are going to change whole the dynamic that we are having right now. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. I'm afraid our timekeeper is telling me we're out of time. So I hope that if you have some questions for our panelists, you can stay around, and the panelists can stay around for a few minutes. I am going to ask that just before we descend from the panel, we take one photograph of the panelists. John, I hope you can stay with us just for 2 minutes. I have 2 seconds of comments from myself just before we do that. So I think just wrapping up from my side, this is a super interesting conversation. I wish we'd had more time. I'd love to go into more details. I hope you'll do more of that. One thing for me that was really clear, and I really come back to what Isai was saying, I think there are some very strong principles for not just community engagement, for community ownership of these integrated change processes that are really needed to help communities improve the use of their resources in a more efficient way, and encouraging those shared learnings and so on that we've all been talking about. I think there's really a strong need to make sure that we are listening carefully, both to traditional communities, local communities, but also outside sources of information and knowledge, and bridging those two. I think this intergenerational piece is super important. Many of you mentioned the importance to bring in the voices of youth, and for elders to listen to the youth as much as the youth to listen to the elders. I think it goes both ways round. I didn't hear a lot of discussions particularly about the needs of women, but I think particularly in a lot of these, let's say, communities where women maybe aren't traditionally very empowered, and where their voice is not very strong traditionally, that's something that does need attention specifically. This long-term thinking, long-term visioning, but long-term planning, also very important. Partnerships, you all mentioned that, super important. I think there's an incentive piece for partnerships that perhaps wasn't emphasized very strongly, but there is, there has to be not only just a shared commitment to intention, but also to outcomes and recognition that those outcomes can then be celebrated. I think we also have to recognize there are trade-offs here. I mean, these questions I was asking, they're about balancing things that are difficult. And I think it's really important in these types of programs to not shy away from the trade-offs, but actually to recognize there are trade-offs and discuss them openly and transparently so they can be resolved, rather than trying to be brushed under the carpet in the planning stage and then they come back and bite later. And finally, something on a personal basis is, I think, for our foundation, and thank you, Annapurna, again for mentioning our partnership in India. We also have been partner in the Apatana River Fund as well, Water Fund, sorry. That there's a community of practice here, and that goes back to my first question, in community engagement, in effective tools and approaches and methods, which isn't just a Nature Conservancy question or a Kenya government question. It's for all of us who are thinking about sustainable transformation for water, for food, for agriculture, and so on. And that's something I think that needs more attention and support as well. So happy to contribute to that from my own thinking. Thank you all very much for joining us online as well as here in the room. And then now let's move to just thanking all our speakers very much. Thank you. And now let's take a photograph, if we can have somebody to help us take the photograph. Thank you, everybody. Cheerio. Thanks, John. Thank you, John.
Yeah. If I don't want, because I don't understand they're coming so close to me, I can use this one. Test, test.
The others do weird things like that. So, yeah.
So whose slides? This is the first speaker of the first case study. Are they online?
Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to you here and to our participants online from the Food Systems Pavilion. The topic of our session today is climate-aggravated water scarcity as a food security issue. 3.2 billion people are living in agricultural areas with high to very high levels of water scarcity. That's a lot. So on today's Water Day of the conference, we will be looking at food security from a water sector's perspective. And there's no food security without water security. What do we mean by water security? That water is available reliably for all uses, including productive uses, including human consumption, including also environment. And all this at an acceptable quantity and quality. My name is Sonja Hofbauer. I am the Global Technical Advisor of SNV on water supply services. We are going to take you on a little journey today from Kenya, speaking about institutional support, to the US, to Oregon, taking a farmer's perspective, and then to New Mexico, hearing about a community organized irrigation system. We will have 3 brief case studies, 3 brief stops in our journey before coming back and having a little reflection on the panel here. So our first stop in our journey is Kenya. I welcome James Mwangi. He's an integrated water resource management specialist working at SNV Kenya. His 10 years experience is deeply rooted in arid and semi-arid problematics in Kenya, where water security is really greatly under pressure due to climate change. His role is Nexus Coordinator under the LISTEN project, and he works with existing institutions to improve their planning framework at county level and below. James, if you can hear me, you are online. We are ready to hear your presentation. James is going to come to us in a moment. We want to hear from the next case study, which is Mark Owens. Mark Owens is a farmer and a state representative. And we've heard in the previous session about the online data sets like Vapor and OpenET, and he also has an experience and is going to share his experience on this. Hi, Mark.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you today talking about food scarcity and water scarcity. Like the host said, they go hand in hand. To start, I'd like to just talk a little bit about my story so you understand where I might be coming from. So I'm a farmer, alfalfa farmer in Southeast Oregon. Have been a farmer, first generation farmer, since I got out of high school, went to a little college. In May 2015, the Water Resource Department came into our basin and said, hey, we might have a problem here. We might have over-allocated the basin compared to the water that comes in. They showed us a blue bar graph. On that blue bar graph, it showed approximately 270,000 acre feet of water came into the basin. Of that, about 89,200 went to springs and streams, leaving a remainder of approximately 170,000 acre feet. Then they showed us that they approximately appropriated already 268,000 acre feet. We looked at that blue bar graph and we started thinking, wow, this isn't good. How did this happen? What are we going to do? There was a lot of thought, concern, frustration that went through a lot of our minds. How could a state or how could regulatory agencies that are responsible for managing a public water get us in such a position? A couple more thoughts went through my mind. Well, this might be the first time this happened. Surely this was a mistake. Surely it's not happening more. I started looking more into water in the West, more into water in Oregon, And now it's not the first time it's happened. It's not the last time it's happened. It seems to be a trend that state regulatory agencies are over-appropriating our resource. That started a whole different direction for me in life. I got into politics, I got into being a county commissioner, and then I got into being a state representative. And I currently serve and represent 37% of the southeast corner of the state, which the driving factor in those areas is agriculture. And we're high desert, limited water, 8 to 12 inches a year, and without groundwater, we could not grow any crops. So from that experience that happened with me back in 2015, a couple trajectories have started. I started working with my own farm, my own managers, to try to figure out how we could get the most crop per drop. We started looking at technology like open evapotranspiration. We started looking at agromet weather stations, at ecovariance weather stations. We started designing our pivots with low elevation spray applications, precision mobile drip. We are on a mission to try to figure out how we could reduce our water usage while still maintaining some economic vitality. So far on our farm of about 4,000 acres that we lease, own, and manage, we've saved our water by about 21%, and we've also cut our power bill. We've been pretty successful. Do we have to do more in our own community in order to save water to become sustainable in Harney County? Yes, we do. So as I said, when I started looking back from the May 26, 2015 presentation of the Water Resource Department again, and I had all those questions, I started getting involved in politics, trying to figure out how can we stop this again? So a couple things after I became a state representative that we've been successful in doing. In 2021, we passed a House bill that requires our Water Resource Department to team up with USGS, look at all the basins in the state of Oregon, and prepare a groundwater assessment of where we're at, what water comes in, what water goes out. That'll take 6 years in order to complete. As we're working through that, I continue to see that we're still repeating our errors. Water Resource Department of the state of Oregon came out with a groundwater assessment just this last 6 months and said, 80% of the groundwater applications that have been approved in this state in the last decade have come from known areas of concern. In 2017, 79% of the water rights that were given out came with a check mark. We don't know if water is available or not. And this isn't right. The biggest threat ecologically, socially, and economically to water in my community is continued overappropriation. This is probably repeating itself, not just in Southeast Oregon or across Oregon, but probably 17 Western states. And as some in the audience and online know a lot more than I, probably across a lot of the world. Putting water to beneficial use is a great thing. It's what builds real economies. It's what's made me prosper. But we've probably turned to a different book in the 17 Western states and probably across the world. We need to stop figuring out how to allocate a limited resource. We probably need to figure out how to manage that resource better. That's my mission, is to figure out data, water balances, and water budgets. As a conservative farmer, I understand that we have to be sustainable. We got to make sure there's a balance of water users using a limited resource. And we really need to support our regulatory agencies and those that are in charge of the public resource. We have a lot of work to do. But once again, I think we need to use data, technology, and bring everybody together to set a course on water management. Thank you for the few minutes that I spent with you today.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you also for accepting to speak to us at this really unhuman hour for you. And it's very refreshing to hear that from a farmer's perspective, you really embraced also your role as a steward, as a caretaker of water resources, because in the end it forms the basis for your productivity and your income as well. So thank you for that. Thanks for sharing. Our next stop is New Mexico. I welcome Paula Garcia. Paula Garcia is the executive director of the New Mexico Sequia Association, a statewide grassroots organization that operates irrigation systems. It's the mission to protect water and irrigated land. And share the water for agricultural use in the community. Paula was quite successful in creating a momentum also around the principle water is life, with major achievements in water policy, water governance, and agricultural projects. You're welcome, Paula. We are ready to hear from you.
Good morning. This is Paula Garcia, and I am Executive Director of the New Mexico Acequia Association, and I'm coming to you from New Mexico. And I'm really honored to be invited to speak to you today. I'm going to share some slides and see if I can get this going. I'm going to be talking about acequias in New Mexico. Acequias are communal irrigation systems, and they are deeply rooted in indigenous and water governance traditions brought from Spain and Mexico to New Mexico. In New Mexico, the acequias are located in a very arid environment. We are high desert here in New Mexico, and acequias are mostly located in the high mountain villages in New Mexico. There's about 600 to 700 of these acequias, and they irrigate over 100,000 acres of land. But you can see in this image that they're small pieces of land. They're between an acre to 20 acres typically. I grew up in farming and ranching community in Mora, New Mexico, where my family has been working the land and farming for 8 generations. And before that, many more generations in New Mexico. The acequias are very vulnerable to climate change and water scarcity because we rely primarily on surface water for irrigation. Unlike other types of agriculture, which use groundwater, we do not. Typically, all the irrigation we're doing is of surface water. Not only do we provide for food and for habitat, but we're also recharging the aquifer. As communal irrigation systems, we share water according to customary practices. These decisions are made locally by the same people who have the water rights. And these water rights are attached to the land, and they've been in families for generations. This agricultural tradition is important for food security in New Mexico. We don't produce as much as the large agribusiness operations in other parts of the state, like in irrigation districts that use groundwater, but they are important for food security. They're important for cultural heritage, and they're a major part of our economy in rural New Mexico. They're also maintained by communal labor, and every spring we come out and clean the acequias with the work crew. And now that we had some forest fires, we're also having to mobilize work crews to reopen the acequias. We're very vulnerable to climate change. What we're seeing is snowpack is decreasing. These are all predictions that scientists have been making for decades, and it matches our observations. We're seeing less precipitation. Precipitation is less certain and more extreme. Temperatures have increased, and droughts are intensified by warmer temperatures. The acequias have endured centuries with drought, and that has been through our water sharing agreements. Acequias share water within the acequia, and they also share water between acequias. So these customary practices have really enabled the acequia to expand or to contract its footprint depending on how much water is available. These are decisions that are made by local leaders with technical support, with data, and from government agencies, from state agencies mainly. What we need in New Mexico is more capacity building for acequias and other neighboring communities to engage in water sharing agreements. And we also need improved infrastructure. The lower photo shows some of the more recent green infrastructure designs, which are more resistant to drought and flooding, and these are more climate resilient designs. The other major problem is the commodification of water, and it relates to Representative Owen's previous comments about overappropriation. In New Mexico, our water is overappropriated, and that's a big problem because there's more paper water than there is wet water. For acequias, that's a very big problem. We are stewards of the water, we share the water, we only use what's within our means from the snowpack, and yet what's happening in New Mexico is that you can transfer water off the land to other uses, surface to groundwater transfers. And this will deplete our aquifer over the long term unless this is better regulated. This is putting enormous pressure on rural communities like ours, and that's why we're at the forefront of protesting water transfers and strengthening local water governance to protect acequia communities. One of the major policy reforms that we made in New Mexico was to give acequias the power to approve or deny transfers out of the acequia. And our survival is at stake with this power. And lastly, I just want to wrap up with, oops, my slides got stuck. Oh, I just want to wrap up to summarize that what we're really working towards here is to strengthen local capacity to ensure to engage in water sharing agreements, to implement more climate resilient irrigation infrastructure, and to resist the commodification over appropriation of water by protesting transfers out of acequia communities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you also for accepting to come to us at this very early hour for you. We really appreciate. Thanks for sharing your experience. This is really a good prime example for a community-led and inclusive governance mechanism.
Thank you.
James Mwangi, I've already introduced you. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm in now. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, James. We can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Thank you.
We are trying to get you and the presentation on the screen. Yeah, we can see you now. Good morning to good afternoon to Kenya.
Good afternoon. Greetings from Kenya. We are just 1 hour late, but yeah, it's almost
James,
the same
can you
time
share
right
your presentation, or are we sharing it?
I can share the presentation.
Yeah, share your screen, please.
Are you able to see it?
Not yet. We can also share it from here, James.
Yeah, you can share it from that side.
Yeah, we share it from here.
Okay.
We can see the presentation, James. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the opportunity to present to this pavilion. James Mwangi, implementing a recent project where we are focusing on improving institutional capacities for inclusive climate resilience. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just a brief overview of the project. The goal is to contribute to improved resilience through enhanced food, nutrition, and water security in selected ASO counties. Through the Nexus approach, we are looking at water, energy, and food nexus. We have 3 outcome areas. One is to improve the institutional capacities for inclusive climate resilience. Here we are looking at the national and the county level institutions that are involved in that are working in climate and livelihood within the national and the county level structures. The other outcome area is on improved water resource management at the basin level. We are working with the local communities to build their capacity and also the final outcome is increased production and income through sustainable agriculture, supporting the community structures for food production so that they are more sustainable. We are working in 3 counties like Kipesio and Samburu. Our project is 3.5 years. SNV is the lead agency, working in partnership with local partners, FCDC and AGRA. Thank you. Next, please. So just a quick snapshot of water situation in Kenya. So majorly you see Kenya is a water scarce country. Water scarcity is one of the major issues. It's being driven by recurrent droughts, poor management of water supply systems, especially more so in the rural areas, pollution, and the increasing demand due to population and also climate, the need for irrigation to support livelihoods. In that on your far end, we have the daily life of pastoral in ASO areas. And one of the challenges we have to work on and we are working on is how to increase access to safe water to support the communities and also the livelihoods that they depend on. Next slide, please. So just looking at the institutional framework for water governance in Kenya, majorly you see that water resource and water service provision is majorly led by the government. We have 3 levels of management: the national, the regional levels, and also the local levels. At the national level, where we have the policy formulation by the ministry. At the regional levels, we have the regulation and also implementation of the strategies that have been formulated. And then at the local level, then we have a water service provision, water resource management. We have really our framework clearly casts out the different roles. On one end, water service provision is clearly defined and it has its own structure of management. On the other side, we have a water service provision, again, also clearly well defined. But one of the challenges we have is how do we link the two? You find that a lot of focus has been on water service provision. Again, it's water resource management. With the climate change, we are having a challenge because water service provision is becoming unsustainable, and the 2 levels of government have to work together to ensure that there is a balance. There's a significant input in water service provision to sustain water for production, water service provision. Next, please. Just a look at the major challenges in the existing sector framework. And one of the challenges is the water scarcity. We are at 647 million cubic per capita per annum against 1,000, and this has really it continues to like now we have a projections of 237 by 2025. So again, the resources are being under more pressure due to the droughts. But one of the challenges we have is the management of water still is not done in sustainable manner. So we still have those challenges trying to balance the soup. The other challenge we have is the government tend to prioritize urban over rural areas. We have about 43% of population who depend on unregulated water and protected water sources, and that balance to try and ensure that as much as there is a focus on the urban where there is the huge population pressure, then there is also need to look at the rural water. The investment gap that we have to achieve SDG 6, we need to have about USD 17 billion, but the government is only able to support up to that 3%. We have many actors at the national level, at the county level, but how that is translating to action remains a challenge, and there is need to look at how do we coordinate better our interventions. Next slide, please. So we have a number of opportunities that we are looking at. One is to strengthen water resource management and regulation for sustainable water services. The LISTEN project is one of the projects SNV is implementing, trying to integrate water resource management and water for production, water for sanitation and hygiene. And this is a direction that at the strategic level we are looking at, even at the national level, how do we ensure that water resource management is supporting water production, is supporting water service provision. The other gap we have, the other opportunity that we have is on technology for increased and sustainable agriculture. We see there is a huge opportunity, and we are looking at smart water technologies to support production, to support irrigation, increase water efficiency, and that really would go to help in the mitigation to climate change, where farmers now have to do irrigation to support their production. I think the other opportunity that we have is supporting the PPPs to increase financing in the water sector.
Summarize,
We are
please.
working on several models. Listen is also working in the basin to support and nurture public-private partnerships, so that we can implement real solutions at the community level. In conclusion, we see there is a huge potential to support food production, and if there's linkage between water resource management approach, implementing the rural nexus approach. Thank you.
Thank
Really
you,
appreciate
James.
for the opportunity.
Thank you for showing us also how to connect the institutional levels. At times, when we speak about institutions, we only have the national level in mind, and you are giving us a good example that the institutions in the middle and at local government level also need to receive our attention to embrace the integrated water resource management approaches. So we are running a little bit behind schedule. Without wasting time, we want to go directly into discussing what we have heard. I've got two very experienced and knowledgeable discussants with me. I'd like to invite Joe Ray. He's the Senior Advisor for the Cross-Ministerial Initiative Valuing Water Initiative at the Netherlands Enterprise Agency. And Jean de Mata, SNV. This person speaks with a seniority of 32 years of experience, many years thereof in SNV in different positions as country director, and currently he is our manager for the Dryland Sahel project in 3 countries in West Africa. Before I come to you, is there any immediate question or any comment from the audience that you would like to raise to any of the presenters that you have seen? Is there any immediate question or comment popping up in the chat? Nothing? I found in the previous sessions the questions from the audience and from the chat always were cut a bit short, so we are trying to embrace it a bit better now. So, Jean, I would like to start with you. We've heard now an example from Eastern Africa, from your experience and perspective from the countries that you've worked in. What would it take to really better connect and plan and connect also to regulation to ensure the water security in the region where you are, where obviously it's also a big challenge?
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to start by saying, talking about the scarcity of water as an issue for food security, we need to consider at least 2 dimensions. The first one is about the availability of water, and the second one is about access to water. And you can note that in Africa, let's say, an effective management of access to water is a political issue. It is a political issue, especially within the countries and also between countries. And this has to be considered as access to water is vital for the population and also for the state. I would like also to stress on essentially 3 dimensions. The first one is relative to securing water. You know, it is always, sometimes it's overviews that if there is no water, there is no life. But we are not realizing that. Even let's say, the space researcher, the scientists, are looking into the presence of water to be connected to life. It is overviews maybe for everyone, but we need to recall that one. Water is renewable, but water is a limited resources. Water is recyclable, but we cannot replace water. So it is important to consider water security as key. And for us, and for me, I think when talking about water security, it is also the use of water. It is related to water pollution. It is related to water-related risk and hazard. So all these kind of aspects have to be considered when talking about securing water. And for us to ensure the security of water, we need to protect vulnerable water systems. We need also to mitigate the effect of flood and drought. We need to secure the access to the water for all the users and ensure integrated and equitable management of water resources within the countries and also in Africa. The second aspect is we need to consider and also reinforce a little bit the global decision about the right to access to water. As you know, in the 2010, water is recognized as a human right. But we need to make it effective. So this access to water in Africa could be part of the constitutions. It is not yet a reality across Africa, but we need to put water in the center of also the right for the population within the countries. So, and we need also to recognize that so far, accessing to water is not effective for everyone across the country. And we need to take accountable all the government in Africa in terms of showing progressive realization of this right to the people. The last one I want to say, yes, water sometimes is source of conflict, and even if you are not taking care, could be a source of war. We need to make sure that we are bringing an inclusive governance in water matters within the communities, within the countries, and between countries in Africa. I think by doing that, we can say that we will be contributing to reinforce the right to access to water, but also bringing, let's say, the means to contribute securing food. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for putting more thoughts behind water security. We use it so easily without thinking through all the dimensions and the consequences that realizing water security does entail for us. It's a complex thing. Joe, listening to the presenters, listening to Sean, what comes to your mind? What are the points that strike out for you that you would like to stress?
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, just to say thank you for inviting me to speak today, and I've learned a lot already listening to some of the case studies that were presented earlier. I think two main points from my side, and these are also really just reflections on what's already been talked about, so perhaps nothing particularly new, but my own takeaway from this is that there is no food security without water security, and I think that was already mentioned at the very beginning of the session. But there is also no food security without effective water governance. And I think that point has just been made very eloquently. We also heard earlier from Paula a really great example of what community water governance can look like. And I think that's something that we need to be putting more focus on. So thank you, Paula, for those reflections. Again, it's already been mentioned, but food systems rely on the quality and the availability of water resources. But too often these are still mismanaged, they're undervalued until it's too late, until the groundwater is depleted, until your water resource is too polluted. So we need more investment in water, without doubt. We need to recognize its many different values. And for us in the Netherlands, that means investing in water supply, in infrastructure and technical innovation. Of course, we need all of that. But as we've heard today, we also must invest in better governance and better decision-making processes, more effective, more participatory governance frameworks. This is absolutely key. And then I think that connects to the second point I wanted to make, which is that, again, as when we look at development cooperation in particular, from the Netherlands' perspective, we see water as both an obstacle in terms of floods, droughts, extreme weather events, sea level rise, all the climate impacts that we've heard about so much this week. But it's also an enabler for sustainable development. So water is the sort of, we describe it often as the red thread that connects all of the SDGs. So without water, we can have no gender equality, there is no economic growth, there can be no climate adaptation without proper water governance, water management. But the flip side of that is that if we value it and we manage it properly, if we put in place the kind of institutional frameworks, we provide the financial resources that are needed to do this properly, then it can be a catalyst for the wider sustainable development agenda. Then it can be an entry point to achieving the other SDGs. Better jobs, cleaner growth, more resilient cities, and obviously the reason we're all here today, more secure food systems. So my takeaways are no food security without water security, but that then means no food security without proper, effective water governance. And let's think about how we can use water as a catalyst, as an entry point for sustainable development more broadly.
Building governance systems, building the required, the awareness, the partnerships, this takes time and a very long breath. I remember Henk Owing in the opening session, he said there's lack of capacity and lack of willingness. How do we build the political willingness to address this?
Well, it's hard and it's slow. And it can be frustrating sometimes for those of us who are working in this space, because there is only so much sort of political oxygen and political attention available, and trying to push water and water governance and investments in water as a sort of a new sort of lobbying point or a new interest group, I don't think is effective. I think we need to take the approach that water is an entry point and an enabler, as we already discussed, for so many other things. So water is the starting point for sustainable development as a whole, and I think that in our communications and in our sort of political influencing, that's how we need to position it. That, I think, links to the point that the Netherlands is promoting, as I'm sure you've all heard this week, around the UN Water Conference in March 2023. So for those who don't know, I hope many of you do already, but if you don't, the Netherlands is co-hosting, together with Tajikistan, a water conference at the UN headquarters on World Water Day, March next year. And alongside that conference, we will be launching the Water Action Agenda. Now, this is the first head of state level UN water conference for 5 decades, right? It's the first since the 1970s. It's the first in my lifetime. And it's also only the second ever. So this is a huge moment and an opportunity to sort of seize the political momentum and the political oxygen that is created at that moment in time and try to build from there. So as the Netherlands, we're trying to ensure that this conference is action-oriented and cross-sectoral and inclusive. And these are all nice policy words that we like to use a lot. But we've seen some really fantastic examples today also from our speakers who've joined remotely around what inclusive water governance can look like. And for us, it means bringing along everybody and encouraging all different groups to commit to taking action on water. So governments, we need civil society, we need NGOs, the private sector, we need youth groups, indigenous leaders, we need women. We can't do it on our own. But next year is a real opportunity to put water on the agenda at the very highest level. Again, not for its own sake, not talking about water for the sake of talking about water, but because it can help us deliver a greener and a more resilient future, and obviously a more food secure future as well. So from where we're sitting in the Netherlands, we're devoting a great deal of resources to this, as I'm sure you've seen. The way we see it, the stakes couldn't really be any higher. This is our opportunity. This is our moment, and I hope to see many of you in New York at the UN Water Conference next year.
Thank you. That's almost the concluding remark. We have a few minutes left. Is there anyone who wants to make a comment or yes, please? Can you introduce yourself? And
thank you very much. My name is Mbegazeli Mtunzi. I'm from SNV in Zimbabwe. I think quite interesting issues that you are bringing up, but one that intrigued me is one where we are saying, I think both speakers alluded to the aspect of holding our governments accountable when it comes to issue of provision of water. I'm looking at the practical ways. How best can we really hold them to account? I know COP27 is one of the issues, but after this, how do we do that? Is there anything that's practical?
So just on accountability and water governance, I think that depends very much on the local context, and I think we have to be sensitive to local dynamics. So again, speaking from the Netherlands perspective, we have a very sort of consultative, participatory, democratic and decision-making system that has its pros and cons. We recognize there are many other local, national, regional political systems that have to be contended with. So in terms of accountability and sort of the institutions that we develop for water governance, I think those have to be adapted each time to the local context. There is no one-size-fits-all approach. But I think that accountability is an absolutely key principle that ought to be the starting point. So whether your accountability is through a sort of a direct democratic model of very participatory decision-making, or if you're using other more centralized or more decentralized decision-making processes, I think if you try to incorporate accountability as your starting point and then try to adapt to the local context, I think that's that is a starting point and a principle that can underpin that approach, but very difficult, I think, to define in a snapshot.
And it would be a total session in itself, probably, to discuss this at length.
It's a great question.
But thank you. Anybody else wants to have a quick comment or remark? Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Jean Mwenda. I work with SNV as the Global Lead Youth Employment and Entrepreneurship in The Hague. I like the conversation we are having around food security in the nexus with the other sectors. But specifically, I would be interested to hear what the speakers see as the role of young people in the water sector, explicitly.
I can take one last question and then we'll do a final round of responses.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Simplice Vuruche. I'm from Benin Republic in West Africa. Now, my question is that I'm sorry I couldn't follow from the beginning, but the quality of the water is not taken into account. But this is quite important, and I think that for agriculture, for example, you need certain quality of water to produce. And we are facing the problem of pesticides and chemical in the different water we are using. And people are fighting for access to the water in the irrigation system. Thank you.
Thank you for that, for stressing the importance of quality of water. On opportunities for young people, Paula, I would like to hear from you in your association. How do you create space? How do you leverage on the strength and the enthusiasm that young people can bring to our sector? But be brief, please. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Paula.
Host also, or is it all of us virtually?
Try again, Paula.
Yeah, I'm still talking. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Paula. We can hear you now.
Okay. One of the biggest challenges facing agriculture is the aging population of farmers. And this is a major obstacle for us because we do need young people to be involved in food production. And I don't know if this is true across the globe, but here in the United States, that's a major concern. And so one of the things that we've done is we've started a farmer training program for new and beginning farmers. We also have 2 youth programs. One is for very young youth called Sembrando Semillas, which is Spanish for growing seeds. And it's more of a cultural program, a cultural immersion program to get young people interested in food and gardens. And then we have a Youth Leadership Institute for the high school level. So it's a scaffolding kind of approach to getting young people interested in agriculture, because if we have farmers who care about the land and water, they're going to be passionate in their advocacy and also participate in water governance. So it's a long view, but it's an under-resourced program. You know, we're so busy fighting battles over water that it's hard to also be cultivating the next generation.
Yeah.
It's a big challenge.
Yeah. Thanks, Paula. Ark, could you have an opinion on how to integrate the quality of water in your activities, in what you are doing at your level?
That's a great question. I'll kind of follow up with Paula. So in Southeast Oregon and the Western, I mean, our farmers and ranchers are in this for generations that come. They're not in it for the first generation. So when we look at quantity, we also have to look at quality. In some areas of my areas that I serve, we have a lot of high sodium. We have a lot of high arsenic and even boron. So it is, as we look towards dropping groundwater levels and the constraint of, constrained water supplies, the deeper we go, normally the worse the quality gets. So it is something that we need to look at to make sure that we're understanding how our regulatory actions and the depth of our aquifers are also affecting quality. One thing that I throw with Paula, I think, especially in a lot of the 11 Western states with, I constantly say water should not be a partisan issue. It should be bipartisan. But we get very reactive and we try to manage through what is currently going on. If we want to bring our youth in and we want to talk about quality water, we got to take some insights from some of our tribal leaders. We need to start planning for 7 generations. When we start planning for the long game and assuming that we're going to be in a water constrained environment with drought, we can bring our youth in. We can also start addressing the quality of issues. But if we keep being reactionary and trying to figure out what has happened to us in the last year and to try to solve that problem, we'll never get through this. We got to plan for multiple generations to address quantity, quality, and to bring our youth in.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks for that. Thanks for the questions. I think these were good and really enriching comments, and I'm glad we were able to accommodate them. We went a bit over schedule. I would like to invite you to the next session. We will have an opportunity to dive deeper into water data issues, water data for planning and decision making, to connect, to explore better the connection between the food and the water sectors, the water pavilion which is across and the food systems pavilion which sits here. I'd like to close this session. I thank you, Paula. I thank you, Mark. Thank you, James, joining in from Kenya. Thanks, and Joe, for being here with me on the panel. Thanks, everyone, for attending. And I hope to see all of you in the next session where we'll speak about water data. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon. A very warm welcome once again from the Food Systems Pavilion here on the Water Day. We are going to look at food security from a water sector's perspective, and the topic of today's session is specifically on water data. Water data for planning and decision making. Very often we have this disconnect that the right data is not available for the right decisions at the right level. Very often we hear there's no data. Others say there's enough data. So the session today is to explore this a little bit further. My name is Sonja Hofbauer. I'm the Global Technical Advisor SNV for Water Supply Services. The session today is putting a focus on two regions, two countries. We are going to have a glance specifically at the challenges in Western Africa, in the Sahel area, and we are also looking at challenges at sector challenges in Palestine. In the opening session, Dr. Kalis Tindimugaya from Uganda said, the Ministry of Agriculture thinks water is there, but is it really? Is water really there for all uses that we need it for? And very often we get the feeling that the different uses, that the productive purposes, the consumptive purposes are competing with each other. We had in the technology panel presentations about international data sets and data sources that are being used for decision taking at farm level, at community level, which we found very inspiring. So this session is to deepen a little bit these, what we have heard before, and zoom in a little bit more on the two regions, the two countries that we have on the program today. So the water data is needed for decision taking at different levels, and that's also what the speakers are going to highlight. We need water data to connect it to decision taking at implementation level, and John Lemata is going to speak to that. We also need water data information for planning decisions at institutional level, and Omar Said from Palestinian Water Authority is going to speak to this more in detail. So we will have two presentations, about 10 minutes each, and then we want to have the interaction with the audience. There were also some questions that came through online when we promoted the session prior to the event, and we felt that the interaction with the audience fell a bit short in other sessions, so we want to use the opportunity today to really also hear from you reactions and comments on what's presented and also your experience. So first I'd like to invite you, Jean de Mata, to share your really wealth of experience with us. You are a sector professional, you're a management and leader in the sector in development programs for 32 years, more than 20 of those with SNV. Currently, you are the Drylands Sahel Program Manager for SNV Niger. That's a huge 10 years program in 3 countries. You're welcome. We are ready to hear from you. Do you want to have your presentation from here?
Thank you very much. Let's say what you used to know is that pastoralists are guided by the sky and stars. Here we will be talking about using satellite information to guide pastoralists. It is quite new, but also powerful. It is a digital service detecting the surface water and guiding the mobility of the pastoralist. This map is important to explain a bit. It is about the cropland map coming from the satellite information. This kind of map is really important when providing the information to the pastoralist to take into account the croplands, because it is also part in avoiding any conflict between the livestock people, pastoralists, and also the agriculture. So let me explain to you a little bit the system. The services is really a bundled service. Information coming from the satellite in terms of water, the surface water, concerning the biomass, the vegetation, the cultivated land, and also the weather forecasts coming from the satellite. And then we have information coming from let's say, in situ, within the field, related to the market prices, the pasture quality, the health concentration, and also the advisory services we can provide. And everything is combined as information services for the pastoralists. They can reach through a call center. They can reach through using, let's say, SSMS information. So, but let's explain in short. The product name is Garbal. Garbal is about access to reliable, and also up-to-date information. Because if you are talking about mobility, that means you need to have updated information to secure your mobility. And for us, when talking about mobility, the risk is not so high, but mobility for a pastoralist is key because it depends on the life of his livestock. Also, it is about improving the decision-making capability. You know, in the past, as I said, they are only related to some information coming from other pastoralists, but now it is about improving the decision-making capability of the pastoralists. It is about improving the productivity, because getting where you can have water, for example, getting where you can have a service or other services for your livestock and yourself is also improving the productivity, reducing also the mortality of the livestock. It is also increasing income, because along the way, because having the prices from the livestock, then you can better manage your own markets as a pastoralist. It is finally improving the resilience in terms of livelihood for the pastoralists. So Garbal is that project, is that product to help to improve the resilience of the most affected farmers and pastoralists through the access and the use of the information provided by the satellite and also coming from the field, and combine it as the information services. Why we are doing that? Because we know that in our region, livestock and agriculture are the backbone of development. And the climate also is changing. We have insecurities, let's say challenges. We have also some knowledge, traditional knowledge, now not able to maintain considering all the changes in the context. And it is important for us to provide another source of information and securing the mobility of them. How? Yes, it is translating all the data we have, especially the data in terms of the surface water availability, and linked to that also the concentration of the livestock to provide the possibility of the pastoralists to make decisions for their move along the routes. Yes, in terms of data, collecting and treating the data related to the surface water availability is really key for the pastoralists for decision making. Decision making for themselves, decision making also for their own community. It is really important. So to access to the data and the service, the information services, it is two ways. One is about using the call center with your mobile phone. You can call and you can talk with people and they can provide you the necessary advice in your own local language. It is important to add that. And the second one is you can make some query via the SSD using, again, your mobile phone to access to that information. You can have the information related to prices for livestock and also for cereals. So to give you an idea about where this Gabal product or services is offered, it started in 2017 in Mali. Then it was extended to Burkina Faso in 2019. And now it is scaled up, ongoing in Niger from this year. Right now, for Burkina and Mali, we have 400, close to 430,000 pastoralists using, not about the calls, it is the unique use, the users. And among them, we have 30% are women. And we made some assessment in terms of asking if these new services is providing means for their decisions in terms of mobility. Yes, 93% are responding positively that Gabal is contributing to the decision making. And in terms of satisfaction, close to, everyone seems to be satisfied with the new services offered for their mobility. Meaning that any data collection should have a purpose, should have a good purpose. And that one, collecting this information and treating this information to make the information available to the pastoralists, especially in terms of water availability and also linked to the consultation of livestock in the field, is really key for them. So it will be contributing also to food security. It will be contributing also building peace in the area of operation. And finally, it will be also contributing to economic development for the livestock population. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for unpacking this, what the community needs and how the community can access. Very often we are saying the community needs this information, the community needs this data, and the devil often lies in the detail. And this is really a very good experience on how it's done and what needs to be thought about. You can have a seat on the panel. We can stop the presentation. If you take the next, yeah? So I'd like to invite you to the stage. Omar Sayed from Palestinian Water Authority is a very dear colleague of mine, and we've worked with each other for a bit of time now. He's the acting director, Director General of Water Resources Directorate, and also the substantial Director of Studies and Hydrological Monitoring Department in the Palestinian Water Authority. He has got a master's degree in geology and environmental sciences and has 26 years of experience in the sector, so he's a true sector expert, and I'm very happy to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Palestine is really special. It's a country that is really very scarce in terms of water resources and also under a very, very challenging political framework, political setting. And I'm not sure, I think this is relevant for us to understand a little bit the context in Palestine, water resources, water needs of agriculture, the connection between the water sector, the agriculture sector. Could you give us a bit of background briefly?
Yes, thank you, Sonia. Actually, Palestine is suffering from water scarcity due to the occupation, the Israeli occupation, which is controlling more than 85% of our water resources. So the available water resources for the Palestinians is just 15%, and this is, if you are calculate this amount, is we are talking about 118 million cubic meter per year, and this is for the whole purposes, for drinking water, for agriculture, for tourism, for all the water uses in Palestine. Of course, this small amount is not fulfilling the needs of the Palestinian, and all the time the demand is increasing, and the gap between the supply and demand is also increasing. So it's important for the Palestinians to find solutions to fulfill the gap, or to try to reduce the gap between the supply and demand for the whole purposes, for especially the drinking water and the agricultural are the main consuming sectors in Palestine.
So what are your prime strategies to close this gap between the ever-growing demand and the very limited availability of resources?
Yes, actually, we are trying to find new water resources, and especially the other alternatives than groundwater, because Palestine is depending mainly on groundwater. So we have to go to surface water and make water harvesting, and also reusing the treated wastewater. The treated wastewater, it's also an important water resource, and it is a considerable amount of water that produced by treated wastewater, but still the reuse of these amounts are limited, especially in the West Bank, while in Gaza is more is used more than in the West Bank, because we have some barriers related to the use of the treated wastewater, the water quality, the types of crops that we need to irrigate with the wastewater, and all these things are we are taking them in consideration.
So there's a lot of the use of treated wastewater for agricultural purposes is a new direction in the sector also, and my understanding is a lot of the underlying processes and the standards, everything is under development as we move on. There's a lot of data and information. We need to be able to do this safely. How far is the progress in the sector here?
Yes, we have a lot of regulations that regulate the use of issue of the treated wastewater, and these regulations, especially the water quality of water, the type of irrigation, because now, as we are producing treated wastewater as BWA, and our colleagues from the Ministry of Agriculture, they are the user. So they are taking their role in order to prevent or to reduce the effect of the treated wastewater on either on the plants and also on the soil. So they are taking their role in this issue and regulate it very well. And we are in the process, and we are encouraging and putting other regulations in order to encourage the farmers to use these treated wastewater.
You said earlier that in terms of water resources, you are to to a very high level, almost completely relying on groundwater resources. And your directorate, you're also in charge of permitting of water allocation. And in agriculture, if we have a lot of small interventions, the collective impact on the groundwater resource can be felt. At times we think small interventions don't make an impact on the resource. I think it's not true. How do you kind of take responsibility of your role as a monitor, in monitoring, in regulating, in making sure that you know what's happening to your water resource bodies?
Yes, actually, we are in the Palestinian Authority are monitoring the groundwater, and especially we are measuring the water level, and we indicate if there is a drop or there is an increase, or there is a different behavior of the groundwater in Palestine. Some aquifers are deteriorating, some of them are going straight without any change, others are sometimes depending on rainwater amount. In this case, of course, when Ministry of Agriculture or any user would like to make or to develop any new water resource like wells, there is a regulations, there is a procedure. They are submitting, especially if we are talking about farmers who are responsible for the water resources, especially the wells. They apply and submit an application to the Palestinian Water Authority, and this application is studied in the Palestinian Water Authority and then consulted with the Ministry of Agriculture. And if the aquifer can give this well and can be drilled, we can make them the approval. Otherwise, it will be rejected. So there is a direct contact between the two agencies in this case.
So is it well connected between the ministries, also between the Water Authority and the Ministry of Agriculture? Are the sectors connecting to the same sources of data and information?
Yeah, actually the issue of data is, especially water data, they are mainly collected in Palestinian Water Authority. And there is a direct contact between Palestinian Water Authority and Ministry of Agriculture. We provide them with the data, especially the agricultural data, because we are monitoring the groundwater wells that are pumping for agriculture. So we just provide them with all the data in which they are take it as input in their planning.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very interesting and indeed a very unique context that you are working in.
Thank you.
I'd like to throw the ball back a bit to the participants here. Do you have any immediate questions to the presenters or comments that you would like to make?
Thank you, Ibtisam Abu Al-Hayja from the Ministry of Agriculture in Palestine. Of course, I want to thank my colleagues because he also presented a good case about the cooperation between the two ministries and how the water is the main core, for example, for the Ministry of Agriculture. And we are emphasizing that a proper data that is collected can help us in the ministry in developing the water sector. And because of the occupation and how they are making a lot of barrier on the development of agricultural water, in particular, because they are, for example, for the domestic use, they are taking from a humanitarian point of view, but the agriculture, they are trying to push more to make the small farmers out of the market and make us more dependent on them. The data that they are providing us help us in trying to improve the agricultural productivity through planning with them what are the new water resources that we can have. For example, the water harvesting, the location for this water harvesting, where we can have joint decision about the proper place for water harvesting where it can be benefit for the farmer. The same for the treated wastewater, because the first treatment plant that has been done has faced a lot of a problem in the reuse because it was really mismanaged or misplanned without the Ministry of Agriculture. But the rest of the treatment plants, they were totally designed with the Ministry of Agriculture with a reuse scheme, so that we can ensure that even that we are in the reuse part, we are only baby steps in the Ministry of Agriculture. A lot of things should be done, but we are managing, because in the future, when we develop our schemes, develop our expertise, we can be capable to use this water for the agricultural sector. Thank you.
It is very encouraging to hear that the planning sections, even across ministries, are able to connect very often. This is very hard, and in some countries not working. Do you you heard the example of Jean de Mata on farmers accessing meteorological data and water data? Is this? Do you have examples? This also happening in Palestine?
Yes, I think we didn't reach this now, but I can comment on a project that's been done between us and the Palestinian Water Authority, and also with the Meteorological Department and the EQA in Palestine, which is called water accounting and water productivity and efficiency. You know, in our context, when we are monitoring, we are doing the monitoring manually for the water resources. But this project helped us to find other ways in order to exactly understand what is going on, where every drop goes, where it is used. And was a pilot project that helped us to understand the pilot area in a very detailed manner. And also we found that our water monitoring program is not common, and is not, we cannot understand everything unless we do this water accounting. And this is a requisite from our side in order to expand this project to other areas, in order to find, just, you know that Palestine, the West Bank, has a small amount. So it's easy that we can expand this project to other areas that can understand everything in this area.
Water accounting, very important. And Sean, one of the strategies that Omar mentioned is the use of treated wastewater in agriculture. Do you have examples from your region where we also do this in other countries to counter the effects of climate change and the increasing pressure on the water resource?
Yes, I think collecting data is really important. I would like to say that good decisions should be always based on evidenced arguments. But when you are talking about evidenced argument, it should be for good purposes. If, for example, you are taking the case of our current discussion, that means we should have data to contribute to the securing of water. We should have data to contribute to the inclusive governance of accessing to data, to water. So, but if you go in a certain level of production, using a limited water sources, then we need data to organize and well manage the potential we have in the use of the water, and also it will be part in contributing in organizing an inclusive governance for access to water.
When we promoted the session prior to the event online, we also asked for questions, and a question that came through from Alexander Ötze from Red Cross is that he said, if this strong emphasis on water data, hard water data and information is there, does it not make us blind to some of the issues or the problems that are not that easily to be measured, measured and kind of put in a quantitative format. What do you say?
No, I think it is what I said. It is the purpose of collecting data. Yeah? It is if you have a good reason, a good purpose in collecting data and using the data for as decision making or improving productivity and improving, let's say, the overall governance for accessing to water, for me, it is key. We need to be complementary, you know. We don't need to say that the ones who are collecting data have to be the users of the data. We need to be complementary. And for me, I believe that a good decision should be always based on evidence argumentation. And argumentation has to be supported by data, evidence data.
Thank you. It's a very diplomatic reply. Can I throw the ball back to the audience? Anybody has a comment? You already spoke. I want to give an opportunity to... Sorry? Okay.
When you asked about the data access to climate that has been I forget the country. You know, now in Palestine we have what's called SMS, where we send the farmers information about the weather. But we are now developing a program with the FAO, an early warning system, because with this, what's going on with the climate change, and the farmers start not to understand what is going, because in the past they used to have a defined what is going in each winter season. Now we are developing this program. Hopefully within the coming 3 years we will have a system that farmers can access and have good information about the weathers for 3 days, 10 days, and hopefully if we can for a full season.
Thank you for this addition. Thanks. There's a question in the back. Introduce yourself.
Hello there, my name is Richard Taylor. I'm based at University College London. I guess I was just sort of to amplify some of the points that have been made rather than ask a specific question. In the sense, data is also about understanding resources may not. So I can give you two very quick examples. By collecting data and by instrumenting locations that previously hadn't been we were with colleagues in Niamey in Niger at a place called Maradi. We were able to demonstrate that the shallow aquifer being used by farmers in Maradi, second in Niger, it was replenished via transboundary episodic river flow. And that means that people in northern Nigeria now know that their use of a dam, that use of a dam is, and how they use that dam, impacts 100 kilometers downstream in Niger. The people in Niger also have a deeper regional sandstone aquifer, and they now know that it's actively replenished. So this means there's a regional aquifer in one of the areas with the greatest expected food demand. And so I guess I'm just trying to illustrate the point that data is knowledge. We recently also published work from Bangladesh, which shows something called the Bengal water machine, which shows how areas of Bangladesh you can increase sustainably the water use for irrigation because it's capturing the monsoonal flows that subsequently occur. And so this idea that data, not just for monitoring what I would call impacts that we might think are at negative sense, water data is also central for us further understanding the resources that are available to us. So the investment in that monitoring is well paid back with that understanding.
Thanks for this addition. Thanks also for stressing that it's not just a national task. We have groundwater bodies, rivers that are transboundary, so it's a regional task, not just a national responsibility. Other questions and comments from the audience? Elko, you are monitoring the chat for us. Is anything transpiring from the online participants? 25 people online? Okay. they're doing like my students, switching off the camera and doing something else. I hope not. So if you are online and you have questions, we have time, and we really would like to embrace your contributions in the session.
If you
Any
allow
other
me,
comments?
Sonia, if you allow me, I would like to comment on the issues of monitoring in Palestine. Actually,
You have to put your microphone closer.
Yes, actually, what we are doing is that we are, depending on groundwater. And we have the meteorological department, which is measuring the rainfall amounts. So we are depending on meteorological department to have the data of the rainfall and be analyzed in Palestinian Water Authority. And there is a link between the two departments in order to make the data available between the two authorities. And also, some of the data, they are not enough to have our analysis. So the project that we apply with the Ministry of Agriculture, with the water accounting, we introduced also the satellite data, and we try to collect the data through satellite images. And that help us more to understand the situation. But the other part is doing manually, and measuring the water level in the aqua is measured manually, in this case. So.
Thanks for this addition. Yeah, it's data collection is a very hard job. It's often undervalued and underestimated. Any other comments from the audience? Please share your experience. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Our experience, okay, I'm Annette from Uganda, but my experience with the water data is still, to me, still very superficial, because I don't know whether it is being used. For example, like in my country, we have so much water. There are so many water bodies. However, not so many farmers are doing irrigation. So I don't think there is an agreement that was done, that we are told was done between Egypt and Uganda on the use of the water from the Nile. And Ugandans are not allowed to use, they're not allowed to use so much water for irrigation from the Nile, because I think Egyptians are scared that the water will get depleted. And yet it is not, there is no data to prove that. There is no assessment that has been done to prove that actually if Ugandans use the water to irrigate, the Egyptians will fail to what? To get water, enough water. But the farmers along the Nile are not productive during the dry seasons, and are actually, some of them are really affected by the famine, which is so unfair and unjust. So I don't know.
Thank you. Yeah.
If like the data issues, if there is any financing that can be directed to data, particularly to Uganda, to assess the use of the Nile, the water from the Nile.
Thank you, Annette. And we have the expert in the room, Dr. Kallis. Thank you for coming back after the opening session. Directorate of Water Resource Management from the Ministry. Why are we not using the River Nile water more for irrigation? Why are the Ugandan agricultural businesses not fueled with the right information and to do more productivity? Without getting too political now, being in Egypt.
Thank you very much. Probably it's a question of information sharing. We actually can use all the water in the country without anybody stopping us. But our water resources are transboundary and shared. So we share this water with other countries. So we don't want to harm any country. We also don't want any country to harm us. So we control the use of the water. For maybe the interest of the meeting, for us, River Nile water is strategically for hydropower generation. If we took out water from Nile, we would not generate power. So we are using water for irrigation from other sources. Nobody is stopping us. We are only doing it strategically because we want to use the Nile. We have a cascade, 8 dams on the Nile. And all of them, we want them to generate power. But also we are conscious of the fact that the water has to reach South Sudan, Sudan, and Egypt. So we are not doing it because anybody is stopping it. We are doing it in the spirit of transboundary cooperation so that we don't harm any country the way we don't want Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, and Burundi to harm us. We have monitoring stations along the river. We actually have a model that we use to regulate. Every 10 days, we get data and we take decisions. Actually, as water managers, we are controlling the amount of water being released at Jinja. We have a model. So we have data and we are using it proactively. But I think it's a question of information sharing and flow. Thank you.
Keep the microphone, because there's an aspect that I want to throw back to you, and you hinted a little bit on it, that the water resources monitoring and also the understanding of the impact of what we are doing, as you rightly elaborated, this is not a very interesting part. It takes also resources, it takes investment, it is an effort. It is underestimated and undervalued. So could you, and I know this also from Uganda, that the investments in resources monitoring as opposed to infrastructure investments are often not so easy to be attained, especially not if we are accessing loans and not grants. Could you elaborate a bit on the strategies that could help to build the strengths of our institutions to fulfill this function and get sufficiently resourced for that?
Thank you very much. Of course, ordinary people don't eat data. If you tell somebody to give you money to set up a monitoring station, nobody will support. So our strategy is we link monitoring to development projects. It is easy for our countries to fund a hydropower project. It is easy to fund a road project and irrigation project. If you separate monitoring from development, then you are likely to lose it. So we are preparing integrated projects so that monitoring is seen as being part and parcel of that development projects. Right now, we have integrated projects on water supply in rural areas, in urban areas, irrigation, and then the water resources part and the monitoring becomes key. Otherwise, if you separate, data is something difficult to say. Especially now we are dealing with our poor people. They want food. They want water for drinking. Normally, if you say, I want to drill monitoring well, they say, how many people are losing an opportunity to get safe water? But by integrating it in those developments, and also justify that what we are doing is making those projects more sustainable. Right now, we are working with the Ministry of Energy to optimize hydropower generation. So we monitor for sustainable hydropower generation. We monitor for sustainable irrigation development, sustainable water resources management, and we are turning our policies to target those. Right now, for example, we developed a policy that all water infrastructure projects have to develop water source protection plans so that you secure the water. So again, we are using money for water supply to protect the resource. And through that, we are managing, we are not yet there, but it's a strategic approach which I feel really can be adopted to get out of this data. We're also setting up a water information system, and we are using this water information system to help optimize the use of the resource. So by going to the users of the water, we can make a case. Let's not remain in our territory and we want them to come to us. Let's go to them and see how we can work with them.
Thanks very much for that. Integrating the water data collection, the monitoring into the development projects, I think that's a very, selling it by that in a way and getting it sufficiently resourced, I think that's a very key message that we're taking away from here. I think we need to plan some exchange visits.
Yes, of course.
Any other comments from the online audience? No? Any other comments that the audience in the room wants to make? Yeah, Carlis has another short, brief, please.
Just a final comment also, maybe to take advantage of transboundary programs. Normally, transboundary programs attract grants. At our country level, sometimes the grants are there, Our countries, many of our countries, developing countries, are choking in debt. So you cannot get a country to borrow money for data collection. But I think we have transboundary programs where we are getting grants and maybe taking advantage of climate financing. I think there are some resources under Green Climate Fund, Adaptation Fund, JEF, not easy to get, but they can be got. So maybe let's try to open up and see where we can go for support. Thank you.
Thanks. He's giving you the practical advice how to get it sufficiently resourced. Thanks a lot for that. We're coming to the end of our session, and I'd like to get back to my presenters here, my panelists. If I would give you a chance to put the statement in the final declaration of the conference, the high-level declaration, Jean, what would you put in the final conference paper to be manifested there?
From my perspective, I think we need to go beyond the global thinking and act locally. It is important because I wanted to say no declaration without action. It is important that our global thinking will be leading to real action in the field. Because we have to recognize that more and more, it is complicated to reverse the climate changing, more and more complicated. Also in terms of long-term perspective, so we need to adapt. We need to invest in climate adaptation. Investing in climate adaptation related to water and food security is investing in the small, oldest activities. Investing in the more older activities means what for us? We'll be providing or saving lives. We'll be also providing economic opportunities in water and also food systems. But we have to recognize, if you are taking, for example, the figures we have coming from the World Bank Group, it is said that the need in terms of investing in the climate adaptation is around $300 billion per year by 2030. Currently, the level of investment is less than 2%.
Omar,
Less than 2%.
I gave you a statement, not a full page.
So then, and if you see into that 2%, only 1.7% is really investing in small holders.
True.
That means we need really to invest. We need to act. So no declaration without action.
Omar, your final,
thank
really,
you, thank you.
just one sentence that you put in the declaration.
If you would like me on a sentence, I think we have to combine all efforts to get a strong strategy between all stakeholders, and it's time to start implementation of these strategies.
Thank you very much. With this word of wisdom, we are concluding the session. Thank you for attending in person and online, and have a lovely afternoon and evening in Sharm el-Sheikh. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mazal Khair, Goedemiddag, good afternoon. For me, this is the most exciting session of the entire COP, but I'm biased. This is our own session. This is the session of the NL Mazar Agri-Food Network. I've been here for a bit over 3 years, and one of the best things that I've done when I was here was hire Omar Abdulatif to join us, because together we have been trying to connect government to government, business to business, knowledge to knowledge, civic to civic, people to people, and diamond to diamond. We're representing the Dutch Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality in Egypt. And both the Netherlands and Egypt are struggling at the moment with unsustainability in our agricultural system. In the Netherlands, our farmers, our livestock farmers, have been producing too much nitrogen, too much phosphorus, too many emissions that overshot our planetary boundaries. We turned our innovation and our entrepreneurship into a threat to the planet rather than just a benefit for people. And we now want to use that innovation and entrepreneurship potential for people, planet and profit. In Egypt, the heartland of our civilization, when my daughters learned in school about history, it started with prehistory, then it was Egypt, and then it was the Romans and the Greeks. Egypt has been farming for millennia. Egypt's farming sector is mature, but not future-proof. The monocultures in the desert, making use of non-renewable groundwater and overusing fertilizers and pesticides, that is not what is going to create a healthy and sustainable future for Egypt's population. Now, we as the Netherlands know that we don't have the answers. We are struggling with questions as well, but I think that if we work together we can find the solutions. We have a great panel. We'll start with a presentation by Wageningen University and Research, Ivo Demmers. Then after that we have a panel with the Egyptian Diamond, with FAO, with CARE, with Solidaridad, with SICAM, and then we will end with some reflections from the Netherlands on what is happening. But in between we also are bringing the farm to Sharm, but Ivo will introduce that further. So without further ado, let me give the floor to Ivo Demmers of Wageningen University and Research.
Thank you very much, Mela. Ahlan wa sahlan. I started my journey in my working life first in the Netherlands, but after that, soon, 2002, I was in Egypt. I worked at the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation at that time. So I have a bit of a background in Egypt. Thanks also for calling us, everybody in the room, diamonds. That's a good start to start from. Let me take you a bit on a journey from This is better? A bit better? Yeah. We'll use this one. It's good. Thanks. All set now, I think. Right? Good at the back? Thanks. From a journey from the Netherlands to Egypt, but what we can learn together here as all diamonds in the room, how we're going to take that to the rest of the world. That is what this COP is about. First a bit, how we work in Wageningen University and Research. The research program I lead is about food security and valuing water, where we take a food systems approach. And for us that means that we look at food system activities, environmental drivers, socio-economic drivers. And that's all included in a food system approach, and it renders, of course, production, safe and healthy diets, and equitable food systems. So we leave no one behind. And of course, sustainability and resilience is key. So that means in the projects in the program I lead, I have at least 3 silos. Otherwise, there's no project. And sometimes that's hard, because we think along silos. Come back to that later in the talk. But there is a common ground we have, Egypt and the Netherlands. Both we are deltas. You have a far more older society, obviously true. We also face a very high population density for the area available for agriculture. You have the desert, we have the water which we can use for agriculture. And in both our DNA is farming in the history. And obviously we both have to fight climate change. So from that common ground, we are starting to move forward. Nature inclusive farming, including biodiversity, using the climate information services through apps, but also through larger systems, helping farmers take decisions, but also insuring our crops. Water resource management, long-standing history already. And we take a look at seeds. I will come back in that in a question in a bit. Healthy soils, the key for our future agriculture, together with our water management, and they should go together. What you see here is climate and water smart agriculture projects in progress. I give you a couple of examples. First one is about carbon farming. It's part of Farms for Climate, and the goal here is to improve livelihoods for smallholder farmers. What we do is create satellite-based tools to actually understand and measure what happens in the soil while we try to sequester carbon. And here we work very closely together with Heliopolis University and with all other partners. So this is a very good example of bringing and measuring what is happening in the field and learning from that, mutually learning from that. Funny layout of this of the slide. Second example of a project is about seed sector transformation. And I think in December we will make huge steps in the collaboration between Egypt and the Netherlands on finding and assessing what seed sector performance in Egypt right now, and what are the stakeholders involved and what are their interests. We're taking the knowledge from the Netherlands through Africa to Egypt and back to the rest of the world. And what is important there is partnerships, doing it together, breaking down the silos. And here the diamond of Melle comes up again. Sometimes we call it the Dutch diamond, and that is because we are very good at it. We have our polders. I will talk with you about that later over a coffee. But there we need to sit together to get rid of our water. And that means that we have to talk to farmers. We have to talk to policymakers. We have to talk to science. So this is what you see in the diamond: government, science, it's business, and it is a civil society. And that is what moves us forward. And we do that not only in practice in research projects, but we're bringing that also to new students. Masters of Science, Bachelors of Science are invited to join in nature-based future challenges. We'll start that in 2023, a new one, and we just finished a nature-based solution challenge, which renders so much innovative new ideas, but mainly focuses on education and bringing the youth to sit down together, break down the silos, and come with solutions which fit in their country, in their area, and fit in their society. Obviously, training and education is a part of that. And the end users. And with the end user, that's a nice transition to this slide, where we work on developing living labs. Living labs in the Joint Cooperation in Applied Research Project, JCAR, if you abbreviate that. And that is about bringing the science to the field and starting with the perspective of the end user, using a theory of change and improving water resource management and improving capacity building in the same time. And if you do that with the end user in mind, it will result in better motivation, ownership, and understanding. So that helps in bringing it to scale. And then bringing to scale is about three things. It's not only about scale up, it's about also scale out. So you don't have to only look at laws and policy improvement, but we have to obviously also reach bigger numbers. And that's in the scale out. But without making a real change in the field, without making it really scale deep, we don't have a sustainable change. And that's what we're talking about here in COP. How can we make a real change that works? That works in the Netherlands, that works in Egypt, and that works in other places in the world. And the last part I would like to take you is how can we impact all the stakeholders in the food system? And that brings me back to the first slide. It's not only about farmers, it's not only about the big companies, it's not only about the people living in cities. How can we leave no one behind? And then in innovative projects, it's easy. It's easy to find the farmers who are the front runners. And we should be grateful for them for taking the investment and the time to think along. But it's not only about the front runners. We have to come up with ideas that fit in the general, in the average, and in the outliers of the farmers. It should be available to all farmers in the end, and not about the only ones who are the first movers. Because focusing only on first movers won't bring the systemic change. And of course, and that's what it makes so very, very important to have long-standing relations. And I'm proud to be here. After 20 years, I started my career in Egypt. The ministry of the embassy in Cairo, I don't know how long there have been agricultural counselors and attachés, but it's so important to take that knowledge and render it to the next generation, and to make use of the institutional knowledge we have and the deep understanding of Egyptian culture combined with the Netherlands culture. And that is what it makes essential. It should work in local practice. And with that, I would like to start a video which will take you to a very, very, very nice project, the Farm to Charm, the farm of the future. Thank you very much.
Egypt and the Netherlands, at first glance, the two countries seem very different, both hosting major deltas. However, in the agricultural sector there are many similarities, mutual challenges, both related to water, sustainable land use in face of climate change. Agriculture in Egypt and in the Netherlands intensified over the past few decades and became much depending on chemical crop protection agents and fertilizers. At the same time, agriculture gradually moved away from principles like crop rotation and the use of organic matter, with an impact on soil quality and water retention characteristics. The Netherlands is confronted with a decline in biodiversity and experiences challenges with soil quality and water management. The Netherlands faces frequent weather extremes and crops suffer from serious droughts, but also excessive rainfall. Egypt, with a rapidly growing population and intense land use in the delta, prepares for responsible water management in agriculture. In Egypt, there is water scarcity, challenges with water use efficiency, and salinity, which threatens food production. Farming in the future should embrace more ecological principles for climate adaptation and risk evasion in farming. Cropping systems can become more nature inclusive. The future requires nature inclusive agriculture. The Dutch farm of the future is a living lab which practices and assesses nature-based solutions in combination with good agricultural practices and technology innovations. The Dutch farm of the future is merely an inspiration for Egypt. The design of an Egyptian farm of the future will be based on realistic practices applicable in Egypt, and future farming can be developed combining 4 tracks. The first one is good agricultural practice. The second, introducing nature-based solutions to reduce chemical inputs. Then the third, inviting nature elements on the farm to increase biodiversity. And fourth, by introducing advanced technologies. In 2022, in Egypt, the Netherlands Embassy in Cairo initiated a pilot to promote nature-inclusive agriculture in practice. Wageningen University in Research and Nectera established 3 field demonstrations in Egypt, showcasing the use of cover crops and companion crops in Egyptian horticulture. The demonstration showed the positive effects of cover crops on crop development and production, protecting the soil against heat and improving water retention in the topsoil. Cover crops have more benefits as these improve the soil structure and provide nitrogen for the commercial crop.
It was a pilot on the mango field, and it was very beneficial for the mangoes to plant cover crops around the trees. We noticed that the soil quality has been improved, so I decided to replicate this model in a bigger plot in the farm.
First observations after a full crop cycle on 3 demos indicate that the use of cover crops did not have a negative effect on water use on these farms. There was a clear positive effect on productivity, and in the case of mango, the cover crop provided a slightly lower temperature in the canopy, which is favorable in case of heat stress. Farmers visiting the demos, taking part in the discussions with researchers and policymakers, were impressed and showed interest of adopting these practices. Sustainable future farming is key for both Egypt and the Netherlands. The cover crops used in Egypt were locally sourced, and our preliminary cost-benefit analysis indicates that increased productivity clearly outweighs the cost of seeds and labor, not to mention the longer-term benefits of soil fertility and water retention. Research, private sector, policymakers and consumers must embark on a mission to jointly promote and develop nature-inclusive agriculture, realistic and adapted to the local conditions.
All right, thank you very much. I mean, it was very interesting to hear the role of Wageningen in promoting climate and water smart agriculture. So just allow me to introduce myself. My name is Omar Abdulatif. I'm the agriculture advisor of the Dutch Embassy. And now we are going to start a panel discussion to go from ideas to action on the ground. And as today we are talking about a couple of actions, so we need to hear from our partners about the rules, what's happening on the ground, dealing with small farmers, private sector, and how they are promoting climate and water smart agriculture in the ground. So at the beginning, please, I'm delighted to have Nagla, Marwa, Dr. Muhammad, and Serini. Would you please join us in the panel? No, Khalil. Yeah. Huh? I think, as you can see in the Dutch way, we ensure we have a gender balance. It's very important for us to have this kind of discussion. Okay, going now from ideas to actions. And as all of you already are from well-known organizations who are dealing with small farmers, private sector on the ground, and started from a local in Egypt and going from Africa. So started from local, Marwa. As you already from Cairo, Egypt, and you are already working directly with the small farmers and private sector and also promoting climate and water smart agriculture, would you please share your experience, what's happening on the ground, how you are promoting this with the small farmers, and what are the challenges?
Today I heard a very nice sentence. They said you cannot think of climate change on an empty stomach. So the farmer, when you try to convince him to, and they are like 70 to 80% of the Egyptian land is owned by small farmers. When you think of them and you want to convince them, and you told them it will be better for the environment, they're not going to listen to you. But if you told them first, it will double your production or increase your production, it will improve your life, it will improve your economic status, definitely they will start hearing and they will be anxious to know more. And when you do the demo plot for one season and they see when they do it the right way with small tricks, with a smart agriculture, and how much they gain, they will be running after you to follow you for the environment and also for themselves. So it's both ways. You don't tell them like the big words that we're using here today and expect them to follow. They will listen, but they will not act. So it's going around. But you cannot leave anyone behind, as we said. It's a role of the government and the companies and other countries and the embassies and also the NGOs and the farmers and the private sector. It's the whole matrix.
So this is all, I would summarize it to the Dutch diamond approach, how to, having a multi-stakeholder, how to mobilize different partners to make this done.
Yes.
But going from a local side now, going to Africa, Solidaridad. Solidaridad has been working in this area for a long time, has been active in Africa. What's your experience on promoting climate and water smart agriculture in Africa, and what do you see potential opportunities here in Egypt?
Thank you so much, Omar, and many thanks to the Netherlands Embassy for this opportunity as well. So I'll speak from an East African sort of regional point of view and what I feel maybe Egypt could benefit from what we're doing. The video we've just seen is more or less what we are doing with our smallholder farmers in the East African region. We acknowledge right now Kenya and most of East African countries are experiencing failed rainy seasons, consecutive failed rainy seasons. So we've realized the issue will not even be about how much water you have, it's what little water do you already have that you can conserve. And this is where we start with how do we retain the moisture, the little that we are getting from the start. So we are looking at issues relating to soil testing, where we are acknowledging the soil structure and the richness of soil is very paramount in terms of helping with the soil, with moisture retention. We are looking at things like what the video was showing is cover cropping has proved to be very beneficial. We're talking about green manure as one ways in which we could ensure that the soil is not too exposed and the little moisture that we get is able to be retained. Our farmers are practicing rainwater harvesting in different ways. We are looking at water pans where small pits are dug at household level, and we are trying to simply add different technologies to this, which will be liners to avoid seepage and shed nets to avoid evapotranspiration, so that the farmers are able to conserve the little water that they have. And maybe just to add one more point, Omar, is that this is a bundled service. It's not one thing, because you're looking at moisture content, you're also looking at participatory weather scenario planning to be able to prepare the farmers that the rain is coming, it's going to be very little, so how do you prepare yourself accordingly? And then top it up with irrigation models that are working. In Zambia, for example, we have piloted the end drip irrigation, and it's cost effective, and it helps our farmers in the sense that in terms of energy content, it's well preserved. So these are some of the few examples that I feel we could benefit both from the video and what you're doing in the East African context.
Thank you very much, Swania. It's very interesting to know this, especially what's happening in the ground is a real action. And this is probably a lesson learned that all of us we need to hear about it. But going now to Dr. Muhammad, FAO, from your perspective, what is the role of FAO to accelerate and promoting climate and water smart agriculture, especially from your experience in the regional office?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation here. We just want to say that I want to go back to the professor when he said science to go to the farmer. But then we don't see what happened to this science with the farmers. How much really they have uptaken, what kind of lessons we take. So we take it back to the researchers and so on and so forth, or scale it. This is what happened in our study here. We have a new study just came out 2 days ago. It's about towards farm climate smart agriculture in Egypt. Sorry, we don't have the link yet, but this is the hard copy. This is where we went around in the different areas of Egypt, representing the different farming system in terms of irrigation, new land, old land, rain-fed agriculture, and so on. And we tried to collect it exactly what is the success stories that we think it is really climate smart agriculture. To do that, we established that methodology and to try to see how these practices fit the 3 pillars of climate smart agriculture, which is sustainability, resilience, and also adaptation and mitigation, and try to see how really this will fit. And we give some examples of that. For example, we talk about some agronomic practices, water issues, energy issues, and so on, and how they really relate to that. And this is where now we will try to scale up and scale out and scale deep and so on, whatever scales we want to do. But at least now we have some success stories that science gave to the farmers, have been using, and it's really not only increasing productivity, which is okay, we have to do that, but also it works on sustainability and making sure that it is climate actions related. It is an adaptation and mitigation. And we give examples. For example, if you have a biofertilizer, or using biofertilizer or compost, how much this will reduce the nitrogen fertilizer application. And this will really contribute to the mitigation as a mitigation measure, and also adaptation, and also save money for the farmer. So some of these examples, we have several examples here, or agronomics, and also water, gated water, gated irrigation. You have drip irrigation and others, using solar energy for dumping water from the river and so on. This also saves a lot of CO2, at the same time also provide profit, because you are not using a lot of diesel and so on. So this is what we are doing in FAO, and we'll try. We tested the methodology, and I think it will go for the region after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad. I feel like we are so lucky also to know about the study quite earlier, so we are really looking forward probably to read it more. But going to more action on the ground, and SECAM, it's a pioneer in the area of sustainable agriculture from they have been working for almost 40 years. Nagla, I would love to hear from you more about how you are promoting this on the ground, and what kind of challenges you are facing, especially that climate smart agriculture is part of sustainable agriculture. It's a system farming. So would you please share your feedback regarding this? Thank you.
Thank you, Omar, for this collaborative panel discussion and for this mixed questions. But I will put my voice to Marwa when it mentioned that there is challenges when it comes to the agriculture with the farmers. So we have been facing some issues since 40 years to disseminate the organic agriculture already in Egypt. No one was convinced, no one want to do some efforts. It's expensive agriculture process to do it in terms of money, investments, and efforts, know-how, blah issues. And then we started with 500 farmers since 2 years we started with 2,000 farmers, and this was a turnover since the direction of attitudes of the pandemic, when people get to the nature and the mother earth, that nature is the solution. Then the farmers face the problem that they do not get the alternatives. So we started from this direction to connect them already with the alternatives of conventionals and proving that organic agriculture is less than the conventional when it comes to alternatives of the biofertilizers, the bioseeds, the biocontrol, good harvesting and post-harvesting, and to whom you will sell your products. And then this is not only the solution. So we started to think since more than 3 years how to put the true cost accounting, to put the climate penalty, the environmental and the social and the health perspective. Then you have to pay this instead to go to the doctor and pay the health bill. This is perspective number 2, and this had been already modified since 3 years, since the currencies are flooding and flooding. Third options for us was the challenge, okay, how you will be incentivize the farmers. Then we started on the carbon sequestration aspect under the economy of lava standards, and it was considered here in the COP. It was announced that two things. First, it was announced that carbon credit market would be announced with the Cairo exchange, and this had been already announced in the market, and already the Ministry of Environment was one of the stakeholders. Also, we presented so many innovative solutions from the scientific term to the farmer. Now the farmer can go into organic agriculture practices and sell his product equal to the conventional, because he will get carbon sequestration credits through the voluntary market. And this was presented from SECAM to Egypt, and we are processing to reach much more farmers in this aspect.
Thank you very much, Nagla. It's very interesting to know all of these actions happening on the ground, and I think it makes us proud, I would say it in this way. But actually going now from dealing with small farmers to another perspective, which is private sector. I'm so delighted actually that we have Omar. Omar, he's already part of, he's a CEO, co-founder of Fresh Source. It's part of a SME, local sourcing directly from a small farmer. Omar, I would love to hear your perspective, just quickly. And please join here.
Sure, thank you.
How like you as a private sector really going up quickly, local sourcing from small farmers, giving to consumer. What's your plan regarding this, especially applying climate smart agriculture sustainability as part of your company agenda?
Sure. So I'm the co-founder of Fresh Source. So we do fresh distribution from farmers direct to businesses. We cut out any middlemen, so we preserve a lot of unit economics in between the farmer and the end business. In terms of climate agriculture, I think the way that we've been focusing on preserving water in general has been to reduce waste, which I think is something that hasn't been mentioned a lot recently, is that if we reduce waste by the country average of Egypt is around 40%, we, as Fresh Source, reduce food loss waste to 5%. If we reduce our waste down to a very low percentage, we preserve a lot more water than we expect. And I think that's something that needs to be pressed on as well a lot. We work with a lot of smallholder farmers that we help them to reduce their waste and also help them to implement new farming methods to reduce their water consumption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omar. Very efficient, very direct to the point. Really appreciate this, and I'm happy to hear this from you. So going probably, I mean, after hearing all of these perspectives, I would love to hear from all of you, just in one point, what do you think is the most important trigger to scale and to accelerate transition to climate smart agriculture, going from Africa to the local. So I'll start by Swani from Solidaridad.
Okay. I hope I got your question right, Omar. But for me, and from where I sit in the regional office, it's finance. Finance to catalyze all this. Nagla has spoken about incentives for farmers. Farmers are not just doing this for the sake of it. They want food. They want their fuel needs. But there's the finance bit of it that if it's not well incorporated, then all these practices we're talking about are not going to bear fruit. So it's about time this is the implementation COP. We need financial flows to actually ensure that these adaptation practices are both scaled up in terms of scale, in terms of numbers, but also in terms of speed, particularly in the African context.
Thank you very much. Dr. Muhammad?
Thank you very much. I think, yes, like my colleague said, finance is very important, but I think also there is other issues also to convince the farmers. It's not only because maybe the finance will come at a bigger level and for the policy makers and so on, but at the farm level, there is issues really to convince the farmers that really whatever you are doing, it will not be only for the sake of sustainability and climate change, but also it will make profit for you. And this is the challenge, to attract the private sector, the investors, to make sure that they take this as a business, they make money out of it. And this will ensure the sustainability, because I think whatever we can get aid from other countries is very good and welcome, but this will not really build the sustainability. Sustainability have to be built from inside, and I think this is our role in institutions and organizations and other to make sure that this is happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad. Also a question to Nagla. I mean, beside your last comment, how Dutch partners can help and support your initiative to scale it up as well?
In different aspects. Really, we are working already in some running projects, and might be the outcomes could be scaled up. Second, the research is still working because it's lifelong process. It's not ending. Research is giving up like innovation, knowledge, co-creation of knowledge. This has to be disseminated to lots of people, not only to the universities, and that's it. It's a stakeholders dialogue. I think so. So much more impacts reached, much more dialogues to be disseminated so that we can reach something. The message now is that lots of challenges still facing the actions, but starting from small actions and disseminations would be scaled up in process. We will not stay and wait for the leaders and government just to move. No, we need to start with ourselves first. That's why we are trying from step 1, step 2, from different aspects, then to disseminate it to the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nagla. I think finance and we, all of us, need to start working rather than just wait the whole leaders to initiate this. But Marwa?
Well, you were talking first about which is more important. I think awareness is very, very important as a training, beside the finance, of course. But you know what? When you educate a woman, she transfers the knowledge to her neighbors, kids, family. Okay, with all due respect to all men here. Okay.
That's why we have, as part of the gender balance, we have more women than men.
And in our theory of change, we have 3 pillars. We have the climate justice, with the right to food and water and nutrition, and also empowerment, economic empowerment. It's the 3 pillars that counts. You can't work without the finance, you can't work without the awareness, you can't work without convincing or the right inputs for the agriculture, the right practices. It's a whole combination. And you know, in our project with Suspin, with companies like Omar at Fresh Source, we're talking with the agribusiness providers. It's a new segment that no one have tackled before. Thank you for funding this to the embassy and Mela and you. We managed to get companies to travel to the Netherlands and see their experience and get to know what's happening there, and then they will transfer the knowledge here to the small farmers and other like stakeholders. So I think it's a whole combination of work together. No one alone can do it.
Thank you very much, Marwa. Thank you very much, all of you. It's really a great pleasure to have you. I think now it's time to do actions more. I mean, now we have actions, but we need more actions, more finance, more awareness, and I think we're already on the right track. So thank you very much for joining the panel, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite our last speaker to wind up. Thank you so much. You really make us proud that you're our partners. Our last speaker is our colleague in the Netherlands at the Inclusive Green Growth Department, and he was a study mate of mine in Wageningen, Timo Gaasbeek. Please.
Thank you very much. I have a few things I'd like to share based on what I've heard today. First of all, thanks for organizing this discussion. It's really nice to have these people from Egypt and from the Netherlands together and see how much is happening. We need this kind of thing. Also, most of the impact of climate change come to us through the hydrological cycle. We have to look at water integrated in our food security interventions, much more than just only the agriculture part or the business part. That is beginning to get some attention, but I think that needs more attention. It is important, as was mentioned by several of you, that we reach scale, and that we reach scale fast, not just here or in the Netherlands, but across the world. The impact of climate change are accelerating, and we are behind the curve. If we want to get ahead of it, we need to go faster than climate change, and that is very, very, very hard. Now, to reach scale, my experience is, if we talk about farming households, the only way we will reach scale is if there are solutions that work for farmers themselves. Solutions that I've seen several examples in my working life where an innovation was tried out and farmers picked it up by themselves, and it just went like wildfire without anyone really putting money into it. Farmers are smart, and farmer women are smarter. They are the ones who know what they're doing. They walk on their soil every day. They see their problems. So we need to find solutions that fit within their economics. If things cost too much, or if it's too much of a strain on the cash flow, even if the profit at the end is much bigger, it's not going to happen. Or if the risks increase. I've seen things where yields increase 3 times, but the risks increase to farmers so much they end up don't adopting it. And what I see too often is that as organizations, as governments, we tend to blame the beneficiaries if they don't adopt something that we are promoting because we think it's a great idea. I think what we need is much more ambition than we have at the moment, and it's really great to see the enthusiasm that's there, but we also need humility. Only if we let the farmers do the work and the talking, and we listen and see where we can support, we will reach the scale that is needed. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Well, I'd like to say a few final words. Our online audience is gone. The humility that Timo has spoken of is very important. I'm very happy that we let our partners do the talking, that it's a talking from the Netherlands with Egypt and not a talking from the Netherlands to Egypt. My last words, I would like to thank someone who has made this all possible. I'd like to thank Marilik of Climate, who has been the strong force behind this session. Besides heavy work in advising the COP27 presidency on initiatives, she gave us the access to this brilliant pavilion and allow us to be excited from and excited with each other. Thank you so much.
مصري وانا حاول. ما عشان مسافر. لا في اكله هتلاقيني. Yeah, many sides, right? Okay, that's what. Yeah, it's somewhere else in the. I think so. What time is it? I was here and then I didn't come to it again when I was here in 2006. Now I'm in the investment. Actually, a cooperative. The chairman of us. He was a Finnish. You know that? That's up north in England. But that's, they feel like saying, okay, can you send me the عندك كتير. So what are your plans? I'm just leaving tomorrow morning. Just focusing on our next event.
Do we want to see if it's on? You can hear me? test. Good. Are we having the folks join online?
Avram Lazar, I'm the moderator of this panel. You're all very welcome. You may think that Emily, sitting there all by herself, has trouble making friends, but actually she has friends all over the globe, all of them concerned with the same thing, which is how to make food production more sustainable. The panel today is, for this hour, is going to be focused on blue foods. We have a good, diverse group of very interesting people from IDH, WWF, the Global Salmon industry, retailer Wagmans, if I pronounced it correctly. And we'll all be bringing different perspectives onto the same question, which is what's the role of blue foods and how do we make them better? As we all basically angst and worry about the future of the planet, the vicious cycle between the greenhouse gas production of producing food and the impact of greenhouse gases on food production, creating more food scarcity. This vicious cycle of the more food we produce, the worse it gets for the climate, and the worse it gets for the climate, the harder it is to produce food. That vicious cycle has made a lot of people look towards blue foods, food from water. And indeed, blue foods do have a better greenhouse gas footprint than many of the alternatives, but we can't afford to rest on our laurels in blue foods. Blue foods have to become more sustainable as well. And we're going to talk about how to do that today, some projects that are on the ground, and we're going to talk about numbers. Because in the earlier days of dealing with climate change, we used numbers and reporting mostly to see who's good and who's bad. They were for accountability. We would blame the people with bad numbers and give doggy biscuits and praise to the people with good numbers. And that was fine when our job was finding bad guys and good guys, but our job now is for everybody, every single industry, every type of food production to become less greenhouse gas intensive, which means we got to use numbers for action. We have to use numbers to guide effective action on the ground, not just to allocate praise and blame. So we're going to look at the role of blue foods in dealing with climate and food scarcity, and we're going to look at the role of numbers in making blue foods better. We're just going to get on with the panel. I'm going to ask the panelists the first question I ask you, if you can just introduce yourselves. I think it's a bit more efficient given that all of this is electronic. And we're going to start with Emily, who has the advantage of being on site. And Emily, the question to you is, given how much WWF should be working on all around the issues of climate and food security, why have you chosen to put so much attention to blue foods?
Great, thank you. I'm glad to be anchoring our in-person space here on this panel. My name is Emily and I work at the WWF in our US office. So just to start us off, we know, I think especially in this pavilion, that the food system as a whole is responsible for about a third of global greenhouse gas emissions, and those emissions need to reduce by about 80% by 2050 in order to be on a 1.5 degree pathway. And despite the way we often tell the story of foods, aquatic foods are a big part of our food system. They are inextricably entwined as part of diets globally, but also really culturally relevant, huge parts of economies, livelihoods, and a critical source of high quality protein for many people in many parts of the world. And they're also intertwined in how we produce food. Aquaculture, in many cases, is using fertilizers for ponds that are produced in the terrestrial world, are also sometimes using feed ingredients that are produced on land, and some of these aquatic ingredients are also going the other direction and being used in terrestrial systems. So we can't really feasibly, either in the production space or in the dietary space, keep shoving aquatic foods into this other space. And we see it as really critical to keep that nexus a nexus. At the same time, we know, as you addressed, that for all foods, all products, all sectors, we are going to need to bring these footprints down. And for aquatic foods, that's no different. And I think the theme of this COP in many ways has been, let's get to implementation, let's get started. And I think especially now, given the kind of lateness of the hour for that action, we need to be thinking about ways to scale and speed up how we do that. And we see one of the really critical strategies for that scale up is collaboration. How can we share what works and what doesn't work so that we are only making a mistake once and not all replicating the same thing over and over and over again and staying in the same place. And the seafood sector has a great history of working in that collaborative, pre-competitive space to learn faster, especially on issues of sustainability. And it's really exciting to see that same type of mindset being applied to climate as well. And I know we'll talk a little bit later about the critical role of data, what we actually measure, how we share that to achieving that big scale up.
Thank you. That's great. And that's a really good lead into maybe my turning to Sophie Ryan from the Global Salmon Initiative. Sophie, when we look at trying to improve greenhouse gas performance, normally we expect it to be done by companies. The idea that an association would take the lead is a little counterintuitive. Can you explain why the Global Salmon Initiative is taking the lead role in this for the salmon sector?
Yes, thanks, Avram. I mean, quite simply, change just isn't happening fast enough when we work individually. As Emily said, we need to change business as usual and start looking at how we can drive that change at speed and at scale. So that's what we're trying to do within the GSI. So within GSI, we use a model of pre-competitive collaboration to accelerate change at speed and scale. And that's really kind of the core value of working in this type of model. But also there are many other benefits of working this way. And that's kind of what we're hoping to achieve within GSI, is using the benefits of working collaboratively we've seen in other ways and bring that into the discussion on greenhouse gas emissions. So, firstly, when you work collaboratively, we often see that this gives companies a higher kind of rate of ambition. It provides the motivation, in some ways, the safety to set more ambitious targets and goals. So whether that's in reduction, whether it comes to certification, we want to use that competitive spirit of the companies to often make them go beyond what they think is possible working alone. It also makes the companies smarter. As Emily said, when you're pooling knowledge and experience around the different companies, you have access to more experts, so you can make the right choices. And as Emily also said, you get to share the learnings, but it's not just about what is working. You can also share what isn't working. So you can save everyone time and resources so that everyone can make the progress much quicker. So it's clear that when working collectively over working individually, you can help provide the right insights to drive improvements when it comes to carbon footprint, which we crucially need at the speed and scale we crucially need.
Thank you. When I was talking to both Sophie and Emily before the session, one of the things that struck me is how much work they're doing on collecting accurate data to guide their performance. And I want a question for Lisa here. I know IDH works across many different sectors on climate and other issues. What's your experience on how important it is to collect data, or is it just a way of avoiding action?
Good question. To start with the very badly translated Dutch proverb, you need to get all the noses into the same direction first, right? So understanding really what the main issues are is a prerequisite, I think, for action, because otherwise you might be focusing on tackling the issues that don't have as much impact as other issues would have. And also, I think that companies collecting data, so if you have a supply chain where retailers and traders and the producers, and in agriculture sometimes also the feed companies are part of that same group of all collecting data, that is already also action, I believe, in the sense that if retailers and traders engage and better understand also what is happening in the supply chain, that's really needed to get that first understanding. But what we see in different sectors is that you will have different hotspots. So places within that supply chain where most of the emissions take place, right? So it sort of defines what the ground looks like, because for certain industries, it might be about transport. For other industries, it might be about, I don't know, fertilizer use on farm. For other industries, it might be around feed ingredients used in that are fed to animals, and land use change associated to that. So first, understanding what those hotspots are is important, so that you can get the rest of the industry to collaborate and do action on those issues. So as an example, if you are a trader of a fruit or a vegetable, if you're a fruit and vegetable trader, you might focus a lot on transport and getting less buses from one place to the other, while at the same time, if you have data, you learn that for example, fertilizer use on farm is the biggest issue. And although that might feel as that is out of your scope of influence, for example, starting having longer contracts with farmers so that they can change and can make this change that is needed, and supporting them in a way by investing in them is really what is needed. So short answer, we need data to understand what we should focus on to get most impact in the quickest time frame.
Thank you, Lisa. In Canada, the expression is kicking with the same foot. So clearly this is a sentiment that's shared internationally, but expressed with different parts of the body. Steve, in retail, you of course use numbers for a whole bunch of stuff, but has it been more for accountability and separating the good from the bad, or more for guiding action?
You know, accountability for so long has been somewhat broadly defined, and there seems to recently be a shift in what that means. So for the longest time, it was the collection of data, the transparency of supply chains that was the definition of accountability. Do we know where our product's coming from, who's doing the work, and is what we are selling in the seafood world, is it safe? Now, as we've become better as an industry at data collection, and note I said better, there's still a lot of work to be done, but as we become better at data collection, the choice of what to do with this information is certainly coming more to the front. It's still accountability, but it's kind of a different kind. So as a buyer of seafood, we have a choice in how we apply what we know and what we're learning, and how it guides our purchasing decisions. As a retailer, we're in kind of a unique position. We're closest to the end user, to the end purchaser of the products that we carry. So we could choose to do a few things with what we know. We could choose to share what we know and let the customer decide. But to be honest, that seems somewhat unreasonable, considering the complexities of global supply chains, the complexities of seafood specifically. How can we expect a retail customer with a finite amount of time at the counter to dedicate the time to understand all of this? So a couple of examples here, and they speak a little bit to what Lisa spoke to about different needs in different areas depending on what we're sourcing. So for our customers here in the U.S. market, we're on the East Coast of the United States, which would be a better choice. A white shrimp from the Western Hemisphere, we might have 2,500 kilometers of transport there, but it might be raised on feed that possibly contains marine byproducts, possibly contains questionable soy, or is a better choice a passively fed tiger shrimp that eats its natural environment, its natural surroundings, but it's with Southeast Asia sourcing, maybe 13,000, 14,000 kilometers of transport. Which one's better? That's a complex question, and it's a tough one to put in front of our customers. Closer to home, our Maine lobsters, it's less than half a day's drive from most of our stores. Is that a better choice? There's a lack of proper science to understand the impact of endangered species in the areas, or would the customers be better making a choice buying from a remote fishery that holds a certification? But that transport footprint may be contributing to the decline of the very same marine animals our customers are hoping to protect. Again, very complex decisions for a customer to make with 1 or 2 minutes at the counter, and of course a whole nother life to live. So through trust and transparency, we're really trying to have these conversations with our customers and show how we're turning that data, the data we've been working to collect, into a positive action, a positive impact. Now, the more we question, the more complex the answers become. But our job is to try and make those right decisions and move our business in the way that we feel our customers want us to.
Thanks. That really underlines how important it is to take a systems approach to trying to understand these things, that you can't just isolate one factor and say, this is where virtue lies, and I'll deal with this. It's exactly how we ended up with too many greenhouse gases by not understanding how one part is connected to the other. Lisa, in your experience in IDH, how valuable has it been to bring different stakeholders together to try and puzzle through these complex problems? Because if you're just dealing with who's bad and who's good, all you need is passion. But when you're actually trying to figure it out in the sort of nuanced way that Steve was talking, you need a lot more than passion. Share your experience, please.
Yeah, and also as Sophie already mentioned, by working together, it really saves you time and it saves you money, because you can't reinvent your own wheel time after time. It might have been invented, and you really need to collaborate. For example, in the flower industry, there are a lot of flowers ending up on the Dutch market that are produced in Kenya, and the flower industry understands that the hotspot there is about flying the flowers in, right? So there they have set up a model where the importers, the Dutch importers, also invest with the Kenyan Flower Council to work on cold storage in ports as well as in country, to make sure that the flowers can be shipped instead of using air freight. So there you really see that if you collaborate together, you couldn't do that on your own. You couldn't build a whole cold storage as one company, right? So there it really helped to collaborate. Second example is also in aquaculture, or in tropical aquaculture. We know that the feed ingredients are a hotspot, right? Or they might be associated with land use change, maybe. So, but imagine a world where if there's not so many feed companies, if you have 5 or 6 end buyers asking the same feed company to do something about their sustainable supply, that's much more powerful than if you are just one company asking it, right? So that's where we try to get the sector together to do those requests together, so that we can quicker come to real changes and reductions.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lisa. Maybe I'll turn back to the Global Salmon Initiative and Sophie. I know when we first started talking about the greenhouse gas footprint of a salmon steak, we were quite proud of how low it was, until people started to challenge on, well, what about the transportation? What about the movement of the feed to the farm? If you just look inside the farm, you get a misleading representation. How is the Global Salmon Initiative dealing with the need to take a broader approach?
Yeah, I think, as you said, we know aquaculture has a very low greenhouse gas footprint when it comes to production, but let's be clear, we know we have to improve on that. So that is something we're still working on. But you also touched on it earlier when you said we can't see things in silo. It is a supply chain, and we really have to see it as a supply chain in order to drive kind of real change. And that's one of the core strengths we've seen in GSI over the years. And now that's what we're applying to our climate work, because, feed or transport, whatever it may be, it's going to have an impact somewhere else along the supply chain as well. So the more we can bring together the experts to look at the challenges, or as we like to see them, opportunities for improvement, we can start to see, using the data where we're able to make improvements and make changes. But until we really see the data and where we can make the right changes in there, share those out, we won't really know how to move the sector forward. So we have to have very open dialogue based in the data, so we can really see where the changes are able to lower the greenhouse gas emissions.
Terrific. So Emily, in WWF's work, you of course have the luxury of not belonging to any one part of the value chain and get to examine and sometimes beat up and sometimes cajole all parts. What has been your experience of the value chain approach?
Yeah, I think as both Lisa and Sophie have emphasized here, that these are really interconnected systems, and thinking about how changes in one, there are, I think, a number of these really critical kind of exchange or even multiplication points between actors that we need to consider. Feed is definitely one of them. We can definitely imagine a case where the composition of feed maybe has a lower greenhouse gas footprint per kilogram of feed, but it is not so good in terms of nutritional delivery, and the animal needs to eat a lot more and maybe has higher mortality rate. And if you look then at the whole system, you're going to actually get worse performance. That's actually probably wouldn't be very good for the feed company either. People maybe would stop buying from them. But also, even if that did happen, that's not putting us into the place where we want to be. So I think this kind of, and the climate space has, I think, done a really great job of separating out these components into scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and really recognizing that within one's value chain, either upstream or downstream, there are ways that we can make improvements. So thinking too about an issue that's near and dear to us at WWF in food loss and waste, we know that for seafood, a lot of product that could be providing nutrition ends up in the landfill. And so there's opportunities sometimes in that space also for making improvements. And I think, to echo Lisa's point, we need to be very clever and strategic in thinking about where are these levers that we can pull first and most effectively, and that may be one that a company themselves they hold, or it may be one that a buyer or a supplier ultimately holds. But we need to be actually talking about the same thing and pointed in the same direction to be able to understand and communicate effectively with each other about where those opportunities are. And I think that's fundamentally how I hope we can all see this. There are opportunities, so many opportunities for us to improve what the food system and what aquatic foods have to offer that food system.
Thank you. So, Sophie, going back to the salmon industry for a minute, when I look at the available comparisons of, say, beef and salmon or pork and salmon, it's pretty clear that if you care about the environment, you might be eating more salmon. Should we start telling everybody that the solution to climate change is that they should buy our products?
I think my members would love it if that was the answer, but I think everyone here working the space knows there's no one magic bullet to help solve the climate issue. But the choices we make on which foods we eat really does matter. And as you mentioned, I think it's widely acknowledged that if we reduce the amount of meat we eat and replace that with fish like salmon, the greenhouse gas emissions will go down. But it's clear that salmon alone is not part of the solution to climate or nutrition challenges. But I would like to argue that it is an important part of the solution. The salmon industry is perhaps one of the most technically advanced areas of the aquaculture sector, and we know there's going to be huge growth in the aquaculture sector in coming years. And so there's an opportunity for the salmon sector to be at the forefront of pioneering technology and helping other developing species in the aquaculture to grow. So as we, work on this aligned and accounting framework and the collaborative efforts around mitigation, lots of that knowledge and those innovations can be shared. So using the salmon sector to help other sectors grow as well. And that's something we really want to do. And we hope the work we're doing in GSI can help support others in improving their environmental footprint as well. So that as the sector grows and provides healthy and sustainable food, we can do that through many, many species, not just salmon alone.
Thank you. I've got a question which I'm going to ask to each of you in turn, which is because I'm a veteran of more COPs than I want to admit, and it gets pretty discouraging if you keep sort of like doom scrolling live. And I'd like you each to share what keeps you going. Where do you see the hope? Where do you get the energy? What is it that inspires you and reminds us all that it's worth keeping on working, even if the horizon is a little threatening? Maybe Steve, I'll ask you first because you're watching in New York.
I came to this position in seafood. I've been with my company now over 2 decades. In a number of different roles, and spent a good time over in the standard consumer packaged goods world before I came over to seafood. I had some experience in operations out in our stores as a seafood manager and got to work with the product. And I've been over here for about, I think I'm approaching 10 years, almost half my time with the company. One of the things that keeps me going is the seafood industry is unlike any other industry. First off, it's completely segmented into over 1,000 different commercially available species. It's a global supply chain that crosses cultures and regulatory areas, and the complexity just biologically is just staggering. But what I find is no matter how global it is or disparate it is, it still remains a very people focused industry. We have fishing families doing fishing work. We have farmers doing farming work. We're fortunate enough to go and visit them and see the work that they're doing, the impact they're having on their area and on their families, and that's incredibly encouraging. On top of that, I'm very, very proud of this industry that through its pre-competitive collaborations, through the work that people are stepping up to do before they look for the profit, we're industry leading. It's been alluded to, we referenced it just now. The work that's being done for improvements, continuous improvement in both supply chain and environmental impact is really being followed by the others. So I'm proud to be part of this industry, and yes, it does become a little bit overwhelming at times. Doom scrolling is a great way to put it, but I know that personally and professionally, I'm in the right place to make an impact.
Super. Emily, you work harder than almost anyone. I must admit, I'm somewhat astonished at how much you're involved in. Where do you get the juice? What gives you hope and energy?
So I feel a little bit that the silly answer to that is sometimes it's anger that keeps me going. We have such a big challenge that is so critical to face. And especially when I see things like aquatic foods being left out of that story. As a biological oceanographer originally, I think, oh, we have to fix that. Let's go. And there is an energy there. But that's my silly answer. Real answer is, I think talking with people who really do want to make a positive difference, like this panel and many of the folks who I've talked to here who are asking questions, in many cases not just on climate, but actually going further. I say, okay, climate's important, and having folks in private industry say, okay, but why aren't you also telling me more about biodiversity? What about nature? Music to my ears that is already an incoming question, or saying, are we doing enough? Could we be working with others? We heard that this other sector, so not even aquaculture species, but maybe dairy to aquaculture, they're doing that. Can we do something similar? Those types of conversations, which are happening not just at this COP, but also, in Zoom calls, in the rest of the year, those conversations give me so much hope. We need more of them, but there are a lot of bright spots and a lot of great people working on this with innovative, exciting solutions.
Super. So, Sophia, I learned that the Gates Foundation has turned to the Global Salmon Initiative for partnering and supporting dealing with food security. What is it that attracted Gates to salmon farmers and particularly to the Global Salmon Initiative?
I mean, I'm hoping it's because of the acknowledgement of just the ability and the willingness of the industry to change. You know, I've been working with GSI for coming up to nearly 10 years now, and I think I'd have no expectations that the industry would be where it is today back then. But the industry has this ability to want to change, and it can change very quickly when we look at kind of the feed ingredients and how the sourcing there has changed to welfare issues. What we've seen in the industry, and this goes much wider than salmon, is that it's often not down to an inability to want to change. It's a lack of technical know-how. So as we've discussed today, the more we can bring the industry together to share challenges and share possibilities on what can change, we know that change can be possible. So I think it's that when we look back and see what is possible to change, that's what gives me the energy looking forwards. And I think that's why Gates is interested in coming into the sector. It's seeing how the private sector does have that ability to want to drive change, and when they come together, they can do that very quickly as well.
Super. Lisa, IDH and your work there is hugely complex. I remember when I first encountered IDH and the slogan, creating change at speed and scale in complex systems around the world, I thought, wow. So what gives you energy, hope, vision?
It's a bit, as I think a lot of others already said, but it's people, right? So I feel very privileged to also work with companies with sort of a coalition of the willing of really people that want to change and make a difference. They are a lot of the people I work with in those seafood companies are the ones that would plant a tree when they knew that the apocalypse would come, right? So it's really the type of it's a lot of innovative ideas and people that can make a difference and want to do so. So that makes me very happy on a daily basis. And although it looks very grim, I think if we encourage those people to innovate, we have a chance of making it much better than it is today.
Fantastic. If you allow me, I'm going to try and summarize some of what's come out today. We'll capture it a bit, and then if you want to comment on it, you can. But I think we started by reminding ourselves that this is serious. It's about feeding the world, and it's complicated because our efforts to feed the world have basically created climate change, and that we have this vicious cycle of the climate creating the changed climate, creating more food insecurity. And then we talked about the difference between looking at it to find out who to blame and looking at it to find out how to fix it, using numbers for accountability versus using numbers to drive change. And then you shared with us that one of the key pieces of it is its intrinsic complexity, that if you focus on one slice, you almost always get it wrong. But dealing with complexity is hard, and so you've all said that the secret is to get the value chain, many of the stakeholders, the various pieces together to, as the Dutch would say, drive your noses in the same direction, or the Canadians would say, to get everyone kicking with the same foot, not just for collective action, but for collective understanding. And then most wonderfully, you've all shared your energy and enthusiasm and your belief that people of good faith and open minds can actually change things. And you're all big part of leading and driving those changes, which is why we're all here today. So if any of the panelists have last remarks you want to make, we can do that. If not, we can declare ourselves successful. I'm not going to ask for questions from the floor because it's just too complicated.
So I'd like to jump in quickly on that. I think I was promised a question on not just the mitigation, but some of that adaptation and resilience side too. So
Super. Go for it.
Gonna say a little bit too. One of the things, especially coming from aquatic foods, that I've gotten a lot of questions about, and tossing to folks I know virtually and in this room also, that there are also a lot of incoming questions and requests from the aquatic food space, recognizing how deeply the incoming climate changes are going to be to our aquatic species, and seeing some of the frameworks that we have in the terrestrial space, like climate smart agriculture, looking for solutions that are delivering both on mitigation and also for making sure that the livelihoods, the operations, the delivery of food are also continuing despite the increasingly hostile, more variable climate, especially to animals like fish that live in the water. Maybe we need a climate smart aquaculture as well, and make sure that we're delivering those types of solutions that can do both the mitigation and adaptation. And I really do hope that some of the folks who listen and are here can help us deliver on that, because when I first got that question, my thought was, wow, that is a great thing we should be thinking of, and I absolutely don't have the answer to that yet.
It's a huge issue in aquaculture. I mean, if you look at some of the biggest losses and disasters, they've been due to climate-related events, changes in water temperature, unexpected, storms of a force that no one thought the nets would have to withstand, changes in the local biology that lead to algal blooms. Lisa, is IDH working on adaptation in marine environments for food production?
Yeah, so more and more, and also imagine for the entire supply chain, right? That you will, it will also influence a buyer and a retailer. So we have just also in other food crops, we are really helping the supply chain to better understand also what the impact will be of climate change to also where you're sourcing from, etc. And also I think especially also in terms of adaptation, it's also really a matter of income, right? How do you make sure that the farmers are resilient enough to change so that they can adapt? And how can we make sure that they have the everything in place so that they can do so and have the and that's a big puzzle to build, but we need to address it, because otherwise there will be countries where it will become very difficult to farm fish.
I know at the last roundtable of CEOs that Sophie was leading, there was some discussion about the change in consciousness from business being obsessed with just in time, the huge efficiency of the production and delivery process, to just in case, the capacity to absorb shocks and resilience. Sophie, anything to share from your salmon experience, where people are going with this?
I think, right now it comes back to what we've been talking about today, which is we really need all the data to understand where we are now and to then start monitoring any changes. And that's really what's going to be the crucial tool in helping us plan kind of what's out for the future. But as you said, it's about now not just focusing on the short-term changes we can make, but what's really going to drive those long-term changes. But at the root of it all will be the data to help us better understand and monitor those changes.
Cool. So we'll add to the summary I did before the huge looming issue, which is probably under discussed, which is the adaptation of the food systems in the aquatic sphere. to have sufficient resilience. Steve, this must keep your shareholders up at night.
Well, we're fortunate we don't have any shareholders. We're a family-held company, 106 years old, so we have a family to report to. Guess what? It keeps them up at night. It keeps me up at night. To some extent, we have to look for redundancy in order to get our resiliency, and at times that's not the best choice, especially for the farmers, the producers, or the fishing families. Redundancy tends to mean that we're somewhat diluting their business with us and our business with them. And it also means that while we have the flexibility to shift where maybe the environment forces us to shift, whether it's a catastrophe or a changing farming or fishing environment, it also means we're taking business and predictability away from the producers and the fishing families. So yeah, it does keep us up at night, not only from a fiduciary responsibility, but also from the responsibility of our supplier partners. As a family-held company, I'm proud to say I haven't signed a contract in my entire career. We're a handshake company, and it's particularly hard to walk away from a handshake. So we're very cognizant of what the impact can be to the suppliers, the farmers, and the producers as their environment changes, and it's a very daunting thing to face.
That's a great note to how much all this requires a handshake mentality of good faith and trust and recognition that we're all in the same boat and have to work together if we're going to get anywhere, which is a large part of what IDH does and GSI does, is creating that sense of community of not just of interest, but community of destiny. As the world changes, we have to be there to work with each other, or we're gonna be not there individually. Any other last words? If not, I'm going to say that it was terrific for me, so thank you. And I hope you all enjoyed it. And maybe in person next year at the next COP, or maybe we'll save the greenhouse gases again and meet this way. Again, to all panelists, thank you very, very much. And to everyone listening, thank you for listening with such good attention. And we'll call it a day.
Thank you.
1, 2. Welcome, everybody. I'm very excited at the crowd that we've attracted. I'd like to encourage you, if possible, to move to the front, just so we can feel that we have a quorum of people. So, welcome to this... Welcome to the COP. Welcome to this listening session on achieving ambitious food system transformation in the context of USAID's new climate strategy. Our purpose today is to listen to you. We really want to get your feedback. My name is Leni Wallenberg, and I'm the co-chair of the BIFAD subcommittee on systemic solutions for climate change adaptation and mitigation in agriculture, nutrition, and food systems. And I'll be your moderator for today. Our purpose is to share the interim results of a study that's being done together with Tetra Tech, being advised by the subcommittee that I mentioned, and several authors that Tetra Tech has brought together. The BIFAD subcommittee is a 13-member subcommittee that was was established in June this year. And I should mention that BIFAD stands for the Board for International Food and Agriculture Development. And it is a presidentially appointed committee. So we're very fortunate to be doing this work because it has USAID's ear, and we really want practical suggestions, but we also want ambitious suggestions. The agenda for today is that we're going to hear first from Dina Esposito, who's the Acting Assistant Administrator for the Bureau of Resilience and Food Security, or known as RFS, at USAID. She also serves as the Feed the Future Deputy Coordinator for Development and USAID's Global Food Crisis Coordinator, so many hats. Two of the study team authors, Tyrone Hall and Richard Charlatan of Tetra Tech, will then present their results from the study. And then Ishmael Sunga and Tyrone Hall will support a discussion, the actual listening. So it's my pleasure to welcome Dina.
Let me get organized here. Thank you, Dr. Wallenberg, for that introduction, and thank you to the leadership of the subcommittee. I know this all comes on top of your day jobs. I also want to thank Ishmael Sunga and the other subcommittee members, the author team, BIFAD, for your service and contributions. It is a lot of extra work, and Dr. Wallenberg mentioned that you all have the ear of USAID, and that's true. I'm one of them. I'm here to greet you and to encourage you to please put your thinking caps on and give us your best thinking, because we're really interested in this study. It was Samantha Power who commissioned it, recognizing, as she is, just completely seized with the global food crisis that we're facing right now, and also completely seized with the climate agenda and how those two things intersect. And of course, that's the nature of the topic we're talking about today. I'm also really interested because, as Dr. Wallenberg mentioned, I have this title of Global Food Crisis Coordinator. And I know we all are here because we're seized with the global climate crisis. We also have a global food crisis. I used to work in the humanitarian food portfolio area, and back in 2011, the USAID humanitarian assistance arm was feeding somewhere between 40 and 60 million people in need of urgent, life-saving food assistance. That number today is around 200 million people. It is just kind of mind-boggling. And we know also that the number of people who are undernourished are now roughly 1 in 10. It's basically back to where it was in 2010. We've lost, a decade or more of progress. And that comes for a number of reasons that I think you know well. It relates to conflicts around the world. It relates to disrupted supply chains due to COVID, rising fuel, food, and fertilizer prices. But accelerated climate change is absolutely at the top of the list. So this listening session today is really about saving both people and the planet. Those two things come together in your work. So I'm really looking forward to hearing more. I do need to say a word about the climate strategy. We are at COP. That strategy guides our whole-of-agency approach towards reducing global greenhouse gas emissions, helping partner countries build resilience to climate change, and making our operations more climate smart. By 2030, our goal is to achieve 6 ambitious targets in the areas of mitigation, natural and managed ecosystems, adaptation, finance, country support, and support for critical populations, including women, youth, and other marginalized groups. Climate finance is playing a critical part, and that includes a target for galvanizing $150 billion in climate finance. We need the BIFAD study to both inform our programming and to provide the right recommendations for how we can best marshal climate finance and apply it to help smallholder farmers. So thank you again for your work, and thank you especially to those of you who are here. I know it's a busy day and we are challenged. If you don't get your comments in, I know that Dr. Wallenberg and BIFAD will be interested in hearing from you in a quieter moment if you're struggling like I am to hear myself think. So, but with that, I want to turn it back over. So thank you.
So now it's my pleasure to welcome Tyrone Hall, Behavior Change Communications author at Tetra Tech, and Richard Charlatan, also from Tetra Tech, Vice President of Operations, as the study co-authors.
Thank you, Lenny. Do we have the remote control somewhere? Yeah, thanks so much, Lenny. Thanks, Dina, for that great introduction. Dina mentioned the new USAID climate strategy, and the BIFAD subcommittee on climate change was really tasked with trying to understand how best USAID could take that strategy forward and achieve its ambitious results. And so that's really what the study team and the subcommittee have been trying to work at. I'm going to introduce a few kind of key points about how the team has been pursuing this, and then Tyrone's going to go through some of the preliminary results so that we can have a good discussion about it. And so really, again, this session is about us listening to you. So as we present, please be thinking about the things that you think we've got right, the things that you think we've got wrong, the things that we think we should think about, so that we can really make sure that this this piece of work is as helpful as possible to USAID and its programming. And I think we all know the impact that can have, especially thinking about how to mainstream climate action across all of USAID's portfolio. You can access the paper at this QR code. I'll leave that up there for a second, and we'll come back to it later. In pursuing the strategy, because climate change affects almost everything that we do, the team really tried to figure out what the right way to approach this was. And so the first thing that we did is building on the USAID climate strategy. We took a climate resilient development pathways approach. So we tried to understand where across USAID's portfolio, across the work of its partners, we could really find opportunities to integrate climate change adaptation with low emissions development and sustainable development. So really recognizing the need to make progress on mitigation, adaptation, and all of the other areas that are required to address the climate crisis. Within that framework, the study team has been looking to try and identify how to support more systemic, transformative approaches to adaptation. And to do that, the team has identified or tried to identify a series of priority systems. Where are the systems within the broader food and agriculture system where change is most needed, where there are the biggest opportunities? To look at the barriers for transformation, what's stopping us from making progress there, and how do we move forward? And then maybe most importantly, drill down into the specifics, what we call leverage points. For those of you who are systems thinkers, you'll love leverage points. Where are the places where USAID and its partners can invest, take action to have the largest and most significant impact today and into the future? Because we don't have a lot of time to waste. So identifying where we can have impact now at scale is critical. and then from that derive where USAID can make interventions to achieve those kind of changes. So that's the process that the study team has gone through, and I will pass it over to my colleague to present some of the initial findings.
Thank you, Richard. So Richard nicely laid out for us how we thought through the study, thinking through the various systems and how we prioritize them moving forward. But I just want to quickly reinforce how we thought through that. So having done the systemic review of the literature, talked with a number of key informants, and really took stock of insights from the BioFed committee and USAID staffers as well. Thank you. We recognize that there's a litany of systems that if you took action, you could generate systemic transformations. But of course, you can't work through all of those. So we went through a process of prioritization. And that process of prioritization was based on elicitation from experts. So we're thinking about how do you generate maximum benefits across both mitigation and adaptation that will also yield benefits in terms of SDG outcomes. Remember our framework, our guiding star is the CRD framework that Richard pointed out. So these are our main systems that we identified: production systems, demand and consumption systems, processing and post-processing systems, land tenure and land use systems. But of course, even within these broad systems that we prioritize, there are subsystems that you needed to think through and prioritize as well. Having gone through all of that, we then, here we go. We then worked on a set of high potential leverage points. Richard pointed to this. So you've identified your priority systems, but how will you generate movements within these broad systems? And these high potential leverage points that we've identified, what we're thinking about them in this study is to say, they're particularly important because when you take decisive tactical actions with them in mind, you can generate outcomes, large outcomes that are beneficial in multiple systems. And these systems, because they're priority systems, will then yield large outcomes or benefits that are associated with climate resilient development. So they're particularly important for us. And it's a wide range. You'll notice many of them are associated with different systems, some particularly innovative ones around multinational ESG and net zero commitments, the carbon markets possibilities that we've identified as well. But with all the leverage points in mind, and you've seen a number of them, we obviously can't go through all of them today. But the two that I want to really delve into are, first, the one that is particularly important, and it's key to ensuring that the inclusive element of the systemic transformation we're working towards with this study in mind is enabled, and that is the empowerment leverage point. Empowerment as itself we see as an overarching leverage point, but also it's crucial in order to generate the maximum outcomes you want each time you take actions associated with particular leverage points. And it's our starting point because the climate crisis is one that affects indigenous populations, vulnerable peoples of other categories, including women, young people, and other marginalized groups disproportionately, and compounds their pre-existing disadvantages. So all of the actions or recommendations that we make in this study ask quite directly, how can we ensure that as we broaden the tent and as we deliver sort of impacts in the agricultural and food system space, that it will benefit substantially people who are at the base of the pyramid, people who are marginalized. And of course, the areas, a key thing to recognize as I depart from that leverage point into talking about climate finance, is that the study very clearly suggests that empowerment as a leverage point, speaking specifically about women, young people, indigenous populations, isn't just necessary, but it's in almost all cases a necessary precondition to really maximize the actions you're taking associated with almost all of these leverage points that we've identified, priority leverage points, a crucial point. And that cuts across finance, access to finance, land rights, land use, access to spaces where decisions are being made at multiple levels, among other things, technology and so forth. But the crucial element of finance came up, and I think it's perhaps the most exciting part of the study, because what we've identified as a starting point is in agriculture on a whole has a huge climate finance gap. Only about 3% of global climate finance goes towards agriculture and agriculture-related sectors. And just about a half of that gets to smallholder farmers. And it sounds like a stat you may have heard before, but it's important to reinforce it because the point is to enable inclusivity. And if the gap is really where people who are marginalized are mostly concentrated on the spectrum, and that smallholder agriculture, then it's a huge challenge. And most of that really smattering of funds, that's about $10 billion, is public sector monies. So there's a huge opportunity associated with this challenge. And that huge opportunity is how do you mobilize and make readily accessible at scale climate finance that you can leverage through the private sector. We've seen a number of things that you need to do. It's a preponderance. So we've categorized them in three broad pots. The first is market enablement. The second is pipeline development. And the third is direct capital participation. And what we've outlined is USAID's very unique role in facilitating the expansion and the building out of these three broad categories that we've identified. In terms of market enablement, of course, the starting point is that you need coherence in terms of the strategies, the policies, and the actual implementing bodies locally to ensure that there's predictability and there's a pathway to tap the value that exists when you take actions across the mitigation and adaptation spectrum in the agricultural space. But the standard segment of things is almost a box check because a number of standards exist. The issue is with implementation. USAID is, as we've recommended in the study, is uniquely positioned to be a bridge builder, pulling together these global standards with reference to the local authorities and their needs so that they can localize and operationalize. But as we've thought through that, we've also seen big opportunities associated with carbon markets that could be opened up, especially with the adoption of Article 6. Challenges notwithstanding there. And we've detailed a number of ways where you can mobilize that, pulling on examples, practical examples that point to the possibilities that can be untapped. And then quickly jumping to pipeline development. So sure, you could fix the market enablement, setting up the structures, but what are the relevant, useful, and readily deployable products that are available in the marketplace that would really benefit smallholder farmers, which is where the gap is? There are very few. And so we've outlined a number of ways where USAID could not just de-risk, but help to create the innovative products needed that will be contextually relevant. And what's dominant throughout all of this is how context will shape many of the outcomes and the solutions, potential solutions. And the third is the unique capacity of USAID to use its capital, its grant-making capacity to trigger, to create the possibility for next stage actions in the climate finance space, particularly with small-scale holders in mind. In terms of how we view this study and thinking about the next steps, it's really important to think of this study as our initial stock taking of things. So sure, we've pointed to 10 high potential leverage points with high confidence in them, but these are likely to evolve. They quite likely will, because the next phase, and that's why we need your help today, and the next section will help with that, because the ultimate goal of this study, the next stage, is to get to a point where we delve more deeply into the leverage points. What are these big opportunities and what are the associated specific actions that you will take to maximize the impact and the outcomes? One other thing to be mindful of as you think through what we're sharing and asking for your input on is that as much as we've attempted to fully sort of bridge the gap of the divide between the technical and the sociocultural in this study, we are taking on as a priority for the next step a more fulsome examination of the sociocultural elements, the empowerment elements. It's a dominant finding that, of course, and that's why we've moved it from not just a cross-cutting concern when we think about the leverage points, but itself as an overarching leverage point. And as I was saying, a necessary precondition to even untapping the benefits you get with these high potential leverage points. So it's huge, a crucial sort of takeaway from that. So that I'd wrap up there and invite my colleague Ishmael, who can walk us through the listening session. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyrone and Richard, for taking us through both the process and the content of the study. And just to underscore that this study, these are preliminary results for which we are seeking more advice and support and critique, if you may, and in order to strengthen the recommendations. And this is our chance really to input into what we consider as a subcommittee a very important process. More specifically, which one? Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. More specifically, as the subcommittee, we are looking at your input with respect to the technical aspects of the study, advice on specific interventions, recommendations on particular voices to seek from yourselves, as well as general questions that are emerging that you would want really to be answered. So I just want to invite the audience and those that are online to please provide us with your feedback in whatever way you feel comfortable. And over to the audience here. My colleagues will be taking down the questions, and I'm sure we are also monitoring the chatting function so that we are able to accommodate them, perhaps address some of them in the course of these discussions. Over to you. Anyone wants to start? Maybe we could take maybe 2-3 questions at a time.
Okay, now it works. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lorenzo Bosi. I'm from the World Food Program. I'm the asset creation team leader in Rome headquarters. This is extremely interesting, and like in terms of like priority systems, I'm particularly happy to see themes like soils and land restorations, which are really critical in this context. As this is a climate crisis, but it's also an environmental crisis and a land degradation kind of crisis that climate change actually exacerbate. And also like the focus on empowerment of, vulnerable, I suppose also food insecure communities, which are actually like key actors in terms of like solving our mitigation problems globally. The question that I have, and I'm really looking forward to read the strategy, is like, how do you see like integrating, let's say, shocks and response to shocks within the strategy itself? Like, because from what I gather, it seems like you're like the strategy is something progressive in a sense, but like, in the context of climate change, in the context of increasing shocks and increased intensity of shocks, like this pattern is not like unidirectional. Like it can have like huge setbacks. So like, how do you take that into account? And in terms of leverage points, I don't know. Maybe it was there. I didn't see that, or I didn't notice. like what about land rights, which I mean we see as an issue where like I mean how can you invest in your plot of land if you're a smallholder if you're not sure that that land will actually be yours in next year, 5 years time, or maybe like your wife, who, if you die, like it will not be able to inherit that plot of land. So it's difficult to create like a long-term adaptation kind of perspective. So these were my 2 points.
Thank you. Thank you. 2 questions, one on shocks and the other on land rights. Maybe we can help them answer it now, or we take 1 more or 2 more. Sorry. Okay, let's take these 2 first, and then whilst that we're taking these questions, think of other questions, other issues you want to raise. Over to you, Tyrone or Richard.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks everyone. Thanks Lorenzo. Great questions and observations. Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the really hard things with thinking through leverage points and systems theory is how to take into account how those systems evolve over time. And of course, with climate change and adaptation and climate resilient development pathways, it's all about time. It's all about the decisions we take now that lead us into the future and how we put ourselves on a path to get there, taking into a fact that the climate will be hot, volatile, dangerous, and constantly changing. And so I think that's our kind of initial thinking, is how to conceive of a climate resilient development pathway that inherently takes into account the shocks and stresses that are going to occur along the way. Like you can't achieve the resilient part of the climate resilient development pathway unless the systems that you're working on have the risk management mechanisms, include risk mitigation, anticipate maladaptation, and address some of these issues along the way. And if we ignore that, then we can't move forward. So it's not enough to think about, for example, heat tolerant livestock. Have to take into account how you're going to maintain livestock production through periods of extended drought or floods, and make sure that those livelihoods can deal with deeper and longer shocks than people have experienced before. So that is part of the thinking integrated into at least the process. Thanks.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you for the question on land rights. In the rush of going through all of the study, I probably glossed over it. But one little point that I was making earlier is you can't get to the fundamental changes, and we try to consider it at each turn in the study about every time you try to unblock a specific theme or domain, you must consider the most disadvantaged. And when you think about agriculture and how lands held in different cultures, and that's why I was pointing to how contextual some of these concerns are. So we do consider it, and I think as you think through the litany of things that we pull together, the starting point for us in terms of making the recommendations is you have to reform policies and systems and the engagements that you need to drive that. But one of the things that we've learned through the engagements with indigenous populations and other marginalized groups, traditionally marginalized groups, is that there's greater need to bridge sort of official governmental understandings and response to things like communal land rights, for instance. So building on your point about women's ownership of land and what happens when, in bereavement periods. So in some instances, the study doesn't seem to seek to answer all of those questions because some of them are just bigger than this. But the responsiveness to it and promoting ways of drawing connections that could respect some of the existing local frameworks. So recognizing indigenous knowledge and the indigenous governance systems is something we've stressed extensively. We've talked with a number of indigenous key informants, and one of our commitments and why we want to hear from you is how can we reach even more? So it's just not just a sliver of sort of engagement with that subset.
Thank you very much for those answers, reactions. Can we have some more questions? Yes, madam.
Thank you very much. I'm Tracy Mitchell with RTI International. Just wanted to comment on two of the emerging priority leverage points that you identified. I noted low emission livestock is there, and I'm very happy to see that there. But one of the things, as you continue looking into this, that I would ask that you pay particular attention to is to achieve low emission livestock. You know, there are a number of things that can be done. I know RTI just did we did a baseline and an end line of methane production from dairy cattle in Kenya, and we got a 27% reduction in methane intensity. That was 2 years ago. Now this year, so that sounds great and nice, but now this year with the drought, fewer farmers are implementing those practices. And so the issue of what is the resilience of the mitigation measures. You know, we're coming up with these mitigation measures, but I feel like we're kind of assuming that the world will stay the same for the mitigation measures. And I think that's a bit of an oversight on our part. And so I would ask, look at low emissions livestock, that's something that you consider. The second thing is around the ag and food systems. Very happy to see that there as well. But I'm not sure that de-risking is necessarily the leverage point. Something I would ask you to look at that might, in my opinion, be a better leverage point would be reorienting our systems towards vulnerable groups and nutritious foods in particular. You know, is the food system serving them? I fear that if we just look at de-risking, we'll be developing the food systems not for the most vulnerable, not for the nutritious. So I would just bring that for you to consider as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. They will address it now. I quite like the concept of the resilience of the measures that have been proposed, but quite often we speak about the resilience of the people. This is now more about the sustainability of the measures. I think in your presentation somehow you alluded some of those, but I'll give you the chance, please, to go ahead and ask.
Thanks, Tracy. Those were great, really great points. And I think the point on the durability of mitigation measures in agriculture is valid for livestock. I also think it's valid for soil carbon. It's a little more predictable when you plant a tree, but in soil carbon calculations, it's mostly practice-based. Do you do cover cropping? Do you do no-till? What do you do? And the extent to which those practices need to take place every year for there to be a durable emissions reduction is pretty critical. So I think that point is really really well taken. On the de-risking aspect and nutritious foods, I mean, I think that's a really good point. I think definitely thinking about nutrition, climate smart agriculture, especially local value chains that drive sustainable agriculture and improve resilience. That's critical. But I do think there's a major need to kind of de-risk certain elements of agriculture to enable the investment in the change of practices that are required, especially for poor smallholders who don't have any way to cover the opportunity cost of transitioning to something else, whether that be through things like food for assets programs, which ensure food security while communities are rehabilitating landscapes in order to have a more sustainable food system, or using carbon credits to pay the finance gap for coffee farmers who are moving to agroforestry systems. Like there's many kind of pieces of the puzzle where finance is required, especially I think for the most vulnerable who generally face an adaptation deficit. They can't deal with their current level of climate risk. never mind what's coming. So trying to help them just get to the point where they can start to think about adapting is pretty essential.
Thanks, Richard. I absolutely agree with you on the importance of being careful about how we approach the point around de-risking, because again, the aim is to ultimately serve the interests of the most disadvantaged and generally marginalized. So it's a really good point of caution. What I'd also, what your point is also revealing, I think, on the around the lifestyle examples you've shared, is that we also have to be mindful that adaptation recommendations and engagements around that have to be a little bit more self-reflective and conscious of the fact that adaptation isn't a permanent state. It isn't an arrival point. It's always going to be evolving. So as part of the communication of adaptation interventions, we have to be careful not to set up false expectations in terms of the sturdiness of the interventions and that they will have to evolve.
Thank you. Can we have some more questions, comments, inputs? Yes, Tom?
Thank you very much for this. Tom Grasso with the Environmental Defense Fund. Two questions. One, how often does the U.S. I have a thing with microphones today. So Tom Grasso with Environmental Defense Fund. Two questions. How often does USAID share their learnings with other bilateral institutions that do similar types of work, and do you learn from them as well? And then I guess secondly, and maybe Ishmael, this is more specifically for you, how does USAID engage with their partners on the ground, the farmers and others who are part of the programs that you work on? And is there somewhere in the report where there's actual reflections from those people in frontline communities? Thank you.
I'll deflect it to USAID itself.
Yeah, sorry, thanks. Hi, thanks for the good question. I'm Ann Vaughn. I'm the Senior Advisor for Climate Change in the Bureau for Resilience and Food Security. Might take both of the questions together and use just one example. So USAID endorsed the principles for locally led adaptation at last year's COP that lays out 8 principles that we're supposed to be doing to make sure that more funding gets to farmers, fishers, communities that are most impacted by climate change, and have spent the last year working on implementing that. But also the administrator power has really pushed the agency to embrace localization so that we have commitments now to look at co-designing with communities 50% of our programs by 2030. And I'm going to get the number wrong, but it's, I think, 25% more funding to local organizations in the next couple years. So it's 25% in 2 or 3 years. But the co-creation, to your last point, I think is really important, because that means we have to be listening. And something that we're exploring in our Bureau for Resilience and Food Security is really how do you co-create and have a feedback loop, so we're hearing from communities and feeding that back into program design. So I think we're taking it seriously. And then just again, using the example of the locally led adaptation principles, we just met with other donors and are trying to promote other donors to take on these principles too. So that's sort of broadly in the climate space. And then the coordination around programmatic examples have happened sometimes at the G7 level, but like when you get into technical working groups. But probably COP is a good place for that too, I think, for some learning at technical levels too. And through partnerships like Risk-Informed Early Action Partnership that the UK has helped lead to help get our early warning systems, including for smallholders, is a good space. And then when we co-fund things together, we learn a lot from each other too.
Thank you for that reaction. Can we have one or two? Yes, please. We might be able to squeeze one last one after her, but let's see. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Yolanda Wright. I work for Save the Children, and I just want to appreciate the work you've done, and thank you so much for having a big emphasis on people who are more disempowered, disengaged, etc. I had a couple of specific questions. One is, I was listening to a great podcast recently with FAO on the use of social protection to complement ag support to enable exactly what you were talking about, the lowest income household have least financial capability to change their modalities of working, coping day to day, and not so able to look at, varying their agricultural choices, and also who have more behavioral constraints, right? You were talking about behavior change. So have you looked at how you might complement these agricultural leverage points with a sort of longer term social protection system for the more vulnerable households? And the second thing I wanted to pick up on, what my colleague said about nutritional value. We're sort of facing such a global hunger crisis at the moment that many of us have never seen in our lifetimes. How much are you focusing on, ensuring it's not just calories, but it's a nutritional calorie kind of component for households? Because it may not be so easy, but it could potentially link up with this kind of more resilient agriculture systems, the intercropping, agroecology, etc., that can actually potentially also provide a more nutritious, diet for local communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. If you can do that in 3 minutes, that would be great, so that Lini would come in and sum up. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for those great questions. We have talked about social protection. I think maybe it's a good suggestion to think through how to strengthen that and integrate it more. I mean, definitely we're seeing a ton of really interesting work, particularly around shock responsive social protection systems as a way to make sure that households have predictable income, and that's really key. FAO's done some great work on the importance of predictability in social cash transfers for improving agricultural production improvements of poor smallholders, and making sure that those systems can increase the number of beneficiaries or the entitlements to households during shocks to help them cope with those shocks. Those are essential, and I think it comes down to some really key household decisions that households make, like, do I have my kids work on my farm or send them to school? They're so critical to enabling households, not just to kind of get through the seasonal cycle every year, but also invest in adaptation in the long run. So that investment in social protection is not just about now, it's about protecting the human capacity for the next generation. And there's many other examples out there that we've looked at of USAID partners integrating things like social protection with agricultural insurance or livestock insurance to try and help those households manage those risks. On the calories side, yes, definitely not just kilocalories, and I think that's been a big focus of USAID's work and Feed the Future's work since it's started. And so thinking through how to have diverse, regenerative, sustainable local food systems is pretty critical. But I do just want to make a plug for staple cereal calories because cereal crops are some of the crops that are, well, obviously they produce most of our calories, but they're at most risk from climate change for reduced yields, and not just reduced yields, but reduced micronutrient content in basic cereals. Crops like millet, sorghum, maize, and rice under heat stress produce less zinc, all kinds of micronutrient deficiencies too. So in areas that are cereal dependent for micronutrients as well as macronutrients, like that is an even bigger issue, and especially where those crops are moving up slope like teff in Ethiopia. So there's lots of things to consider there in how we're going to transform our food system to provide the macro and the micro nutrients to meet needs, and of course protein.
Thank you very much, audience, for the insights, for the questions, and for the input. And thanks, Richard and Tyrone, for fielding the questions. I hand over to Lini.
Thank you, Ishmael, Tyrone, and Richard. I'm sorry that we have to end. It's a short session. I wish we could have had more questions. I want to let you know that study will be completed by about June. We'll have at least one more public session to get input, so you still have an opportunity to influence the results. If you would like to provide any additional feedback, you may contact Clara Cohen, who's the BIFAD Executive Director, or Carmen Benson, who's the BIFAD Senior Counselor, and their emails are here. Their emails are somewhere. I see one over there and one over here. And the QR code for the report is right there. So we really appreciate your feedback today. Thank you for the excellent questions, and have a good night. Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're going to get started in just about 10 seconds. Awesome. Well, welcome everyone to this takeaway session on sustainable water and aquatic blue food diversity for climate smart food systems. We're hoping to use this session to tie together some of the main themes from today and to think about them in the scope of climate change and food systems transformation, as well as the previous messages that have been highlighted as part of the Food Systems Pavilion. So I'm Janiyah Bruce. I am a High Meadows Fellow focused on oceans, food, and nutrition with the Environmental Defense Fund, and it's my absolute pleasure to be moderating a discussion between our two wonderful speakers. We have Assistant Secretary Monica Medina, who's the Assistant Secretary and Special Envoy for Biodiversity and Water Resources with the U.S. State Department. And Assistant Secretary Medina has a long history of advancing pathways on climate change, water, and food systems. We're also joined by Jao Campari, the global leader of World Food Practice at World Wildlife Fund. So our agenda for this session will be about a 30-minute panel discussion where I'll share some summary notes and key themes from the day, and then go into a Q&A with our panelists. I have some prepared questions, and we'll also see if there's some questions from the audience. Then we'll be sharing a video from Rachel McDonald, the Deputy Director General for Research and Development at the International Water Management Institute, and then closing out the day on water and aquatic food systems. So it's been at COP27, we are seeing a huge focus on food, and to have an entire day focused on water and aquatic food systems, which are typically undervalued and underappreciated as a part of the food systems transformation, is a big deal. And so it's great to be a part of the conversations around food at COP, as well as the conversations around blue foods and water. Blue foods support 800 million livelihoods worldwide, and 90% of those are small-scale fisheries. Blue foods also provide 3 billion people with 20% of their protein intake. On the water side, 1.7 billion people nowadays live in water-scarce regions, and that's expected to increase by 2 billion people by 2030. So blue foods and water are clearly very impactful in people's livelihoods, as well as crucial parts of the food systems transformation, and are increasingly affected by climate change, but are underrepresented and undervalued in conversations about food systems. So from the sessions today, we've pulled 3 key themes together. We heard a lot of our speakers talk about diversity, the diversity of challenges that are affecting water and blue food systems, the diverse nutrient profiles and the diverse nutrient profiles that come from aquatic foods, as well as the diverse communities that depend on aquatic foods and water systems for their food intake. We also heard from a lot of speakers around diverse solutions around innovation and technology for water and aquatic food systems, and how these will help break some of the silos that we discuss in food systems transformation. One of the key themes that was also highlighted was the need for visibility and inclusion for many marginalized communities, including women, youth, indigenous people, and poor communities in conversations like these and in places like COP27. And that's meaningfully including their voices, not just meaningfully including their interests, not just hearing their voices and not just having them as figureheads. We also need representative data and data that's accessible to small-scale producers, small-scale fishers, small-scale farmers. And then finally, we heard the need come up a lot for coordination. Water and aquatic foods are transboundary issues by their nature, and there's a great need for international, national, and local coordination to achieve shared goals on both of these topics. We also heard a great focus on the need for bottom-up approaches and working with communities and not just working from the national level. And outside of all of those connections, outside of all of those key themes from the day, what really impressed me was that we brought together so many diverse stakeholders who came from a range of backgrounds and interests, but all could articulate shared goals, shared interests, and shared challenges in water and aquatic food systems. So I would now like to turn to our speakers, and you both come from you represent government and non-government interests and have a wide range of expertise in food systems and climate change and biodiversity. And so, given that a key theme that's been throughout the day is that blue foods and water tend to be underrepresented in these global conversations about food systems, what do you both think needs to be done to increase the representation of water and aquatic foods in some of these dialogues? And Jao, we'll start with you.
Look, thank you. Delighted to be here. Thanks for the invitation. And what is there to say after this great summary that you gave of the day? So I'll just start by giving some insights from where I come from. I think, if we look at the landscape of food production and consumption, we come to realize that 75% of our caloric intakes come from 12 plants and 5 animals. That's it. 12 plus 5 equals 75% of our calories. And you would be surprised, or maybe not, that aquatic and blue foods are not part of this mix, right? So this puts these 12 plants plus 5 animals put ecosystems at risk, because the whole architecture of food supply chains are around these very few varieties of foods that are traded globally and that are consumed. Now, this is despite the fact that 540 million people, if my notes here are right, rely on fisheries and aquaculture for their protein. Right? But do you know how many countries have blue and aquatic foods as part of their NDCs, so that we can begin to talk about climate? 54 countries only. So aquatic and blue foods need to be part of this mix, and it tends to be forgotten. And I have a story to share. When we began, I had the honor to lead Action Track 3 of the UN Food Systems Summit, and Action Track 3 was about nature positive production. When we began that action track, guess what? Blue and aquatic foods were overlooked, right? So I called emergency, and I called EDF, I called Stanford, Jim Leap, Tom Grasso, and WRI, and said, Houston, we have a problem. Can you help me solve it? And they said, well, what's going on? And I said, I want you guys, if you may, to lead an entire work stream in the Food Systems Summit on blue and aquatic foods. Then they were joined by Shakuntala, Tilsted, and they created the Blue and Aquatic Foods Coalition. But I'm going to talk about my hopes later. But now, why don't I pass the word to Secretary Monica, please.
Thank you, and thanks for organizing this. Thank you for hosting us. Thank you for this great panel and the chance to talk about this topic that is one of my favorites, since I'm an ocean person sort of at heart. I want to add one statistic to the ones that you've already mentioned, that there are 4 times as many aquatic species food groups as there are agricultural species food groups. So we have 4 times as much variety and a diversity of options in food. And everybody knows people love food, they love a diversity of food, and so that's important. And it's Gender Day, so I'll just add that so many women around the world are fishers, which is another important fact that many people don't know, but of course they're on the front lines of the climate crisis every day. So when you talk about how it impacts people, it's often fishers, and women make up about half, or 45 million of the fishers out there in the world who are being impacted by this climate crisis. And we see that fish stocks are changing, they're moving, they're not where they used to be. We don't manage them as well. Because of that, we don't even know where they're going to be. I know that's another project that WWF US is working on, is figuring out where will there be conflict because fish are moving. And that's a key part of food systems, is trying to deconflict them and make sure that we don't have to fight for those final resources, that we conserve fish, that we learn how to do aquaculture in ways that is sustainable and at scale. I think one of the things is that people often think of aquaculture and they think of the things that have gone wrong. But we have to get past that and figure out the ways that we can do it well and feed more people, because we know the planet is going to have more people on it. We need sources of protein. Blue foods are a key part of the solution, and we have to do it in a way that also helps with the climate crisis, that helps fill in where we know wild capture fisheries are going to be increasingly challenged in the climate stressed world that we live in.
And I'm really glad you brought in the gender angle too, as today's Gender Day, and we've heard from some really great speakers on the women's needs in small-scale fisheries, and how even though they make up 50% of the fisheries workforce, they're not recognized as being a part of the fisheries workforce, right? Because they generally work in the value chain activities, and so it's great that you mentioned that. So we've also heard a lot of conversations today around how climate change is affecting our water systems and our aquatic food systems, and a lot of that tends to be negative. And as we're seeing the impacts of climate change on water scarcity and on changing fish stocks, and how that's affecting our communities and their livelihoods. So despite all of that, I want to ask you both, what gives you hope looking forward at food systems transformation? And Assistant Secretary Medina, we'll start with you.
I think what gives me hope is the fact that we know that there's technology out there that can solve these problems. We know that there are ways that we can bring value, that people need food, and it's a commodity, right? Unlike a lot of nature and the nature that we need in order to conserve and protect the planet at the scale we need to meet the climate challenge, so many parts of nature aren't valued. But this is valued. It does have value in a marketplace, and I think what we need is to attract investment. What we really lack is the connective tissue to help get more investment into this space, frankly, because governments have been reluctant to be fully behind in many, many parts of the world, including my country, where our own federal regulations have not been as friendly to aquatic and blue foods as maybe they should have been or needed to be in order to start to fill this gap. And I hope that that's where we can make progress now, to build the systems that we need to create the government incentives and the protections, frankly, that we need in order to ensure that we can feed people, keep oceans and aquatic systems healthy, and develop some new ways of solving these problems together that can be financed, that we can bring real dollars to the table in order to get them done.
Thanks. Joe?
Yeah, thanks. When you were asking the question about hope, I said, with hope or without hope, won't change the situation. So we need to go forward looking, roll up our sleeves and go forward and work, right? When we are talking about food and climate change, is different when we talk about energy and climate change. And the difference is that we can phase out fossil fuels, but we can't phase out food. So we need to work within the system to change it. There is no way out. You know, we'll always be eating, right? So if you lose hope, then you will have two problems to fix. One is that the first problem about food security will still haunt us, and the other one is that you will be depressed because you lose hope. So keep up the hope, so we have only one problem, and the problem is to fix the food system. You know, there is no way out of that too, so let's not lose hope. And the reason that makes me believe of a positive future, nature positive, climate neutral, or maybe even carbon negative, when we talk about food production systems, is that we need to go local. We have seen commitments, and we go to COP after COP after COP, calling for the same things. We are very lucky to have this food day, but it was not luck did not bring us here. You know what brought us here? Because there was a strong call last year at COP26 for a food day at COP27. It was a strong call because we were coming out of the UN Food Systems Summit. We rallied multi-stakeholder coalitions behind us. And one of them that shed light into the blue and aquatic foods was the Aquatic and Blue Foods Coalition that is thriving and it's making its way. So I'm very hopeful, but I really think we need to shift the dial somewhat. From global processes are necessary, like the ones we're having here in the conversations, but they're much easier than rolling up our sleeves again and working on the ground for farmers, for fishers, with gender equity, respecting livelihoods, and food systems are very contextual. There is no one size fits all. So as much as we talk about global trends and global food systems, it's the national and sub-national level efforts that will make the change. So let's not lose hope and keep working, keep going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I like the message of we don't want to have both problems of losing hope and also having food insecurity. Great. Thank you both for answering those questions. I think you bring a lot of really interesting perspectives to the discussion that we're having today, especially as we're closing out and tying together a lot of the messages that we've heard. So now I want to see if there are maybe one or two questions from the audience. We have a couple of minutes. Yes, Michelle.
Hi, both. Well, as a scientist on the Blue Food Assessment, I'm really stoked to see both of you talk about blue foods today. And Xiao, I was really your statistic of 75% of calories really caught my ear because it really points out the importance of thinking about what it is that we count. So if we say 75% of calories, sure, you're 12 plants and 5 animals, but if we would say count DHA and EPA omega-3 fatty acids, it would be 100% aquatic foods. I think vitamin B12 would be 50%. So my question to both of you, say for the work you do moving forward or COP28, what are the ways we need to start counting differently in order to start bringing aquatic foods and water more into these conversations?
Well, since I have a mic, I'll start. But I'll toss it to you quickly to say, what I think about in terms of numbers is food waste and water waste. Waste is bad in a world where we are strained and we don't have enough natural resources to go around. We can't afford to waste any of the food that we catch, the fish that we catch, the water that we need for agriculture and for drinking. And I think I come away from this conference again reminded how much we in the countries with feast, with all the food and water that we need in so many ways. I mean, I'm fortunate. I think our country has cut childhood nutrition and poverty, malnutrition and poverty in the last couple of years because of government efforts to try to really bring nutrition and to end food insecurity in our country, but it only heightens my awareness of the difference that we see in other countries where there is so much food insecurity and where water is so scarce. So thinking about food and water waste and ways to manage that and minimize that and spread what we have farther and wider, it's kind of the way I'm trying to get my mind around the numbers.
Yeah, that's a really good question. What I think needs to happen is to get out of the boring 12 plus 5. And I think we need to stimulate or promote agrobiodiversity. we need to eat more plants, more animals, more fish to help decompress the, how can I say, the testing the limits of our planet's boundaries, right? And let me tell you, I mean, I'm from Brazil. I live in São Paulo. And if you are far from a river, city, fish is super expensive. It's very expensive, you know. So, and I have seen people that live in cities like Cuiabá in Mato Grosso. There are 2 rivers that go by, or Manaus. I mean, if they don't catch, and if you go to the market to buy it, even in those cities, it's expensive. They want to consume it, but they cannot afford it. So they don't think twice about going to the shop in the corner, opening a bag of potato chips and eating that instead, because it's affordable, it's cheap, we can say it's empty calories, but it's there for them, whereas the fish is not. So we always need to keep thinking about accessibility, price, affordability, because people would want to eat it, they just cannot afford. So we need to figure out somehow how to make these things happen. I think, you know, we cannot overfish our oceans or our rivers. I think what you said, Monica, is absolutely right on, we need to get aquaculture right? It's not, some examples are really bad, but there is technology out there that we can do it in the right way to source more aquatic and blue foods. And I'm not talking only about fish, but alga and seagrass and all of that to the population, you know. So, yeah.
We have time for one more question, so let's go to you.
Thank you. Actually, it was about the main point that you have just addressed now. For example, fish is expensive. Let's introduce myself first. My name is Mustafa Ibrahim. I'm representing the International Association for Agricultural Students. I'm doing my master thesis SLU on sustainable and resilient agri-food value chains in the context of climate change. So I believe it is about value chains again, because, for example, in Egypt, we have the River Nile, the biggest artificial lake in the world, Nasser Lake. The Red Sea, the Mediterranean, still fish is very expensive. Although we have aquaculture here in Kafr Sheikh and Bahira in Delta, and many people are fishing, and I want to share with you later a very miserable video about women who are fishing in the canals, very cold weather, just trying to catch the fish with their hands. This is happening here in Egypt. So here is the gap. There is not only nutritional food security gap, but there is a gap. It is not affordable, not accessible. How can we find nutritional food security? This is how to, and maybe this is the question, to improve the value chain, the agri-food value chain for blue food, not only, by the way, only in Egypt, but even in the region. For example, in Mauritania, I have seen a documentary. It's about fishing. They have very good fish produced from the sea, or sorry, from the ocean, but they waste it. At the meantime, many other countries in the region, they don't have accessibility for protein, even the World Food Program. So maybe how to improve this value chain. Okay, I'm not talking about charity and philanthropy only. I'm not something sustainable, profitable for all the actors. How to improve this value chain locally and worldwide, so everyone can benefit from this God gift for everyone, not for only who can afford. Thank you.
Let me have a reflection. I don't have an answer, but I have a reflection. You mentioned supply chains. The supply chain architecture, you're talking about even the value chains. I mean, the architecture of the value chains are serving a purpose of someone or a sector, right? So the food system is full of lock-ins. It's about power relations, it's about equity, it's about distribution, it's about rights as well. The supply chain architecture that follows the value chain, I mean, they're organized around very few things to deliver the greatest value at the end of the chain by reaping and not paying for, how can I say this? The true value of food is not represented in the food price point. You know, there is a whole coalition of action that emerged from the summit as well that is called the True Value of Food Coalition. True value of food, because sometimes there is the true cost accounting, but they're calling themselves the True Value of Food Coalition, because they want there are costs and benefits to food, and they want to identify what it is exactly. And food costs today, on average, 1/3 of its real value. So all of the rest, 2/3, are hidden costs. These are externalities that never get paid. No, these are hidden costs. These are externalities. These are public goods that are taken from nature and climate and people that never get rewarded by the price point.
All right, so I hate to be the lawyer in the group. I'm not an economist and I'm not a fisheries biologist. What I am is a governance expert. And what I see in most places where you don't get the value chain fully realized is that governance is lacking. When you lack governance and when you don't have the management that we need in order to properly manage fisheries, you can't get investment and you can't then actually monetize that value, right? Then it's just a free-for-all and a race to the bottom. And that's the worst thing that can happen. And so I think the most important thing that places can do that don't have good fisheries management, don't have good governance, is to bring in that governance, create value by managing the resources so that it's not a free-for-all and a race to the bottom. And that's what adds value. And I will say, I was at the UN Ocean, it was UNGA, UN General Assembly Week, sitting in a panel about climate finance. And a woman raised her hand from Nigeria and she said, there's no better investment than a woman fisher. She was talking to the Green Climate Fund CEO. And I thought, amen, sister. You know, that is the best truth to power I have ever heard. But what we need is the management and governance and enforcement to make these value chains actually work for people and communities.
Thank you, Assistant Secretary Medina and Zhao. We are running out of time, and so I want to thank you both first so much for being on this panel and for sharing your expertise. We're really glad to have you, and thank you as well to the speakers for the speakers that have spoken earlier in the day. It's been a great day focused on water and aquatic food systems. We are really opening the door for some of these discussions around food systems transformation, aquatic foods, and water systems at COP, and it's great to be seeing those have a stronger presence in international dialogues. So thanks again to our audience. We're going to go to close out this session to a video from Rachel McDonald, but we can go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Hello everybody at COP27. It's been fascinating to watch all the rich conversation, the dialogues, the discussions, and also the challenges that are coming from the meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh. I'm Rachel McDonald. I'm the Deputy Director General at the International Water Management Institute, IMI, and I'm delighted to contribute to this important session today. So we are talking about water and blue food systems, and it really is shocking and surprising that water has been so low down the agenda in climate conversations up until now. And unfortunately, the devastating impacts we're seeing of too much water or too little water is very much pushing water onto the agenda into the COP discussions, but also more generally. we can see that some of this energy comes from the strong scientific evidence of the IPCC Working Group 1 and Working Group 2 that have highlighted the energized water cycle and what the implications are. And of course, water and food systems are some of the most highlighted in any country's NDCs as being vulnerable. We need water to grow our crops, but we need water in a more general context for what we're doing. So why has it taken so long to bring that water and food conversations together? We saw 18 months ago at the United Nations Food Systems Summit, so many rich discussions, and yet water was on the edge. And the FAO's report that came out at the end of 2021, which was about the state of land and water, highlighted that through agriculture, so many land and water systems were at breaking point. So it really is time that we bring water and food together. And those conversations, those narratives have to be interwoven. So if we look at how do water and food come together, well, yeah, of course, it's because we cannot grow a crop or raise an animal or raise a fish without water being present, but it's often neglected. And we can think about water going into food systems in 4 different ways. We've actually got the water source to begin with, where water comes from, how it's captured, whether it's through aquifers or irrigation systems or through rainwater systems. But also as part of that water source, whether it's surface water or groundwater, that water is needed by many different sectors. So under that water source part going into our food systems, we have to think of the allocations going into other sectors, whether it's energy, domestic use, commerce, wherever that might be. We've also got the part of water as part of food systems, how it's grown, where it is grown, the contribution of that water into those food systems. Root zone soil moisture, evapotranspiration, rainfall systems, delivery of water, making crop water requirements, but also water available for aquatic systems like ponds and rivers to be able to grow fish and those contributors from those water bodies. We also need water for production, for management, for the washing of the crops, but also for the general food for producing the food, and of course the way we consume it as well. And then we also need to think about water risks, and because those water risks are having massive impacts on our food production systems, they are bringing losses of crops, losses of whole habitats, losses of problems to do with the quality, but often the quantity of water that is available in our lakes and river systems for aquatic systems. So we can see that we really need to join up these dots, and maybe it's through the climate negotiations that's how we can do it. Now, in terms of hope, which one of the questions that I was asked, do I see hope? Unfortunately, I see hope as a response to adversity. We're just seeing that because of, for example, the Pakistan floods or the droughts going on in the Horn of Africa at the moment, that water is coming onto the agenda. So we, those that are working in water and food systems, we have to capture that, the spotlight that is there and galvanize actions into that space to be able to deliver for those water and food and joined up systems. There's an alliance across water and food because that's where climate change is being most felt, and it's where we can make the most difference. So thank you very much, and I hope you have a great session. Bye.
Check, check, check.